You found Radio Free Tennessee. Your Tony Basilio show will begin momentarily. Keep it locked in right here at TonyBasilio.com and on your Tony Basilio app. And hey, do us a favor. Spread the word.
You're listening to FM 105.7 and AM 1340, WKGN Knoxville, and W289CU Knoxville, Fan Run Radio.
You can't take any of them for granted, ladies and gentlemen. You can't take any of these days for granted. It's a beautiful fall day here in East Tennessee. Not going to spend another fall in Philadelphia. As we're live today here with you in your Rainier studio, it's absolutely outstanding. And we wait. We wait. I thought something was going to happen yesterday. That was my instinct. And it proved to be incorrect. But this Tony Vitello thing is extremely interesting. He's extremely interesting. He's compelling. It's compelling. I was on George Plaster's show yesterday for my weekly appearance, and we did nothing but talk about essentially the Tony Vitello story. That's how big Tony Vols is, Sean Sinclair. That's how big he is, man. That's kind of where we are. Now, today on the program and today in the blog, I shifted to football because that's what we do here. A man ain't living on Tony Vols alone, and this man certainly ain't. And but we await what's going to happen. Cinco, your thoughts on this? Have you ever seen anything like this in all your born days?
Well, I can't recall anything like this, certainly not from a Tennessee baseball perspective. We have had a absolute, with a couple of exceptions, ship of fools running this program through the decades that you and I have been affiliated with UT. So it's great that we're getting this kind of attention. But you know what, Tony, the big things happen around here with disruptors, and he is a disruptor. You take a look at Bruce Pearl, whether it's buying pizza outside before a Florida game, and Bruce Pearl, whether he's the best coach, whether Rick Barnes, I don't know, but he was a disruptor. Ray Mears was a disruptor with his pants, with the unicycles, with all that stuff. And I'll remind people that Bruce Pearl got a lot of things done besides the joy we all got. Bruce Pearl built that Pratt Pavilion. That was something that everybody had wanted back in the day, but the great Pat Summitt didn't have enough juice. That doesn't mean she wasn't great, but she didn't have enough juice. And Bruce Pearl did, and he disrupted things and got things in there, got Tennessee relevant with multiple Florida wins, etc. We've had other disruptors in here. John Majors was a disruptor. Dickey was a disruptor at times. And then Tony Vitello is a disruptor. And what I mean by disruptor is 80s try to put these folks in boxes and try to control them and try to tell them the way things are going to happen and what money you're going to. And Vitello's he's not having it. He didn't have it when he wanted more money for his staff. He wasn't having it when he was lobbying to get the stadium built. He's not having it now. When there's all sorts of things swirling. I've known you for 40 years. You've never lied to me before. You were wrong sometimes. However, that's the nature of calling things at present instead of the day after, when 95% of the people report stuff.
Thank you for saying that. That's exactly right.
Seriously.
That's exactly
that's the risk you take.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, the point being that I think we all know, and you certainly have juice, whether people like it or not, and he's not sitting still while his money that he's earned is going to be shunted off to other programs. And this, like you said, this has nothing to do with Kim Caldwell.
No.
We all wish her a national championship. We all wish her to have a statue made.
Respect her. Yes.
But
yes.
Let's get real. There's one national championship coach on that campus right now, and they're trying to marginalize him, and I don't like it, and he doesn't like it.
Well, I think what this comes down to with the Giants is I think the Giants' offer's on the table still. I think there's a couple of issues there that could impede whether or not it happens. We'll see. But I think one of the things Tony's wrestling with is, because we're in a new era, I don't think a lot of people realize this, and I don't know that I've really explained it tremendously well. Larry Vaught's going to join us, by the way, after our first time out. We're going to drill down on Kentucky, but Tennessee is attempting to play by the rules. And what I mean by that is the rev share money is how we're going to pay athletes. These front-loaded deals you can't do now. Can't do the Nico deal for $8 million anymore. The NCAA wants you to show actual value in the marketplace for what I'm going to pay you NIL-wise. Now, I was talking to somebody that is in the Southeastern Conference. It used to be here, and he said, Tony, if you don't think these programs are doing workarounds, they're all going to do workarounds around this thing. But for now, it's the law of the land, and the straitjacket people like Danny White, who's a total institutional guy, are going to follow the letter of the law because that's who they are. And that's okay. You need guys like that. I'm not knocking Danny White. But he and Tony couldn't be any more different. And people misunderstand this. They say, well, why can't like a Larry Pratt go and make up the difference, right, to these players who are going to be shorted for money they were promised? That's not how that's going to work. See, the money on the front end was supposed to be there because it was supposed to be there, and it's been kind of cut. No, it hasn't been kind of cut. It's been cut. And so it's not as easy as just going, well, here's your 100,000, here's your 200,000, here's your. But here's the thing. All these sports going forward are going to have to deal with this because my contention is this $22 million thing for these teams that have a lot of money. For instance, Ohio State's payroll this year is somewhere between $35 and $40 million. You think Ohio State next year is going to be able to put a football team on the field for $17 million? Or by the time they give a little bit to basketball and a little bit to their minor sports, let's say their payroll's $15 million. You think they're going to be able to put a football team on the field commensurate with that and the kids are going to be happy? The answer is no. But that's the box we're in right now. Unless you justify, well, this guy's going to get. I mean, there's very few Arch Mannings out there that can say, well, I'm going to get a $6 million deal with this. Or a good example is Nate Ament over at Tennessee with New Balance has I believe it's New Balance, has like a $5 million endorsement deal on top of what Tennessee's paying him. He's making like $8 or $9 million, whatever the fee is, whatever the money is. Going forward, you're going to have to justify any money I'm going to pay you unless that's challenged. Now, eventually, it's all going to be challenged, and eventually that cap's going to be challenged because that cap was not collectively bargained with these athletes. But for now, we're in a spot where Tennessee's stuck, and I was talking to somebody close to Tony who said it comes down to this. In Tony's mind, next season, what if Danny White claws more money back from me? He just doesn't feel like he can trust the AD, and he doesn't have a relationship with him. Because here's who Danny White is, and people can believe this or not believe this or like it, love it, or take it down the road and dump it, but you talk to people inside that athletic department, and people don't see or talk to Danny White. He doesn't have a relationship with people. It's not how he is. Danny White talks to his coaches through his lieutenants. Well, guess what? His lieutenant for baseball left to take a gig, I want to say like at Utah State, but his lieutenant for baseball is not there. So Tony's relationship and Danny's relationship is negligible. That's not how you manage. Tony wouldn't manage like that. Tony wouldn't manage his players not having a relationship with with his players. I mean, why would you do that? But that's Danny White's management style because he's the king. And people say, well, you're just, you're against. There's a lot of things about the guy I like. There's a lot of things I don't like. There's a lot of things about Tony I like. A lot of things I don't like. I don't think Tony's a very good, in-game manager. I've said that on here. He frustrates me. He don't like me saying that, but there's no denying Tony's great at what he does. Danny's very good at what he does. But I don't worship Danny. I don't simp for Danny like some of you do. I'm not a simp. And I'm not a wimp, by the way. Not a simp, not a wimp. For you to have a management style where you don't have a relationship with your baseball coach makes no sense. But that's how Danny does it. Danny likes this coach he talks through this guy for this coach, and this guy manages, and this, I'm the king. And then when your guy leaves, and now it comes time to put this thing together, Tony's talked to Danny. This is just from somebody close to Tony. Tony's not talking to me, and I'm not bothering Tony. I'm not. Literally one time since all this happened on Saturday. I mean, what are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? Anyway, that's it for me. Tony is a disruptor. A Tony Vols and a Danny White are never going to get along. And Tony's mind, can I trust this guy going forward? That's a big piece of this. Now, as I said yesterday, if he takes the San Francisco Giants job, it's because he wants to take the San Francisco Giants job. Period, end of sentence. It's not going to be that Danny White ran him out of town like some of you are going to, I'm not trying to tag this on Danny, but Danny's management style, for a guy they gave the keys to the kingdom to in a 4-year rollover, is really strange. He's strange, and it's strange. No offense. Hey, I'm a little weird myself, and I called Tony nuts in print the other day. My quote was, Tony's kind of nuts, and it works for him, which is what Sean was just saying. The disruptive nature, the way to get Tennessee baseball off the mat was to be a disruptor. The way to lose a disruptor is to not have a relationship with him. Because Tony's a paisan. You know what I'm saying? Sit down, break bread, let's go have some spaghetti. Let's drink a little red wine. Let's hang out. Let's get a little vino. You know what I'm saying? Danny White, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So we continue with more. Larry Vaught on the other side, Vaught's Views after this. We talk about the doormat of the Southeastern Conference, your Kentucky Wildcats.
Are you searching for a great local coffee? I'm Billy with Grade A Grounds. You can buy our freshly roasted coffee online and support a good cause with every sip. Great coffee, greater causes. Visit our website today, gradeagrounds.com.
You got to dream about buying some land and building on that land. Well, Waterside Contracting is your ticket. 25 years of making dreams come true, Michael Scott. For hundreds in our area, custom homes or remodels, Waterside Contracting will build on your lot. They do incredible work all over the area. Structural integrity, quality without compromise. It's a way of life with Waterside Contracting. Check out the wonderful work Waterside does. WatersideContractingLLC.com. When it's time for your dreams to come true. Quality without compromising. Waterside Contracting. Preparing food for a big gathering can really take it out of you. That's why you need to call Calhoun's and check out their selection of party platters. Whether you're hosting a party for the big game, a reunion, or just an everyday gathering, a Calhoun's party platter is next level. Choose from Calhoun's always excellent chicken tenders, fly with Calhoun's wings, or boneless wings with a variety of dipping sauces, award-winning next-level melt-in-your-mouth barbecue ribs, or delicious spinach artichoke dip, or get one of each. Plus, if you're doing burgers or sandwiches, Calhoun's has lots of side dishes like spinach Maria, baked cinnamon apples, Smoky Mountain baked beans, or creamy coleslaw. Available in pints, quarts, and gallons. And to finish things off, pick up one of Calhoun's great desserts to go, including homemade cheesecake or key lime pie. Calhoun's, simply your go-to party headquarters. With 9 locations all over East Tennessee, you can order online and just pick it up. Calhoun's, one of the Copper Cellar family of restaurants, along with Chesapeake's, Copper Cellar, Corner 16, Cherokee Grill, and Smoky Mountain Brewery. Eat local, eat good. When it's time for your next move, you want to get your precious belongings from point A to point B with your peace of mind intact. That's why you need to call my friends at Gouffon Moving and Storage, East Tennessee's moving legend. Gouffon Moving and Storage has been helping East Tennesseans move since 1887. That's 138 years, 5 generations. That's even longer than the Dooley, Jones, and Pruitt era combined. Gouffon Moving and Storage are pro movers, serving Knoxville, surrounding areas, and interstate moves too, both residential and commercial. And we'll provide you with personalized service that other corporate movers simply cannot. We know how to move all types of items. We pay careful attention to our clients' valuables. Your satisfaction as a customer is our absolute priority. As the oldest continually owned and operated family moving business in the United States, when it's time for your next move, it's Gouffon Moving and Storage. And storage, it's secure and vaulted. Our newest offering of commercial storage logistics, we offer receiving, storage, and delivery services for all your business logistic needs. See more at Gouffon.com. That's Gouffon.com. Or check out the link at tclub.team. When it's time for your next move, East Tennessee's moving legend, Gouffon Moving and Storage. Life never stops moving, and between the 30-minute commutes, daycare pickups, weekly soccer practice, Tuesday night yoga, X number of coffee runs, and that weekend trip to Grandma's, you're racking up the miles. What you need is a tire that can keep up, a tire designed for doers, a tire that's going to last, like the exceptionally long-lasting Michelin Defender tire. With an 80,000-mile warranty and the safety and comfort you expect, you can forget all about the miles ahead and focus on getting to your destination or conquering your to-do list. Fleet Tire, I-275 exit 1B at East Woodland Avenue in Knoxville. That's Fleet Tire, I-275 exit 1B at East Woodland Avenue in Knoxville. Fleet Tire.
Inward Half is committed to the game and the memorable moments that happen in between. From the tee box to the tailgate, from the green to the big game. For the first birdie with Dad, the first big win with Mom. Friday night lights, Saturday superstitions, Sunday traditions. Fall into the comfort and unparalleled performance of Inward Half. This fall, enjoy the walk-in.
Are you tired of hiding your smile because of crooked teeth? At Knoxville Smiles, we've got the perfect solution. Invisalign. No metal, no wires, just clear, comfortable aligners that straighten your teeth without anyone noticing. Eat what you want, smile with confidence, and see results in as little as 6 months. Call us today for more information about Invisalign, 865-539-1776, or just visit us online at knoxvillesmiles.com. Smile brighter with Knoxville Smiles.
Out-of-town law firms have been swarming into East Tennessee lately. From Memphis, Chattanooga, and Birmingham, they've stormed into the area. Wouldn't you rather do business with a local firm? You know, a true neighbor. Marcos Garza and the pros at the Garza Law Firm are just that. There are neighbors and friends that support local causes year-round. The Garza Law Firm works to serve you professionally on criminal matters, injuries and accident matters, and Social Security and disability filings. The Garza Law Firm is here for you at garzalaw.com. The Garza Law Firm. Let us help.
Fall has officially arrived, so now is the perfect time to make sure your home's heating and HVAC system is ready for the season ahead. Don't ignore the warning signs that your heating or cooling system is struggling or nearing the end of its lifespan. And if you need fast, reliable HVAC repairs, seasonal preventative maintenance, or want to invest in a new, high-efficiency system, then call the trusted HVAC experts at Pipe Wrench Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Whatever HVAC problems you encounter, our certified technicians will make a full assessment and then provide the best long-term solution to keep your home comfortable again all year long. We make it easy with free on-site estimates for replacements and free second opinions on repairs. And if budgets are tight, we offer flexible payment plans including 0% financing with credit approval. Be sure to ask about our 10-plus year warranties that are 2 times longer than industry standards so you don't spend a cent on unexpected costs in the future. So call Pipe Wrench at 865-264-8090 or book online at pipewrench.com to schedule your appointment today. And as always, same-day service guaranteed or the visit is free.
TB here with Alan of WeShipFloors.com. Tell them about it, Alan.
Hey, I'm Alan from WeShipFloors.com. Our competition's prices, well, they're going up. Ours are coming down. Our waterproof floor Supercore is the best, and right now it starts at $199 a square foot. Our warehouses are full of 4mm, 6mm, and 8mm. You strapped for cash? Well, we have our own in-house financing. Use our room visualizer and order some free samples today. Supercore from WeShipFloors.com. Best products at best price.
Like Alan said, head over to WeShipFloors.com. Use the room visualizer on the website. Drop in any of the 120 Supercore floors virtually into your room and order your free samples today. WeShipFloors.com. Tennesseans, they are us. The best product, the best price. WeShipFloors.com. Oh, a pause for the cause, ladies and gentlemen, because, while the show's going on, I'm also wearing my reporter hat. I'm wearing my traffic cop hat. I'm wearing my produce the program hat. I'm wearing a lot of hats. And the funny thing is I don't have any hair to cover up. But other than that, things are great. Now, my next guest who joins us on the TLD Logistics hotline is none other than the great Larry Vaught of Vaught's Views. And I would bet you, because Larry calls an ace and a spade. Larry's come on here during several basketball games in years past, and then he'll hear from the Big Blue constituents. They'll say, I cannot believe you'd go on that guy's show and say we're going to lose tonight. And Larry's line is, look, my job is to kind of call balls and strikes. But he's at Vaught's Views. And Larry, how long have you been around Kentucky sports?
Well, I've officially been covering Kentucky sports this is my 51st year now.
Good night almighty.
Yeah. I wish I could say I started young, but that's not the case. So it's just been a while, but still enjoy what I'm doing, and I hope to keep doing it. Hope I got a few more years left in me.
Larry, do you get a sense that the Stoops era there is winding down, or do they not care enough there because they got their eyes on the big prize with hoops? All these schools are being forced. It's one of the conversations we're having about Tennessee baseball today and Tony Vitello's opportunity with the Giants is with this rev share thing, these schools are being forced to choose where I'm going to put my resources, right? Kentucky's kind of chosen basketball over football, haven't they?
From all we can tell, of course, there's no official reporting, so everything you're just kind of guessing, but it sure seems that way, and it's probably going to be even more so that way going forward.
And so, from that perspective, what was the expectation of Kentucky coming into this year? Coming off a year last year where they won one game in the league, and it was a game that kept Lane Kiffin out of the playoffs. What was the expectation for this club from your eyes?
Well, from my eyes, the expectation is exactly where they are. I didn't think they would be very good. The real red flags flew for me when Vince Mera left Kentucky for Louisville. I mean, I know Vince caught a lot of heat from Kentucky fans, but this is a guy that has put a lot of work into trying to rebuild the Kentucky program. It felt like the last couple of years the program was going a direction that wasn't what he thought was best for it. Didn't agree with some of the decisions, and he had a chance to go be able to stay in Kentucky, which he really loves, go work for another guy that he really likes and that he thought the program was trending better than what the Kentucky program is. And that really opened some eyes for me. But I just thought Kentucky was leaning on the transfer portal way too heavy again. And when you looked at the guys they were getting, if you wanted to put on your blue glasses and just look, you could say, the third-team receiver at Auburn or third-team receiver at Clemson or third-team receiver at Alabama, he's going to be great at Kentucky. Well, no, there's a reason they weren't great at other places, and they're not great here. And offensive lineman in this day and age, if an offensive lineman is not being kept where he's at, there's a big red flag there because they're so hard to get. You're not going to let a really good offensive lineman leave, and they were going to rebuild their offensive line with transfers. So I just wasn't a big fan of what I thought they had done, and I think in the last few years, Mark has probably also made a couple of miscalculations on his coaching staff, and that's showing this year again.
Yeah, and then the Cohen kid's really done a nice job. I mean, the last outing in Jacksonville notwithstanding, but are you surprised by how successful that kid's been?
A little bit. I knew he was a terrific football mind. I wasn't sure the maturity level that he would be ready to make a jump to become a head coach in the NFL like what he has, but I think he's shown he can handle everything really well. And to think that when he was at Kentucky for the second time that things didn't go any better than what they did, again, kind of tells you something about the upper management leadership there that Kentucky has right now. I mean, that's a tough jump to go from a college offensive coordinator or an NFL assistant at his age and just jump up there and be an NFL head coach. But he's the coaching part of it he handles well. Sometimes the PR part of things he doesn't handle so well, but the coaching part he handles well.
Larry Vaught joining Vaught's Views, Tennessee, Kentucky, Saturday night. A series that Tennessee plays up there no matter what Kentucky has, no matter what Tennessee has. Those games are crazy. They're insane. They're nuts. And this quarterback from Kentucky, I like him from the perspective of he goes out and gives it all he has. I know he's a in-state kid, and you can tell it means a lot to him to get the opportunity. And man, the Cats, they played Texas off their feet the other night, Larry.
Yeah, oh yeah, I mean they should have won. I don't think you'll ever look at a game and see statistics that look like that, and you wonder how in the world did Kentucky lose. You just look at the numbers on the stat sheet, you think Kentucky won 35-7, but miscalculated. They didn't cover 2 punts. That gave Texas 10 points, and that was the difference in the game. You can't get it in from the 3-yard line to start overtime, and then you go ahead and on fourth down decide you're going to run the same play that hadn't worked 6 times during the game rather than kick a field goal. If you're going to run that same play up the middle, I think you got to kick the field goal. But again, they didn't, and once again they lost a game that they should have won. Easily the best game Kentucky has played. I think Texas is probably way overrated. They are actually worse on offense than Kentucky, which I didn't think anybody could really be able to say that they were. But they made Kentucky defense look like they were ready to play in the NFL. Texas was just pathetic on offense, and Kentucky by far had the best quarterback on the field. And as you said, Cutter Boley is getting better. He's an athletic kid. He's a tough kid. He just doesn't have – when you don't have a receiver that can get open 7 yards down the field, it makes it hard to play quarterback in the SEC.
Larry Vaught joining 50-plus years, you heard him, of covering the Cats. And, you know, I go back to, Larry, I remember a game when Billy Jack Haskins ran around on a Saturday afternoon. I mean, these games with Kentucky are nuts. My first exposure was fall of 88 87 when Victor Peppers went high and met Mark Higgs on the goal line, real close, just a cold day up there in Lexington. Just in the kind of before the stadium was finished, when the winds would really whip through that place, when the end zones were a little more open. But I don't know what it is about these games. Obviously, it means a lot to Kentucky. It's going to mean a lot to that Boley kid this weekend. But I want to go back to Texas real quick before we unpack the Cats and Cats' opportunity here, because the Vols are very middling right now when they go on the road. They've got an interesting gear they go into on the road in the SEC that's been sort of a theme around here this week. But let's talk about Texas. I did a little column today about kind of the 2/3 point of the season, and I put my favorite players in there to watch, my biggest disappointments in college football. My biggest disappointment in college football is Arch Manning and Texas, okay? That's a team that has the second highest payroll in college football. That's a team that spends so much money that they went out in the offseason and got a starting defensive tackle from Syracuse because the 2 guys they brought in they didn't like in camp. So they went in the spring and spent a couple more $1 million. And they're tracking to miss the playoffs. Now, you saw them. Is it more an offensive line issue or an Arch Manning issue, or is it hard to tell after what you saw on Saturday?
I would say it was both. The Kentucky defensive line controlled the Texas offensive line. And then, as I said, Cutter Boley looked just like a far superior quarterback to Arch. He made a run or two and made 1 or 2 decent throws. But, I mean, he missed a lot of open receivers just didn't seem very confident in what he was doing. And the Texas offense, like I said, I didn't think he could see a worse offense than what the Kentucky offense had been, but it certainly was. And then the Texas defense, who had heard so much about how terrific it was, and Kentucky rolls up almost 400 yards on Texas and keeps the ball the whole second half. I mean, Texas had 2 first downs the second half.
2 first downs.
Who? It's hard to believe.
Yes.
With that payroll that they've got.
Yes.
You could get that without a payroll, I think.
I mean, they're performing. Look, there are several teams that still have great odds to make the playoffs. They're one of them. I don't buy it. I don't see those guys going to a playoff. Do you, Larry?
No, I don't. I mean, which I'm assuming to go to the playoff, they've got to run the table, and I can't see any way in the world they're going to do that.
Is that the key for Kentucky's success against Tennessee, keeping the ball, playing keep away?
Yeah, I think that would certainly enhance their chances, because even though their defense just shut down Texas, they've had a lot of struggles. I mean, they've been giving up over 400 yards a game going into that Texas game and have been pretty vulnerable to the pass. Their defensive front has been pretty good, but they've had a lot of issues covering receivers, and Tennessee's got the best trio in the conference. I think Kentucky's going to have a lot of problems there. So if their offense can keep the ball, would certainly help. Now, Seth McGowan, their best running back, he got banged up last week during the game, Tony, but they sent him to the hospital for an X-ray. When it came back negative, he came back and tried to finish the game. So I don't know exactly how healthy he is going to be, but if they can run the ball, then they've got a chance. Then Boley can make some plays, and they seem to kind of settle into a little bit better offensive rhythm. Last week, the offensive coordinator, I thought, did a much better job of calling plays that suited Cutter. But the bottom line is still they can't get a receiver open 10 yards down the field, which means Cutter completed 80% of his passes last week. That's why they have no margin for error, because they can't hit you with an explosive. They just don't have it in the offense.
Yeah, that's why on paper you look at a game like this. Like if I was watching it from 10,000 feet, I'd say, my gosh, Tennessee's going to boat race them. But the issue is Larry, you got to see it to believe it. I use this phrase too much on the air, and I have a tendency to wear things out. Larry, I'm Italian, kind of like that, But our safety play, when you watch them, reminds me of the old electric football game that you and I played, where you put the men on the board and you line them up, and you had the felt football, and it was the dumbest game of all time, except the guys looked really cool on the board until you started it. And then you had guys over there hugging the wall, taking horrendous pursuit angle. Our guys look like electric football in our secondary and sometimes in our linebacking core. And that's the thing that concerns me, because this Boley guy, if you can unpack him for us, because forgive most people listening, they're not staring at the cats when they're playing football these days. This kid's pretty resourceful and pretty nimble out there. He's got a pretty decent sense of what he's trying to do, doesn't he, Larry?
Yeah, I just you might think your linebackers and secondary guys look like NFL first-round draft picks after the way they cover Kentucky Saturday, but we'll see. but Boley against Texas, which I think is a quality defense,
very good defense. Yes,
several times he looked like he was dead in the water, and he scrambled and maneuvered out and made some big runs. I mean, he had about close to 20-yard touchdown run that tied the game, and he had a couple other scrambles that were pretty big. And I think they're in overtime. The one time they didn't run it up the middle, and I thought Boley kind of rolled out with it a little bit. I think if he just stayed outside, he probably would have scored then. But he kind of got that touchdown mentality, and I think he thought he could cut inside. He was just going to try to run over that one defender at the quickest path to the end zone, but it didn't work out. But that's just kind of his mentality. He's a tough kid. I think his athleticism is a little undersold to people, because they really had a chance to see it. Because when you're getting sacked and being up in the backfield like what he was, it's hard. Yeah. But he finally got a chance to show it a little bit. So you've got to respect his running ability. That's not what he wants to do, but he can do it. And also, again, if he gets people open, he can deliver the ball pretty well, and he's fearless. Sometimes his worst thing is he thinks he can fit the ball in anywhere, and he made a couple of mistakes earlier in the season trying to do that. He only really threw one bad pass the other night, but part of it with a the quarterback, I think sometimes you have to live with him believing he can do that because you don't want him to not have any confidence to go ahead and throw it. And I think at times Mark Stoops has kind of handcuffed his quarterbacks by hammering at them so much, don't turn it over, don't turn it over. Then they sit back there and look hesitant. Then we're bitching and moaning, well, why doesn't he throw the ball?
Yeah.
Well, because he's afraid if he throws an interception, his coach is going to take him out of the game.
What are other worry areas for Kentucky? You talk about Tennessee's wide receivers getting loose. Are there any other particular worry areas for this one from a Kentucky perspective? Because, look, beating the Vols, beating Ole Miss last year to keep them out of a playoff is one thing. Beating the Vols to keep them out of a playoff, I mean, Larry, there would be jubilation in the Commonwealth from Louisville fans might light up a stogie for that one, you know?
Yeah, they might. And I think the game falls at a good time for Kentucky because I think if they were playing anybody other than Tennessee this week, coming off that Texas loss, I don't know what the mindset would be of that team. But I think playing Tennessee will kind of get the juice going again because, I mean, that was such a bitter loss last week. But I think that getting back to playing Tennessee, knowing what it means to fans, I think a lot of fans will still show up for this game. If this one doesn't go well for Kentucky, I don't know how many will show up for the rest of the season. But for this game, they'll still have a good crowd. And there'll be a lot of Tennessee fans there, too, I'm sure. But I still think Kentucky's biggest fear, I think they would feel like they could adequately contain the run. But I think the fear's got to be how many explosives could they give up, knowing that the chances of Kentucky having just one explosive play is pretty slim.
It is extremely interesting to consider all these games right now. Larry, you've been around here longer than I have. I don't ever remember a time where these SEC teams lay one on top of the other the way they do. And what happened in Kentucky's building last Saturday night is proof positive of that. Because on paper, you would think, and you said it earlier, if you just went payroll-wise, I would probably venture to guess that Texas's payroll is probably 4 times higher than Kentucky's, like literally up by 4. And so from that perspective, they're probably spending near $50 million, like Ohio State. Those are the reports. Who knows? But we all know it's bigger and badder in Texas. But it makes no sense that the game would be that close unless you consider that Tennessee right now has played 2 of the dregs teams in the league, and they were both close games. Arkansas, and then an overtime win with Mississippi State. And the Vols have playoff aspirations. Texas has playoff aspirations, and they escaped Kentucky by the hair on their chinny chin chin. The league is just, Larry, it's nuts this year, man.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of margin for error, even from the top teams to the teams that are at the bottom on that one day. And again, Kentucky had a lot of things go right. They fumbled 4 times last week and fell on every one of them. I mean, that's just unheard of at Kentucky. Usually this goes up. I mean, they muffed 2 punts and got back on both of them. Those kind of things usually don't go Kentucky's way. So all that went Kentucky's way, but they just didn't finish when they had a chance to finish the game. And I think just the mentality, I mean, Josh has never lost in Lexington. I think his team is a terrible matchup for Kentucky because Tennessee can score. And the game last year that Kentucky beat Mississippi, or the game that they almost beat Georgia last year, or the game that they almost beat almost beat Texas this year, those are Mark Stoops type games where the score doesn't get out of hand. They didn't have to get in a scoring contest with you like they did a couple of years ago with Tennessee. And even though they lost it, they had some weapons they could do that. But this year, if Tennessee gets to 20, I think the game's over. I mean, that's just the way it is. And probably if you get to 17, the game's over. Kentucky hasn't scored over 2 touchdowns in an SEC game in almost 3 years now.
Yeah, I noticed that that total we were talking about on our winners and losers program presented by Dos Equis the other day. With a total in the Texas game for Kentucky, the team total was what, like 10 points, 9.5, 10, something like that?
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah, it's just.
I mean, that's nuts.
An offense that can't produce.
Yes. Just Larry, that's going to be tested this weekend because wait till you see the angles we're going to take on these guys. I mean, you're going to be like, wow, Tony's a semi-smart guy. Actually, you've never thought that. On the way out, Larry, your thoughts on how the Cats look. Tennessee's got Duke on Sunday in a sold-out Thompson Bowling Arena in an exhibition game. I'd say hoops matter around here as well. We'll have a Garza Law, Tennessee basketball overtime after that game. So we'll be having a call-in show, Larry, after a preseason game that's going to be a sold-out game against Duke. Larry, I guess it matters here too, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's just insane to think here we're not even to Halloween. We got Kentucky Purdue playing Friday night at Rupp Arena. You've got Tennessee Duke. I mean, it's just nuts that we're having this before you're right at the midway point of the football season, and here you are already having these type of games. Because, like I say, if the Kentucky Purdue game goes really well for Kentucky Friday night, and then Tennessee puts it on Kentucky Saturday, it's all basketball up here from then on. All basketball.
So it'll officially be basketball season come midnight. Midnight Madness.
Yeah, I think it will. It'll be basketball season and Mark Stoops watch season.
Hey, Larry, give the living listener the coordinates. I love talking to you. Many happy returns. I hope you enjoy the game Saturday night, and I hope you have a wonderful weekend, man.
Well, thank you. You can read my stuff at VaughtsViews.com, or you can follow me on Twitter at VaughtsViews.
Thank you, my man. 50
Anytime, Tony.
50-plus years of covering the Cats as he appeared on the TLD Logistics Hotline. Hey, Sean Sinclair, I'll tell you one thing about the league this year. I take zero, and I mean zero of these league games for granted. And I mean zero of these league games for granted, Sean. Zero.
I agree with you, and I think it's exciting. I mean, obviously, I didn't like the game this past week at Tuscaloosa. However, it just illustrates the fact that the margin of talent, the gap between teams, for the most part, is very narrow now. Georgia and Alabama, and Texas, for that matter, are no longer stockpiling 5 stars. They have their share, but they're no longer out of whack with the rest of the league. And the importance. And we saw it, the importance of playing clean football and bringing, your B+A game every week is going to be important, because we cannot count on just packing the truck up, going up to Lexington, rolling the ball out and coming home 3 hours later. Those days are over. I mean, if Vanderbilt doesn't teach you one thing, if Mississippi State doesn't teach you one thing, Kentucky last week, I mean, I hate to say it, losers lose, but it is what it is.
Yes.
But a bounce here and there, or a bad call, or a bad coaching decision, and Kentucky wins that game and shows everybody just how competitive this league is. Essentially,
Kentucky's loss to Texas hung on 2 special teams plays, and that's how bad Texas's offensive line is. And that's how of a low level Arch Manning's playing at as well. I mean, that's just none of that seemed possible before the year. None of that. Now look, Texas's playoff hopes, and if you want to go look at the blog today at tclub.team, I went through a myriad. C helped me with it. And we put a myriad of things together in terms of the best teams in the league right now. We tiered the teams, and I'm not even sure I like the tier of the teams in the SEC, but we did it, and I gave him veto power because he's smarter than I am, and my name's on the blog and the show. What do I know? But I know enough to defer, I'll tell you that. But there's a glut of teams in the league right now outside of the top 3 that are fighting for either 1 or 2 spots. Because Georgia, they're going to continue to win with mirrors somehow, Sean, and they're going to get into the playoffs, and we should have beaten them. Auburn should have beaten them, and Ole Miss should have beaten them last weekend. But they just keep right to your point. The power of belief, and they're not doing little things well, but they continue to win games. But eventually they're going to get got, Sean, for the second time. Eventually they're going to get got. But for right now, I put them all alone in Tier 2. And in Tier 3, there's a glut of teams, including Tennessee, including the LSUs of the world, including the Oklahomas of the world. Those 2 teams I will sell for playoff purposes. But you've got Ole Miss in that lot. You've got several other teams as well. There's like 6 or 7 of them that are all going to fight for 1 or 2 of the playoff spots there down the stretch. And I don't know how I don't know how you tell them apart, Sean. I don't. I'll tell you this right now. People can laugh at this. That Vanderbilt game is going to be one hell of a hard game for the Vols to win. Here, there, or anywhere, Sean. That's going to be a really tough game the way we're playing on defense for us to win.
Absolutely, and that's unfortunately that's what makes it exciting to the neutral viewer.
Agreed.
Watching a game not with your hometown team, it's exciting and compelling. If you take a look here, and I blame nobody, and I focus in on nobody for this. It's just a margin of error right now, which is important.
Yep.
You have a missed field goal that takes us from beating Georgia.
Yep.
I'm not blaming the kid, but that's the play. And we lost by 17 in Tuscaloosa.
Mm-hmm.
You take a 14-point swing at the end of the half and a 2-point absolute avoidable safety. That's 16 points, and you're within 1 point in Tuscaloosa with who knows what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Again, I don't blame either of those players.
Yeah.
But that's the when people say that, it was just a drop here, it was just a drop there. No, it's not. All of these plays are important, and you can't take time off, or you're going to find yourself in the losing column. And like us, now we have to run the table to even be in the contention for the playoff.
That's right. And the margin of error as you go down the stretch in the season becomes less and less. The thing we don't know, Bri, and you said it this year, Brian predicted this back in the summer. I give Brian a lot of credit because I was on here penning in a loss for the Florida game. Bri said, Billy Napier's not going to be there, Tony. Look at that schedule. Brian's right. Can't pen in a loss when you have an interim coach. Now, when you're fooling around with the Volunteers and you're talking about playing at Florida, you can't pen in a win either, unfortunately, Bri.
Well, now I kind of feel like I'd feel better if Billy Napier were still there.
Yep. I was looking at their schedule last night, preparing that blog, and look, that they win one of their next three, and Kentucky's one of their next three. They win one of their next three. They're going to be fighting for bowl eligibility at the end of the year in a 500 season, and their coach is fun, and everybody likes the new guy. Everybody likes the new guy. Their new offensive coordinator is a kid that was an analyst before the year, so who the heck knows? You couldn't pick him out of a police lineup. Nobody knows who he is. I don't even remember his name, but it's in the blog today. And listen, the thing about all this stuff is this is a week-to-week proposition. But to Sean's point, and it's one of the things that kind of concerns me about Heupel's not approach, but just the way his teams play, it's really a down-to-down proposition now. And it's a details-to-details proposition in this league. The closer these teams get together, the more those David Cutcliffe-like details matter. And I always think back to the Fulmer era. Fulmer with David Cutcliffe, Fulmer without David Cutcliffe, two completely different eras. And I wonder if Heupel needs... we've had this conversation this week. I just wonder if he needs a detail guy around him. I really do. And I wonder if he'll do that. I wonder if he'll come to that. Because inevitably, we can talk about it till we're blue in the face. You can chat about it on your local chat board. You can sit on your back porch with your best friends and talk about it. You can mention it to him at a cocktail party. But until he comes to that conclusion, it's going to be kind of the same thing, Sean, right? Because that's one thing that's kind of marred his era. And he does a really nice job, but the devil's always in the details. And the details here a lot of times just don't get done for whatever reason. And maybe that's the game. Maybe I'm being myopic, and that's just the whole sport of college football. Maybe that's an unfair take. I will readily admit that.
Well, as you said, there's it's a very slight margin, and yet it's a great distance between being Tier 3 and Tier 1.
Yes.
Forget the fact that
yes,
nobody's throwing around money like Ohio State, but do you want to be in Alabama's position, or do you want to be in Tennessee, LSU, Ole Miss, et cetera. So the thing is, you can't just brush off at the podium several muffed punts, a missed an obvious fake punt.
Yeah.
You cannot keep tolerating multiple missed tackles game after game after game. You have to walk down the hallway and talk to your defensive coordinator and say, look, pal, whatever we got to do, that ain't working. Come up with something different. And that doesn't mean you fire somebody, but you cannot keep tolerating the same things over and over, or you are not going to be part of that upper tier. And if you don't have a landslide of NIL money and talent like Ohio State, you better button up the things you can control.
Yeah, because controlling the controllables going forward in this league is going to be where it's at. There's very little doubt that's true. We'll take a brief timeout. Upon the continuance, hold your phone calls because Watson Brown's going to join us. It's a Wednesday with Watson. Then we'll get into some phone calls and break it down scientifically. But in the meantime, a brief TO. We continue with more on the other side. Watson Brown joins right after this.
Whether it's baseball, football, softball, church groups, or schools, if you're raising money, do it with locally roasted grade A grounds coffee. I'm Billy Miller, a Vol alum and Knoxville native. You keep 40% of sales, and we donate 5% back to our East Tennessee community. Get started today by visiting our website at gradeagrounds.com.
Score a TD every time with T3 Vodka. T3 is Tennessee's premium vodka, handcrafted with passion, precision, and a whole lot of pride. T3 Vodka is taking the volunteer state by storm. T3 Vodka, handcrafted in the majesty of the foothills of the Great Smoky Mountains, where quality isn't just a promise, it's a way of life. Filtered 10 times and 80 proof. T3 Vodka delivers a smoothness that's unmatched. This dedication to excellence has already earned T3 Vodka prestigious accolades. T3 is a 5-time gold medal winning vodka and the 2025 SIPS Consumer Choice Award medal winner. Whether you're sipping it neat or on the rocks or mixing up your favorite cocktail, T3 Vodka is your choice for a premium, award-winning experience. Score a T3 TD and ask for T3 Vodka by name at restaurants and wine and liquor stores today. Drink it neat, drink it right, drink T3 Vodka and score a touchdown every time. T3, Tennessee's premium vodka. Distributed by Athens Distributing Company. Please drink responsibly. Basilio here. No one does it like Alumni Hall. I'm here to tell you, living Vol fan, only one place that's the best place to shop for Tennessee gear, and that's Alumni Hall. The best and largest selection of Tennessee apparel for the whole family. Top brands like Nike and Champion, Columbia, Peter Millar. Load up on hats, accessories, Yeti, all your tailgating necessities. Download the Alumni Hall app, click account, and it'll tell you how much Hall cash you've earned. You earn $10 in rewards for every $150 you spend. Alumni Hall, with physical locations in Murfreesboro, Bristol, and 3 locations in Knoxville, now open in Johnson City. Pop into Alumni Hall and get ready and tell them Tony B sent you. When it's time for a fresh coat of paint, run, don't walk to Walker's Painting. Interior and exterior, Walker's Painting's been making it beautiful since 1999 across the Knoxville area. New construction, repaints, commercial, residential, free estimates available. And get this, mention you heard Walker's Painting on the Basilio Show, 10% off your first job. Let's go! Run, don't walk to Walker's Painting. 865-688-1410. That's 865-688-1410. Walker's Painting, making it beautiful since 1999. Check out the ad at the blog at tclub.team. Walker's Painting.
Hi, I'm Jim Simpson, owner of Simpson Meats. When's the last time you grilled a really good burger or steak? One your friends still talk about. Our goal at Simpson Meats is to make that happen every time you have a cookout. All of our cuts of meats, steaks, burgers, briskets, and pork are always fresh, flavorful, and sustainably sourced. We are family owned, so we know the importance of knowing how and where your food is raised. We have been putting quality first since 1888. Visit our butcher shop off Lovell Road or online at simpsonmeats.com.
Okay, so we really need uniforms and equipment for this season. Can I trust you with that? Cool, I'll just order them online. What? Yeah, I'm gonna hop online and I'm gonna get them ordered. Hold up, that's not a good idea. We shouldn't just spend money on some random online retailer, okay? I mean, it seems pretty convenient. Trust me, it's a terrible idea. Let me simplify this for you. SM Athletics. Okay, how do you pronounce it? SM Athletics? They're the go-to for uniforms and equipment, whether it's for universities, high schools, youth leagues, you name it. So why wouldn't you rather go with professionals who can guide us through the process, design the perfect uniforms, and deliver the best equipment? Yeah, I guess that makes sense. What's the name again? SM Athletics. Right. It's definitely smarter to go with a company that emphasizes customer service, fair pricing, and, of course, excellent products. Exactly. So, yeah, I guess it's settled then. For uniforms and equipment for all sports, it's SM Athletics.
Yeah, it's another day, but what kind of day is it really? A day of doom scrolling? Laundry day? Nah, it's a White Claw day. Light and refreshing tasting, uniquely cold way filtered. There's an iconic flavor for everyone. So grab a pack, grab your friends. Make the most of each day with those who matter most. When you're together with White Claw, every day is a once-in-a-lifetime experience. You just gotta grab it. White Claw. Grab life by the claw. Please drink responsibly. Hard seltzer with flavors. White Claw Seltzer Works, Chicago, Illinois.
Got a problem tree looming over your home? Call ECR Total Landscapes. Whether it's trimming, removal, or storm cleanup, our certified pros get the job done safely and efficiently. We're licensed, insured, and ready 24/7 for emergency calls. Big or small, we cut them all. ECR Total Landscapes. Call now for a free estimate, 865-384-2012, and mention promo code FANRUN for free stump grinding on any tree removal now through the end of the year. Also, visit us at ecrtotallandscapes.com.
Basilio here for Budget Transmissions. TGMD, the great Matt Dixon, took his Ford Escape to budget, and like our gold bullet back in the day, it was a total mess. And now, Matt's back in the game. He's got a new transmission, axle, wheel bearing, both radiator hoses, engine mounts, coolant hoses. I mean, his Ford Escape was about to escape to the junkyard, but he didn't begrudge it. He took it to budget, and now he's on his way back to Omaha. Budget Transmissions, over 30 years in business, conveniently located in Bearden. All extended service contracts are honored. A gold certified Repair Pal member. 865-584-4391. 865-584-4391. Budget Transmissions. Don't begrudge it. Take it to budget.
Hey there, Basilio family. Jennifer Morris here with Keller Williams Realty. The countdown to fall football is on. Is your fall plan missing the perfect home to watch the Vols make another playoff run? If a new view is on your game day checklist, I'm ready to help you find it. Don't wait until kickoff. Give me a call today at 865-694-5904 or visit my website at nextmovesmokymountains.com. That's nextmovesmokymountains.com, and go Vols.
Josh Collins at Collins Insurance Agency. At Collins Insurance, we strive to ensure our customers receive better coverage along with bigger savings. Our community is important to us. We want to provide exceptional service to our customers. Anybody can provide great rates, great coverage, but can you also get great service? And hey, don't just take my word for it.
What's up, everybody? Zakai Ziegler here. My family turns to Collins Insurance Agency for the best service, coverage, and price.
So don't just go online and get some random insurance. Experience the Collins Insurance difference.
Like he said, experience the Collins Insurance difference. CollinsInsuranceTN.com. CollinsInsuranceTN.com. And hey, their Mama's Easy approved. CollinsInsuranceTN.com. Thank you to Josh Collins and ZZ.
One more thing, Tony. Go Vols.
And I want to say go Vols back to you, Josh Collins, who I talked to yesterday, who fires me up, focuses me, and prepares me. Each and every time that I visit with him, it's unbelievable, Andy. Shout out to Jen Morris, visiting with Austin the other day. He says he loved seeing you. Those are good people. In the meantime, I'm back with you on the one, the only, it is your Basilio show. We are pumped to be with you. Watson Brown, it's a Wednesday with Watson. He is presented by our friends at Simpsons Meats, online at simpsonsmeats.com. Wednesday with Watson Brown. Watson, how we doing, my man?
I'm doing good, Tony. Beautiful, beautiful weather. I don't know how long it's going to stay this way, but it's just gorgeous up here. Down here, I guess, from y'all. Up and down here.
Well, I was just thinking about the nice long walk I'm going to take in the park this afternoon, and then I realized that I still got some physical therapy that I've got to do for my back, Watson, and I'm very tempted to punt on that, but they tell me it's very important, even when you start feeling a little better, to see it through with your therapy and to get on the other side of what I've been through. So I'm not going to be a hardhead. I'm going to be a good patient, and I'm going to go see Mary Michael Jordan today. But Watson is presented by our friends at Simpson's Meats. And look, the rubber meets the road. This is the big steak on the table right now. Tennessee, Sean and I were just talking a second ago, and he was opining as how the margin in that game. Really two plays. You had the safety, and you had the pass before the end zone. Tennessee is right in that game. They're in the game statistically. They're in the game from the eyeball test. But, Watson, I would like for you to unpack for me what happened at the end of the half, because we've had a robust debate on here all week. Was it bad quarterback play, a bad call from the offensive coordinator, Josh Heupel? Where do you come down?
I don't come down on anybody awful. Nothing was bad. It wasn't a great call. Let's start with that. The first thing, to me, I've run that exact play in a playoff game with the exact same grouping, formation grouping, personnel grouping. And we had a 4th and 2 going in to tie the game about the 30-yard line. And it wasn't on the goal line. And then I sent all my heavy personnel in, ran a play action pass. They knew that we weren't going to run the ball 2 yards away. And I had an All-American receiver over there with me that had already caught about 8 or 9 balls in that game. And so we ended up incomplete pass, lost the game. So I've been there. I've done what Josh did. When you've got 9 seconds left and both sides have called timeouts, the other side knows you're not going to run the ball because you have no timeouts. So you're going to get 2 plays instead of 1. So it's going to be a pass. Yeah. So to me, when they know it's going to be a pass, I did the same thing. Put your best players out there, your receivers, and throw the ball. And then on the last time, there'll be 3 seconds left or so, somewhere around that. And now you can run or throw and do what you want because now the defense don't know what you're doing. So that's the first thing to me. I did exactly what Josh did, put the wrong personnel grouping in, and when they know it's a pass. The second thing Alabama did is they knew it was a pass, so their structure in the secondary, it was either a 3-deep zone or it was an in-and-out man. The free safety was in the middle of the field, and I think on flow, he had the deep third to the side of the flow of the pass. So they opened to the weak side, sneak the tight end into the deep, and sneak the other tight end into the flat. Well, the corner leveled. Instead of taking the tight end deep, the corner and the linebacker taking the guy in the flat, the corner levels, the safety in the middle of the field goes over the top and takes the tight end. And so the corner's sitting there to take the one coming to the flat. I'm not sure that Tennessee expected that. That was a pretty good call by Alabama, in my opinion. The second thing that happened is they're blocking with an I formation tailback has got the first block off the tackle. So he's coming from 7 yards deep. There was penetration to that side. You'd like to have a quicker blocker on that guy. But when you're coming from that deep, there's going to be penetration, and I don't think Joey could see very well at all. The third thing, I promise you, that was said to him, you cannot hold this ball. It's got to be out of your hand because we want time left for them. So the last one that I would put it on would be Joey, and it was not a good throw to say the least. So to me, if he had it to do over, he's going to put his good receivers out there and throw a pass incomplete, then now decide to put your heavy people back in and run or throw. The other thing I think is it's not good to be on the center. You're not under the center that much When you're under the center and you fake that ball, your eyes are not on what's happening in the secondary. So you fake the ball, and now you look up after the fake, and you're going 1-2. There's a deep guy and a shallow guy. And he went to the shallow guy, but his eyes, if he had been in the shotgun, would have seen a lot more as he faked. His eyes can be seeing all of that. So I think that was harder, and they're not under the center that much anyway. So that's what I saw on the play. It's a combination of a whole lot of things. But the last person that I would blame is the quarterback on that one.
Watson Brown breaking it down scientifically, moving right to left across your device. It is a Wednesday with Watson Brown, presented by our friends at Simpson's Meats, who source their meat from farms that are on pasture, on purpose, comfortably continuing a tradition that began right in 1888 on the great Jim Simpson's family farm. They've got steaks, they've got burgers, they've got sausages, they've got roast, they've got chicken. And here's the thing, none of it's hormonal. All of it is raised the way, well, the old school way, if you will, and it's delicious, and you're going to taste the difference. And you're going to feel different, and the whole thing. And they also have milk and honey and jam and eggs and all the best that East Tennessee has to offer at their corner store, West Knoxville off Level Road, right down the street from Fan Run Radio. Simpson's Meats, ladies and germs. They're online at simpsonsmeats.com, and they're really incredible. And I do mean germs, having met several of you and kissed several of your necks. I do mean germs. As Watson Brown joining us today on a Wednesday with Watson Brown. So Watson's take on that ill-fated play is there's just enough blame to go around. Look, it's very fashionable to blame the quarterback on that play. One other thing about it, Madison in Texas sent me a clip today. It looked like, because he said this yesterday in a phone call, that the ball was tipped at the line of scrimmage. It does look like the ball got tipped at the line of scrimmage. Watson, does the pass become more tippable because of the formation you're in that allows the end to get more depth? Is that sort of what you were getting at?
The pass was more tippable because the guy that's blocking that guy was so deep in the backfield.
Okay.
So that defensive end is going to have more penetration. If you've got a closer guy to make that block, you don't get that same penetration.
Gotcha.
But when your tailback is the primary blocker, and he was the primary blocker, they turned the lineman all to the backside. So his backside was well protected, but the front side was not protected as well. And if that tight end had gone to the flat, and you tried to sneak somebody up, then that corner would have taken the tight end, the tight end on the line of scrimmage. He went vertical, and that's where I say they're playing in and out mans, or they're playing a rotation 3-deep zone, meaning you fake the ball weak, that free safety in the middle field comes over the top of that, and he takes the deep guy, and then the corner takes the flat guy. So they had it well covered. They had the perfect call, whether it was some zone or it was in and out man. I mean, in and out man, Tony, the tight end goes vertical, the deep guy takes that one, and then the corner is looking for something in the flat. So it was one of the two, but it was the great call against the play that Josh decided to run. The ball should have been thrown away.
The great Watson Brown breaking it down. Let me do this. I forgot to do a legal here. I got to keep it live and legal. Give me 10 seconds. I'll give you the world.
You're listening to FM 105.7 and AM 1340, WKGN Knoxville, and W289CU Knoxville, Fan Run Radio.
Let me park on the call, Watson, one more time, because it's really the key play in the game, and it's where the game turned. Because after the interception for the touchdown, the game's over. You've been involved in a lot of football. Matt Dixon's a smart guy. He's on me on our Twitter space at halftime, and he says, Tony, the Vols from here have to play a perfect second half if they're going to get out of here with a win. And I mean perfect, as in perfect game in baseball, as in picture perfect, and that's just not going to happen in that environment. So I want to go back one more time. Tennessee comes out in that formation to begin with, right? DeBoer sees it and takes a timeout. Walk me through what DeBoer is thinking and why he takes a timeout there. Was he going to take a timeout regardless of what the formation was because there's 6 seconds on the clock and there's no timeouts and he wanted to see what Tennessee came out in? or did he call timeout in your mind for a specific reason? Let's walk through that sequence of events.
Probably the first one, to be very honest, that if they had been in some kind of spread set, I think he would have called a timeout and talked through what they wanted to play to that. When they came out in the power set, he immediately brought them over and said, guys, I'm sure that they're in a power formation, but I cannot see them running the football right here. They're going to want two plays. They don't want to just put it all on this run. So it's going to be two plays, and I saw where the defensive back said, watch for the pop pass. That was not the pass that was called, by the way. They don't get credit for knowing exactly what's coming. The pop pass that Tennessee throws a lot is fake the ball, and it's a tight end vertical right up the middle of not up the middle, but right up the seam.
Yes.
If you know, they've scored many touchdowns on that play.
Tons of them.
Many.
Yes.
And line up in different formations, but it's pretty much the same play. Fake the ball and hit the tight end right up the seam.
Yes.
That wasn't what they called. That was not the pop pass. That was a flood pass. It was a two-man side instead of a three-man side. And so they took the tight end to the corner of the end zone and released the other tight end, who was the fullback in the backfield, to the flat. That's what they did. And he was behind the quarterback. He wasn't offset, so he got there a little late too, because of where he was lined up. I think he was directly behind the quarterback, like a fullback. And then he released to the flat with the other tight end in the deep corner of the end zone. So, but I do think Alabama told their players, pass is coming right here. Know the way they're going to run it, and I wouldn't have either. That would not have been a running play right there. Josh, I'm sure, felt the exact same way. And I promise you, after the play was over, did what I did when I called that same exact play. Now, I had two blockers instead of a deep tailback, but there was nobody open, and Trey Lamb, who's the head coach at Tulsa right now, was my quarterback, and he had to try to put it to the deep guy, and his incomplete pass. And it basically finished the game for us. We had to score right there in the first round of the playoffs. So I've been there, called the play, and regretted it after I did it.
And there's just the thing about your sport is you don't get a do-over. No, and the other thing that Sean and I,
it ain't Monday morning, buddy.
Well, the other thing that
The
other thing that Sean and I love about the SEC in this modern era is these all these teams lay right on top of each other. Like today, I have Alabama at the very top of the league. They're my number one team after Saturday. I have Texas A&M number 2. The difference between Tennessee, who I have on the outside looking in of the playoffs right now, they're going to have to play their way out. Yeah, they got to win out.
I don't think you'll get in with 3.
No, I don't think you will either.
Too many twos. There'll be too many twos this year in the league.
I think that's right. And Watson, the difference in these games is getting negligible now. The difference in these teams. It is like literally one or two plays. It's like watching NFL football on a Sunday when these games are really, really close. And every call you make, man, gets scrutinized. Every decision you make gets scrutinized.
Alabama's been in, 4 of those? And won all 4.
Isn't that amazing?
They were tight with Georgia.
Yeah.
And they were on the win. They were tight with Vanderbilt.
Yeah.
And they were tight with Missouri.
Yep.
And that game with Tennessee, just like the Vanderbilt game, that score does not show how tight that football game was.
Yep.
And Tennessee, I thought, had one more time. They had the interception, the 2-point play, but when they got that turnover after they went down and scored and got that turnover and didn't do anything with that, I thought that was the 3 biggies in the ball game.
Agree.
But that game is very tight, and you could play them again tomorrow, and Tennessee could very well win the game.
I'll add you another.
They're two very equal football teams.
I'll add you another biggie, Watson. That first series of the game after Tennessee goes 3 and out, and they've got Alabama pinned with good special teams play. They've got them pinned down there on their goal line, and they get him in a 3rd and 13. And this kid, who the game is really slowed down for, which you told us to watch for this coming into the game last weekend, just how he's just so in control out there. He's sliding his feet. He's out there on the right. He slides back to the middle, and he finds somebody right open in the middle because we couldn't hold him long enough in the pattern. And they convert that 3rd down and get down the field and score a touchdown. That's a huge series in that game, Watson, right there. It's
No,
kind of hidden,
big time.
but it's a huge
Big
series.
time.
So
He's just playing so good right now.
yeah.
And they're running the ball just good enough.
Yep.
Just good enough.
Yep.
And they're playing to a style that I haven't seen DeBoer ever play to, ever. His Washington teams when he went deep into the playoffs.
Yeah.
And big play offense, and they completely changed. And it happened at Georgia, and I don't know that they went in to do that, but they kept the ball so long. They come back the next week and have Vanderbilt, and they say, we cannot let Vanderbilt's offense. There's a lot of difference in the offense and defense of Vanderbilt.
Yep.
We cannot let Vanderbilt's offense keep this. We can't give it to them.
Yep.
They're hard to stop. We cannot. And so I think they've fallen into this play style, and it carried right through Missouri, and it carried right through the Tennessee game. And Tony, they've come out on top in all four of those, and not one of them was a dominant football game. So Alabama is not just dominant. They're winning the close games right now. Now, can they keep doing that? Maybe so, because once you get on a roll and that confidence level comes, it's hard to get that turned around.
And it's the little things, man. And one thing Watson said is when they called that timeout, they came out basically reading what Tennessee was going to do. Once they saw it, and Tennessee decided to come out in the same thing again. And then you also said, because I'm listening here, you also said the safety on the play makes a hell of a break on the ball, great read. But he was in a spot to do it.
Safety is when the ball snapped, there's a safety sitting dead over the center.
Yeah.
And he's the one that took the deep guy in the back corner of the end zone.
Yeah.
So, and again, his eyes have got to be on that guy.
Everybody's reading
because they're
reading.
Playing some kind of in and out or some kind of flow 3 deep zone, meaning quarterback fakes to my right, I'm flowing over the top to my right.
Yeah.
So I don't know what it was, but it was one of the two things. And leaving the corner to be the guy to take the guy in the flat, 9 times out of 10, that's a linebacker running with that guy in the flat. But this was a level corner that took that, and Joe, I don't think Joey saw it. I just don't think he saw that. I don't think he would have ever let that ball go if he'd seen that corner level like that. And I think there's people in his face, when you turn your back to fake the ball to that deep tailback, Tony, your eyes are not on anything. And then after you fake, your eyes have now got to focus on what's to see down the field. And I think there was a guy in his face, and I do not think he saw that corner in the flat whatsoever. I think he thought the guy was wide open. Now, that's a guess. I'm not in the film room with him. But that's what I saw after coaching quarterbacks for 800 years.
No, it's tough.
I just don't think Joey saw the cornerback.
It's tough. And DeBoer is showing a range right now, which is kind of impressive, right? The way they're sort of managing this team. Because if you look at the pace in the game the other night, it was a briskly played game because Tennessee's kind of doing the same thing. They're not going like herky-jerky fast in these games either, Watson, which is kind of interesting.
Not
right?
as much. No,
not
they're
as much.
Not. They're not this year. They're still going fast, but it's not near
herky-jerky.
as much of the game
as
it's been in the last few years.
Yeah.
It is not.
So,
and that may be because their defense hasn't just been great. There may be reasons for that we just don't know. That the philosophy in the meeting rooms is we're going to have to cover a little more this year for our defense than we've had to in the past years.
Which, by the way, they do. Cinco, Penny, for your thoughts here as we visit with Watson Brown, presented by our friends at Simpsons Meats, online at simpsonsmeats.com. Makes a great gift idea. You want to send? You can ship them anywhere in the country, and they do it each and every day. Online at simpsonsmeats.com. See what we're talking about. Go ahead, Sean.
Coach, a couple things, detail things for you as the head coach. First of all, when you see things when they say that guys are lined up wrong or it's a offensive pass interference, not only our coach, most head coaches will spend an inordinate amount of time arguing with a line judge or someone like that. I know you're venting. You said you made the referees earn their money when you were a head coach.
Too much.
But what's the point? What's the point of that? I mean, I know they're frustrated, but it would seem to me it's like in baseball. If your umpire's calling the high strike, adjust immediately and then work it out later. Or is this just concentration stuff on the kids' part, et cetera? Because we're seeing a lot of that here at Tennessee, and we've seen a lot of that stuff through the years. And our main play caller, Coach Heupel, who's also the game manager, seems to be distracted a lot with that stuff, with these multitasks. Another thing, when you're the head coach and your defense is consistently giving up these 3rd and longs because of the way they're setting things up, at what point do you go down and say, look, Holmes, we're going to have to try something different. This is just not working.
Two great questions, Sean. Two great questions. I always told myself that I was letting them know they couldn't walk all over us down there and make these calls. So that was that personal thing I'd get into again. Looking back on it, that was a joke. These guys are not calling something personal or trying to help somebody win a game. I just don't believe that. I don't think that's their thought in their mind when they throw the flag or whatever. And it was a distraction for me because I was doing it all. I was the head coach, the philosophical of what we're going to do through the game and during the game, and I was the play caller. I was all of it, 100% play caller. Only me. I never would ask anybody during a series, what do you think, ever. Never did that in 32 years as a head coach. So I look back on it, and it hurt me because when you're doing that, you've lost focus on what you better be focused on, and especially if we had the ball. Like I said about when I'm the UAB and got a chance to beat Georgia and late in the game, and if we score, we're in the lead, and we're down around the 15-yard line, and blah, blah, blah. We end up punting. And I look back on it, and all I did once that was yell at that guy over there with me. And I'm having to call the plays. So I don't see an advantage to it. I wouldn't be that way if I did it again. But I always told myself I wasn't losing my cool. I was letting them know, you can't just walk on us here and keep throwing these flags. I'm going to tell you I don't think you're right. And but it did no good. It did no good whatsoever. And what was the second piece? That was a great question. Tell me what the second piece was.
Yes, sir. Thank you. It's when your defense is consistently giving up 3rd and long because of the way they're calling the defense, and it's obvious what's going on here. At what point, even if you don't have the personnel to run what you run, at what point as the head coach do you walk down the hall and say, look, Banks, Coach, we're just going to have to do something. We're dying by 1,000 paper cuts here. What do you got?
Well, I was heavily involved on that side too. I knew everything that was going on. I spent time each day in the defensive meeting room on that side of the ball. I wouldn't wait till the next week. I did it. I can remember in a game going in at halftime saying, "Look, we've been dropping 3. We thought that's the plan. I think we got to stop it now. Let's go back to our base." And we played much better in the second half. I was one, Sean, that would majorly never called a defensive play, but even between series, before we'd even get the ball, I'd get on the phone. Maybe the RA might be standing right next to me, and not yell or scream, but say, "Look, we need to think about something here. Give me what you're going to do next, but what we're doing right now, it's not working in this situation, and we got to find a way to get this stopped during this ball game." And I always met with the defensive coach right after I finished with the offensive staff at halftime. And before I'd go to the team, the defensive staff, if they were even through, I wouldn't let them go to their players till they talked to me. And then so I'd go over to the defensive staff and say, "Okay, what's up? What are we doing here in the second half?" So I'm one that believes in that, or believed in it. Good or bad, that was me, and that don't mean that's the right way to do it at all. That was just me, and so I did get involved on that side of the ball pretty heavy.
Watson, why is Tennessee's zone defense so horrendous? What do you say?
I think it starts from the back end more this year. They've just not been real good back there, and everything is the play caller ends up having to think about that all the time. I just think those injuries, and they're just not as good back there as I've seen them in years past. They were solid against Alabama against the run the other night, and when they get the roasted passes, they're pretty good. They're one of the better pass rushers, even if they don't get sacks, there's bodies around the guys.
Yeah.
But I just think it starts on the back end this year with Tennessee.
And teams are going to continue to exploit it. What would you do if you were them? Would you play more man and just take your chances? Because when they invariably when they go to these zones, it seems like it's when they get themselves in a lot of trouble.
It's tough. I mean, just when you're not very good, not as good as you've been. I'm not saying they're bad because they're a good football team, and they're very close to being a playoff team.
But their back line's not very good. Well,
but
it's their Achilles
heel. They're not
heel.
as good as they've been, and they're not as good as they could be.
That's
because
true.
there's some guys missing back there.
Yeah, that's right.
And Carter just hasn't played near as well. I just think all the stuff in the summer is he's just not come out of it great.
Great point.
He hasn't had a great year.
Yep.
Not bad, but I thought he was a good bit better the year before too. And I just think it's hard. I mean, you can sit there and say, well, we'll call some man, we'll call zone when you're not good at either. It's tough, man, and it's just a hard thing to do. I would say they'll take some more chances because it's been a struggle for them. But Arkansas has got a really, really good quarterback. Alabama has a really, really good quarterback. So the last two they've played are two of the better quarterbacks in the country. And they've got games coming up where it might not be as bad. So I still think this team could run this thing out. I really do. They need to play good this weekend, and they usually do. Josh's teams have always pretty good at coming back after they've had a tough one. And the big one I'm looking at it, there'll be two after the Kentucky game. It's going to Florida, in my opinion, and it's playing Vanderbilt at home. And those are the two biggies. And you never know when a coach gets fired. That's usually not a good thing for the opposing team, because I think they'll rally around the guy. But by the time they go to Florida, maybe it's settled back in a little bit. But you saw what UAB did to undefeated Memphis with an interim coach. So that's a dangerous thing when you get to that point.
Watson, can you believe what you saw from LSU and Vanderbilt the other day? I mean, think about the discrepancy in payroll.
We both said it on the air.
You called it.
I think LSU will lose at least two more.
You called it right.
I don't think they're near as good.
The
I
middle.
don't think they're very athletic, but they're not physical. Tony, they're not physical on either side of the ball.
They got whumped.
And
they got really whipped, didn't they? They got whipped. Vanderbilt whipped them.
Said that
yes.
Past,
Vanderbilt whipped them. Yes.
They got out physical in that football game. Vanderbilt don't punt to the fourth quarter. And don't tell me that's a great defense if that's the case. So no, I don't think LSU is one of the better teams in the league, and I think they'll lose. If they lose to Saturday at home to A&M, they might lose three more.
You mean LSU? Yeah.
If LSU loses to A&M Saturday at home, look out. Look out.
I listed my favorite players in college football to watch today, and I had Nico in there. I had the two wide receivers at Ohio State. Those guys are so next level. Those guys are electric, and they take the air out of the ball, or they could be scoring 75 points on people, but they don't. That's
last year.
That's not their game.
If you remember last year before they got in the playoffs, they were so conservative.
That's right.
And then when they finally got in the playoffs, they loosened up, and they were hard to stop.
People better watch
out. They're kind of doing the same thing again this year.
People better watch out for that. But Cinco, my number one player in college football to watch is that kid from Vanderbilt. That son of a gun the other day in that game when it was tight, and he made that play around midfield where he kept it alive with his feet and kept looking downfield. That freaking kid competes, man. That Pavia guy.
It was fourth down, Tom.
It was a fourth down.
It was fourth down.
He competes, man. I like that kid a lot.
I thought it was the play of the game.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
I thought it was. You give LSU the ball right there at midfield.
Yep.
I thought it was the play of that football game, and that game had certain big plays in it, just like the Tennessee game did. Who are the better teams right now in the league? They've all got good quarterbacks, guys. They've got quarterbacks playing well right now. Even the guy at Georgia, Gunnar Stockton, is playing well. He played lights out the other night. in their game. I mean, the better teams right now are playing solid defense. Maybe not great. I don't see a great defense in the league.
Oh, no.
Not a great one.
I agree with that.
But I'm seeing good quarterback play on the better teams.
Hey, Cinco Pavia, your thoughts on that kid? Because I love watching him play.
Yeah, I do too. And it goes back to the thing where this is college football. I'm not interested. The whole thing about, well, your school doesn't produce NFL wide receivers. Your school doesn't produce NFL quarterbacks. I don't give a rip. A guy that's 5'10" and can cause havoc at quarterback or whatever he is, he's a great college football player, and that's what I think is great. I don't care that, I want to see what you do in college. That's why Jalen Hyatt deserves a Blitnikoff award, because what he did in college.
That's right.
And that's and not just because he played at Tennessee. I don't like when they say, well, this coach doesn't run a pro. I don't give a rip. You're a head coach of a college team. You're getting paid by a college university. It's college football, and that's why Diego Pavia's of the world. That's why some other kids of the world. That's why I love the Cal quarterback, the young kid who nobody recruit. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And he just comes out of nowhere, like Marshall Faulk in the day at San Diego State.
Yeah.
Because he wanted to play running back when everyone thought he was the DB. That's to me. That's what college football is all about. Not whether or not you can succeed or you're going to be a first round. I don't care. I want college.
And by the way, my 5 favorite, Watson, are Pavia #1, Tate and Smith from Ohio State, Love and Price. Those sound like 2 law firms. Love and Price, the 2 running backs at Notre Dame that are phenomenal. Might be the 2 best running backs in the country on the same team. I got Joey Football #4 because he's an incredible story. And then I give Nico a nod because with the way UCLA's playing, and I know he left that game banged up the other day, but they're on a winning streak. He's playing very, very well, and he's become a really fun-to-watch football player.
Those 5 are good. The neat thing about college football this year, Tony, you can probably name another 15 to go with them.
Oh, no doubt.
There's another 15 right there doing a lot of the same stuff.
No doubt.
Sean is so right. I haven't been at all the great schools through the years, and I've had so many great quarterbacks that were 5'10" or 5'11" or whatever. And I'm telling you, you can't. It ain't about how many you put in the league. You're going to be pretty good if you're putting a lot in the league. I get that, but you can also be pretty good and not doing that, especially a year here and a year there. Maybe it's not consistent always, but you're going to have them pop up a year here and a year there, and that's exactly what happens. I mean, look at Bo Nix, who was just kind of okay at Auburn, and then he takes off and goes to Oregon, and he's a different player, and he's not very tall, and now he's a great player at Denver.
That's right.
There's so many of those stories, and Sean is so right. That's what makes college football why it is, in my opinion, the most popular sport. Professional or whatever, college, professional, college football is the most popular sport in the country.
I want to ask, how do you see the Kentucky matchup? Is that a game where Tennessee should be a little concerned? It seems like it could be low scoring. Kentucky wants to play keep away. It's been close up there. How do you see that going?
I don't think it should be that close because I don't think Kentucky can score with Tennessee. If Tennessee just goes up there and plays the way they've been playing, Kentucky is going to give up too many points that they can't keep up with. They moved the ball the other night. They can't score points.
Awful.
They just don't have any real dynamic guys to make big plays.
Nope.
And they're moving the ball. They had 20 first downs to 8. Texas wins that football game with 8 first downs.
Hey, Watson, your brother was
there.
there.
Give me a break, man.
Watson, they got 2 in the first. They had 2 in the second half. Watson, that's unwatchable. Now your brother was there, okay, and you know these people. They spent people that I trust say they have the second highest payroll in the deal. Okay.
Well, I don't doubt that at all.
Do they bring Arch Manning back next year? In your opinion?
That's good. That's a good question. That is a good question. Does Arch come back next year? Does he put his name in the portal? Maybe he wants an offense that fits him better or something. I don't know. That's going to be a big question mark.
It's a great
question. But there's a lot left to play.
Yes.
There's a lot on the table,
Yeah.
and Texas is very good on defense. If they were to find a way to get their offense worked out, they'll be right in the mix for this whole thing's over. But not if they don't find a way to get their offense going, and it starts with doing the right thing with their quarterback. To me, they cannot. He is not a Sarkisian type offensive quarterback. That's not what he does best. It's just not.
Weird deal, man.
Steve, if he figures it out, look out. Texas could be a factor, but they're so lucky. If they weren't real good on defense the other night, they're embarrassed.
Oh.
They get embarrassed in that game. And really their one score was a punt return.
Oh,
it was
so
a punt
bad.
return that gave them a real short field. I mean, Kentucky's got to be sick to lose that football game.
And by the way,
and then again, look at them on the goal line.
Watson, by the way.
He ran the same play 2 plays in a row and gained 0 by the same play.
We live in a world where.
That's a tough one, too, buddy.
Yeah, how about this? Kentucky should have beaten Texas, and
They
Vanderbilt
should have won that game.
Vanderbilt should have blown LSU out. If Vanderbilt didn't have that deal where they look like our defense on that 1 3rd and long where they all ran into each other at midfield.
Yeah.
And that kid
Yeah.
scored. That was they were getting ready to get the
That
ball
game's
back.
lucky to be as close as it was.
It was going to be a 3-score game. Vandy was going to blow them out.
I cannot figure out LSU on offense. What are they doing? And I'm not trying to be ugly, but I don't even know what the plan is.
Yes.
I don't know what they're trying to do. I mean, it's call a run here, call this pass. I don't see any philosophical piece to that offense at all, and I kind of feel sorry for the quarterback.
Oh, no question.
Because I just don't think he's getting any help at all.
You know what I'm
and they got great receivers now.
You know what that?
I mean, those guys. Did you see that receiver go up the boundary and leave that cornerback from Vanderbilt?
Are you kidding?
I mean, and that's a cornerback. He left him. I mean, just flat beat him up the boundary by 5 to 10 yards.
Hey,
he's
Watson.
right with him, and I mean, he just hits a spurt and he's gone. They got some great talent at receiver.
My name for his offense this year is the buyout offense, because if he keeps it
I don't know.
he's going to get his buyout at the end of the year. They keep doing what they're doing, he's going to get his buyout.
I don't know how they were ranked 10th. It's amazing how this stuff works.
It's dumb, actually.
I knew we said it all last week. I said the one best win, feel better, the best win this week is Vanderbilt LSU. There's
Watson,
no way LSU beats Vanderbilt.
Hey, Watson, I didn't believe you, but I love you like a brother. I was just I could not wrap my brain around LSU's going to lose Vanderbilt this week. But you know what? My brain got oriented after I watched that. You know what I mean?
Oh.
At some point, you got to believe this, right?
It was just physicalness.
Yes.
Nothing fancy, nothing trickery, just physical football that LSU could not handle.
No, they wanted no part of that. I hope our defense tightens up before we play them, Watson, because I'm tell you something, man. They scare me. That game right there, the concept of that. Hey, Sean, if we played Vanderbilt tomorrow, okay, that would scare me, Sean. I'm saying that right into a microphone, here, there, or anywhere.
You got to keep the ball. You got to do what Alabama did.
Keep the ball.
Vanderbilt's one of the top offenses, I think, in the league, but they're just average, so-so on defense. And so you got to keep the football, just like Alabama did to beat them, and you got to score points.
And hope they make a couple mistakes.
And Tennessee's very capable of doing that.
And hope they make a couple mistakes.
And then you got to hope that when you finally make Vanderbilt make two critical
exactly
mistakes.
Right. Yeah.
And you got to hope that it's going to happen some.
Watson,
but I mean, Alabama's kept the ball. They had it 15 more minutes than Vanderbilt. That's not happened in another game this year to Vanderbilt. Not anywhere close to that. They're the ones keeping the ball, and that's what Alabama did, and that's what Tennessee will have to do to beat them when it gets to that point. And I think it will. I think that game, one will get in and one might not get in from that football game. That's what I see as I look down the road here.
I don't know if I can live through that. And Watson, I hope you have a Dwight Gooden. It's always a pleasure, my friend. Thank you, brother.
I love you guys. It's always an honor.
Love. He is so great. I'm going to clip that thing out for a YouTube short later, him talking about that 4th down play. Nobody in the world broke that play down like Watson Brown did. Nobody. I love him. But, Cinco, you were going to say, as he's presented by our friends at Simpsons Meats, they're online at simpsonsmeats.com. Click on the link over at tclub.team, tonybasilio.com. our blog and check it out. And then we're going to open it up for some phone calls on the other side. Sean, you were saying.
Yeah, I don't think Vanderbilt has drastically increased their roster. They have brought in some nice pieces. Jordan Matthews, our DB transferred over there. But I think what's happened is Diego Pavia has, for 40 years, I've watched Vanderbilt play other teams' uniform and other teams' brand and other teams' history instead of playing the guys that are actually on the field. And because Vanderbilt would play them close, almost everybody close through the mid-fourth quarter and then somehow bungle it up. And I think now Diego Pavia has given, just him alone, he's given them the confidence that, hey, no, we're playing the guy in the uniform. Forget what's on the side of the helmet. Forget how many times we're actually playing the guy in front of us. Let's go get it. That's what I see. That's the big difference in Vanderbilt.
He is one hell of a player. As we take a brief timeout and come back with more on the other side. And to that caller, stay right there because I want to talk to you. As we continue with more, it is your Tony Basilio show. And we roll it back on a Wednesday after this.
Guests appear on the TLD Logistics Hotline. Online at tldlogistics.com.
Are you currently a residential electrician? Would you like more benefits, better pay, more upside? What about a $3,000 signing bonus? Free company-paid health insurance, annual profit share, company vehicle, gas card, much more. Call Advent Electric today. Advent, known for their large commercial jobs around town, and due to high demand, they're adding additional roles for their residential department. Maybe you know a friend, family member that's a residential electrician. Spread the word. Email hr@adventelectric.com. hr@adventelectric.com. 865-588-0631 and ask for the Tony B 3K signing bonus. Advent Electric is hiring. You got to dream about buying some land and building on that land? Well, Waterside Contracting is your ticket. 25 years of making dreams come true, Michael Scott. For hundreds in our area, custom homes or remodels, Waterside Contracting will build on your lot. They do incredible work all over the area. Structural integrity, quality without compromise. It's a way of life with Waterside Contract. Check out the wonderful work Waterside does. WatersideContractingLLC.com. When it's time for your dreams to come true. Quality without compromising. Waterside Contracting.
College football fans, Chris Fowler here with the play call. This season, go for Dose with ice-cold refreshing Dos Equis. It's more than a single play. It's a mindset. Think of it as a two-point conversion for real life. Taking the risk, making the bold move. Whenever we get the chance to go big, we take it. On the field and off, always go for Dose with Dos Equis.
Enjoy Dos Equis responsibly. Copyright 2024 Dos Equis Lager Especial Beer. Imported by Cervezas Mexicanas, White Plains, New York.
Whether it's baseball, football, softball, church groups, or schools, if you're raising money, do it with locally roasted Grade A Grounds coffee. I'm Billy Miller, a Vol alum and Knoxville native. You keep 40% of sales, and we donate 5% back to our East Tennessee community. Get started today by visiting our website at gradeagrounds.com.
Hi, I'm Jim Simpson, owner of Simpson Meats. When's the last time you grilled a really good burger or steak? One your friends still talk about. Our goal at Simpson Meats is to make that happen every time you have a cookout. All of our cuts of meats, steaks, burgers, briskets, and pork are always fresh, flavorful, and sustainably sourced. We are family owned, so we know the importance of knowing how and where your food is raised. We have been putting quality first since 1888. Visit our butcher shop off Lovell Road or online at simpsonmeats.com.
Hey there, Basilio family. Jennifer Morse here with Keller Williams Realty. The countdown to fall football is on. Is your fall plan missing the perfect home to watch the Vols make another playoff run? If a new view is on your game day checklist, I'm ready to help you find it. Don't wait until kickoff. Give me a call today at 865-694-5904 or visit my website at nextmovesmokymountains.com. That's nextmovesmokymountains.com, and go Vols.
Tony Basilio, and we are live once again with Chad Stockton of FC Alliance. And Chad, you're out there on the field, 100 strong here in Knoxville. Talk to me. What's been going on with FC Alliance now that the weather's heating up?
We're out here for the first night of the boys' tryouts. We have over 400 kids that'll be here tonight.
So a lot of exciting times right now for us. Our club teams start at U9 and we go all the way through U19. We have over 1,000 kids that come from Chattanooga from the Tri-Cities that make all our teams and make this club what it is today. So we're excited about it. We finished the younger kids a couple of weeks ago. We just finished the girls last night, and now we're on to our older boys program as we speak right now.
And we're blowing and going in the Tri-Cities. Tell me about it.
We started FC Alliance North 1 year ago, and coming off the first year, we're the largest, most competitive club up in the Tri-Cities area. We just finished our tryouts last night. Looks like right now we will be well over 400 kids for the upcoming season. So great things happening up there. We've put our boys into some really good regional leagues. So we're excited about what the future holds for them and also our girls programs.
If you want more information, check them out at fcallianceknox.org. That's fcallianceknox.org. Chad Stockton, keep growing the beautiful game here in East Tennessee.
Absolutely. Thanks, Tony.
Tony Basilio along with the great Mark Griffin. And we're here to talk about our friends at Performance Medicine. And Griff, their slogan, stay educated, stay healthy. That's you.
Wow. I really like to think that, Tony, and I'd like to give Dr. Rogers a lot of credit because I definitely want to stay educated and healthy, and knowing that he's putting the time and effort in to make sure of my care, I want to encourage your listeners to put the time to learn and become educated and get to know Dr. Rogers and see if it can help with your health as well.
And there's a really, really easy way to do that. In fact, they've got their own YouTube channel. You can see Dr. Rogers for himself with his staff. It's called The Performance Medicine Show over at the Performance Medicine channel over on YouTube. Also, more information at performancemedicine.net. To our friends in North Knoxville, a brand new location over in Fountain City, now accepting patients. So many ways to reach Dr. Rogers. And like they say, stay educated, stay healthy. Performance Medicine, online, performancemedicine.net.
Located in Knoxville's historic Old City, Barley's offers great food, live music, the best draft beer selection in town, and now your new favorite place to watch sports. Their indoor projector is perfect for any weather, and they've revamped their upstairs area with more TVs to take in all of the action. Their menu features hand-battered chicken tenders, juicy burgers, fresh salads, and the tastiest pizza in Knoxville. You can enjoy their happy hour drink specials daily from open until 6 p.m. Barley's Tap Room and Pizzeria.
When it's past high noon, it's time for a vodka soda made with a vodka you've actually heard of. I'm talking White Claw vodka soda made with White Claw premium vodka. JB Smooth only drinks vodka soda made with the world's smoothest vodka.
And you can too. Pick you up a bottle of the triple wave filtered vodka that's been distilled 5 times. White Claw premium vodka comes in 4 flavors: black cherry, mango, pineapple, and just vodka. You haven't had vodka like this. No one has. White Claw Premium Vodka. Please drink responsibly.
Tony B back with you, 865-200-5402. I thought we were going to get a resolution on the Tony Vitello thing yesterday. By the way, we need your tickets for the New Mexico State game. Our tailgate for the kids, our 10th annual tailgate for the kids, our Keith Hatfield tailgate for the kids. This was his idea. The late, great Keith Hatfield, who had a heart for those kids, said, why don't we do this? And I thought, you know what, we'll never be able to do that, yada, yada, yada. Kendall Rogers is speculating online that we're going to get a resolution in the Tony Vitello thing today. I think it's going to be pretty soon. I thought it was going to happen yesterday. It's been extremely interesting. I could list you a million reasons why Tony would stay. And I could list you reasons why he would go. There's only 30 of those jobs in Major League Baseball. When his name was first floated, people thought it was a joke. Personally, this is me. I think Tony could be successful doing whatever he wants to do. He's a highly intelligent person. He's an affable guy. He's not a phony. He's not a fraud in any way, shape, or form. So he would be a guy that would get respected at that level. because he wouldn't try to go in there and force himself. He would understand that, hey, I'm an interloper coming in here, and what the Athletic laid out regarding him and the history of college coaches. Max Scherzer is going to play his last year in San Francisco as sort of a, hey, guys, you can listen to him. This guy's my buddy. He has credibility. The Tingler guy is another guy that played, who was the one-time manager of the San Diego Padres, apparently is in this equation as well, if in fact he does go to San Francisco. So we'll see what happens. But Tony is a guy that's has a deal here where he's making a lot of money. He's got the tiger by the tail. He's got a new stadium coming online. He's got a deal here where he's got about zero relationship with his athletic director, and I don't really think he trusts his athletic director. And I think that's the crux of this. Now, I'm going to say this one more time. If we hear here shortly that he's leaving, it's not Danny White's doing. It's Tony Vitello's doing. Okay? This is not Danny White's fault. But like a lot of things in life and a lot of things we cover, and we're pretty good at nuance here. This is a nuanced deal. This is a nuanced deal. And the nuance is that, and we have to kind of deal with this. The nuance is that they've created an environment here where he would look around. The athletic director has created an environment where looking around would be appealing. But I'm not going to blame him if Tony goes. If Tony goes, ultimately it's because he wants to try his hand in Major League Baseball. But the AD is a very interesting personality. I'll say that. And those that know him know what I'm talking about. And those that don't. And it's all good. But he's very interesting, the way he manages. And here's the thing. If the Tennessee job opens, I think there are a ton of people that will want that job. Like big names in that sport. That's what Tony's done. So no matter what happens here, Tony has left this thing. Sean, how would you even quantify how much better he's left this job than he found it if he goes? How could you even put that into words, Sean? Could you put it into words, Sean?
No, I think that he didn't. He's bigger than the program. He's bigger than the product he made. He has pushed. College baseball has always been good, but you know, and they've had programs that have been longer than we have. But he has had in my opinion, I don't think this is hyperbole. I think he's had a Tiger Woods type effect on college baseball. I'm not saying it's the sole reason, but he's certainly part of the equation that enables us to watch every SEC baseball game on TV. He's the reason why a lot of us will watch the Major League Baseball draft. I wouldn't even waste time doing that before. He has me watching other games just because now I'm enthralled with, who's going to make it to a regional, who's super regional. I guarantee you there are people that had no clue what a regional or super regional was around here because we just haven't been that much. But I think he has been very similar to what, not the same because he's not a pioneer, but he's been very similar to what Pat Summitt did there. And I wish him well. Whatever he wants to do, for whatever reason he wants to do it.
Yep.
I would thank him for taking an absolute comatose program with no interest from the public or, more importantly, no interest from the administration and made it a priority here. And I would say, Danny White, you better have you better have a plan, because just for me, my season tickets have gone up threefold, and my seat view hasn't changed. My experience hasn't changed. In fact, it's been a construction zone for 2 years. And it's only because the only justification that I have for that increase is Tony Vitello. And if you don't have a plan in place, there are going to be a lot of people, I think, they're going to make business decisions. This is not a tantrum. I'm not throwing my toys out of the crib. But when you go up threefold plus for baseball because of a figurehead, and that figurehead leaves, you better have a plan in place to justify keeping that price. And it's not because of the stadium. Get real.
My thing is, people are asking me, what's Tony going to do? Listen, I've had one text with him, and he didn't text me back. And my text to him was Saturday when I saw that thing break. Congratulations for you on your opportunity. I wish you nothing but success. And if you do leave this place, you've left it a lot better than you found it, and you've been a great member of this community and a good friend to our program. And let me tell you something. I mean every word of that. If we get here within the hour that he's going, I'm going to get emotional on the air. I'm sorry, just like he is. And I saw John Reed. There was a guy yesterday that, and I wish I remember his name, from Channel 8. I'm sorry, Sartori, I think I want to say that somebody did a great piece of photojournalism, cueing in on Tony, who had just an odd body language. You could tell that thing was really weighing on him. And what I've heard is he's been tortured over what to do here. So many reasons to stay. There's only 30 Major League Baseball jobs. There's never been a guy in the history of his sport, and I don't know how long we've been playing college baseball, but there's never been a guy in the history of his sport that's had an opportunity like this. Never. As in ever. As in never ever. As in the beginning of time that we've been playing these sports.
Well, one other thing he's done was he had people attending a fall scrimmage in the middle of football season, wanting to go see a fall scrimmage and sit on a porch and see it from right field, left field. That's never happened before.
Brian, you're exactly right, man. You're exactly
obsessing
right.
over it.
No, you're right on the money, dude. You're right on the money. And no matter what you pour out today, if it's a White Claw, pour it out for him if he leaves. If it's a Dos Equis, pour it out for him if he leaves. But it's going to break within the hour here. So that's what I was told. We'll see what happens. 865-200-5402. And remember, things that come through Danny White a lot of times come through Pete Thamel. So he'd be one to watch here. Let's go to the phones and get our next call in on your TLD Logistics phone lines. A TLD Logistics over. I'll tell you what. Let me just do this. We'll keep folks here.
Here we go.
Go ahead.
Pete Thamel, this is his account. He is finalizing a deal to become the next manager of the San Francisco Giants, sources tell me and Jeff Passan. Vitello will be the first ever to jump from college to Major League Baseball without any professional experience.
I'm just trying to digest it with you here. Special programming coming up over at tclub.team. The playbook with William Pattison will be on the way next, and we'll talk about it. Again, I don't blame Danny White for this. This is Tony Vitello is a big boy, makes his own decisions. Did he make the right one? I don't know. I know one thing, man. I'm going to miss that guy. I am going to miss that guy. I'm going to miss that guy. Oh, man. Congratulations to him. What a tough day for us. Congratulations to you, Tony Vitello. And I want to reach out when he gets his feet on the ground out there and get him on the air and thank him for everything he's done here, man. No malice or no hatred. No malice or no hatred from me, brother. Nothing but love, man. All the people like D. Light talked about, his granddaughter yesterday, all the people in the community, that man has touched and gone out of his way to serve. Tony Vitello, as far as I'm concerned, is my kind of guy. That is my kind of guy right there. I'll let Sean and Brian both respond. I'm going to let you respond. We're going to do all that. In the meantime, I've got to hand it off to a great young broadcaster himself over on Fan Run Radio, the great William Pattison. Dubsy, I'm sure, will have more as we go along today on Fan Run Radio. We'll stay here and continue to react. Love you, appreciate you. Go Vols. And, hey, go knock them out. Go win a World Series, Tony Vitello.
You're listening to FM 105.7 and AM 1340, WKGN Knoxville, and W289CU Knoxville, Fan Run Radio.
It's TLD Logistics Overdrive Overtime, presented by TLD Logistics. Online at tldlogistics.com. And now let's go to the guys with today's edition of TLD Logistics Overdrive Overtime.
Well, obviously the focus of the show just changed. I was a day off in my prediction. I just didn't think he'd leave, man. But I knew that opportunity. I mean, look, Major League Baseball, it's a big deal. Chance to be a trailblazer, it's a big deal. Zero relationship with your athletic director and zero trust of your athletic director, that's a big deal. And the more I thought about it, Sean, the more I thought, you know what? The zero trust thing is a pretty big deal. The Major League Baseball thing's a pretty big deal. It's, and I was told last night, zero trust is the term that was being used. So I hope Danny White knows what he's doing, because he's got a real big stadium now, expectations, inflated ticket prices, and he's going to save money on his new coaching hire. Or is he? Are they going to turn to Elander? Or is he just going to say, hey, I want a clean break from the whole Tony Vitello experience? Anything's possible with Danny White, Sean, I would say. Anything's possible.
Yeah, a couple of things here. I'm not looking for a scout, but now let's not wait 6 months to Danny White tell us a story. Let's go ahead and start that episode right now. Things that I've heard that didn't put on here. You were exactly right in what you were saying about this background, but this has not been a recent thing. This has been going on with White and Vitello for years. Second of all, White has told people around him that, let him go. And he said if he does that, you said irritant, he's been a disruptor. White doesn't like that. Danny White's told people that I will bring in my guy and I will fully fund him whatever he needs, while not giving the same concessions to Tony Vitello. Obviously, it's been shown that the reallocating of money was a thing that you first brought on air, much to your I don't know, except having arrows thrown at you. The whole thing with the fighting tooth and nail with the stadium, that was a real deal. Over and over and over. I agree with you. I don't believe the opportunity is incredible for Vitello. However, I think what you said in the past hour is exactly right, is the fact that no one would blame Vitello for taking this job. However, the thought that he would even entertain something like this is because of that scenario that Danny White brought up and fostered. A couple things that come to mind here. I think those kids are in a pickle. He has guys that turn down draft money to come here. I think they can transfer, but I don't think they're eligible within the conference, if I'm not mistaken. And this is the best conference in baseball. We say, well, how would they be able to transfer? Well, you watch around college baseball, rosters are going to get cut, and there's no way the NCAA can let a cut player not transfer with immediate eligibility. So I think that's tough. I think you'll see some movement in the commitment list, so get ready for some negative publicity here and a lot of people decommitting. Even though I do think that I think the coaching staff was a three-headed monster. I think Elander and Frank Anderson absolutely did their third of the part, but the face of the program is Vitello. And I'm just wondering, if there's a thing, and this is not from me, but do people that ponied up for big money for these suites, do people that, came at them with, as you say, 40 grand for a porch or whatever the figure is, did they get to call back? And because we just made our last payments, do they get to call back for a refund? Say, hey, this is not the condition we bought in. Again, please don't hear me say that I'm upset, I want my money, but that's not what I'm saying. But those prices were accepted based on, not because it was UT baseball, it was UT baseball led by Vitello in that program. So I am upset because he brought so much joy. I kind of appropriated some of his identity as I was a fan of Tennessee baseball. That non-establishment, thumb in the eye. We're gonna bat flip you to death. All that stuff. I'm not interested in Major League Baseball. I'll watch a little bit and keep up with how he's doing. I think if I'm honest, I think what happens here is a succession plan. Unless he's just a complete freak, he will be there a few years, and I think he'll be Dave Van Horn's successor at Arkansas, and that's going to really sting. With all that said, I wish him well. I hate it for the kids over there and their families. And Danny White, you MFer, you better have a good plan because you have absolutely just dropped a huge turd in my punch bowl.
Brian Hartman.
Well, I really didn't expect this, even as it sort of pointed toward this maybe happening. And I just want to thank him for doing what he did. I still think this really stinks because Bruce Pearl was somebody everybody connected with years ago. And there was people there above him that I guess he kind of wore thin on for whatever reason, despite how the fans felt. And the fans were punished because Bruce Pearl had to be let go. And this is a different situation because he's leaving on his own. But you had an athletic director who, and some people above him that didn't seem to care whether he left or not. And the big loser is the fans. And that's what really stinks about it. Because Danny White doesn't care. He's not emotionally – he just doesn't care like fans do. The people in these jobs don't care the way the fans do. And this is a perfect example of that. I think ADs of the past would never have let this happen if they had a successful coach. They wouldn't let him move on like that unless he just really wanted to. But it's not that way now. And it really sucks.
To the phones we go. 865-200-5402. Tony has raised the level of the program so much that I do think if Danny White wanted to try something different, which, you know, he's a wild card. This guy's a wild card now. Anything's possible with Danny White. People think he's just going to primordial ender. He might. But this guy is a real strange, and I'm talking about, thinks he has all the answers, strange bird. This guy's liable to do anything. I got a pretty good read on him. Trust me.
Well, you know what? That's one thing, but let's take a look at a different way here, because I'm a Tennessee fan first and a Danny White, not too happy guy second. So if we take a look at the silver lining here, Danny White has a unique track record of hiring good coaches, very good coaches, right? Whether he was at Central Florida, his coaches here, yeah, you could probably find a guy that wasn't great, but even at Buffalo, I think he was there. He's found and identified very good coaches, and then obviously he supports his coaches. He's not emotional about it. You're not going to see a decline in ticket prices. You said that yesterday. That's the way it goes. Once they put the knife in you, all they know to do is twist it. They don't pull it out. So that's the way that's going to be. But I just wonder how the narrative is going to be, because he said, this is another thing that I didn't say before, that the word was among Tennessee people that Danny was telling people, we did everything we can for Tony and he's still not happy.
That's right.
That's the narrative he put. It's complete bullshit.
That's exactly
and
what
it's
it
a
is.
lie.
Yeah, it's a lie.
But that's the narrative. It's not the narrative it's the narrative he was telling people, not the people that Tony would pick up the phone with,
right,
but the other money people that gave money.
That's right.
Danny White and his and underlings were absolutely, and here's the thing. Watch the charm offensive and narrative creation from your favorite podcasters, media outlets that have access to the Vol Network.
Oh, there's no question.
I'm not saying any names, because they're going to say, they're going to paint a picture of how Major League Baseball is an incredible opportunity. He's a trailblazer. Danny, get everything. You know the names, and I know the names.
Do you know why
Sean, get ready for that tidal wave of charm offensive, because it's coming.
Do you know why we have thousands and thousands of listeners?
Well, because you're incredibly
I tell
talented.
the truth. No, because we tell the truth. The talent and the humor and all that stuff is one thing, and I'm pretty good. Okay, fine. But the ability to look into the camera, to write what I wrote a couple days ago, there's nothing in it for me to write that. He was going to leave. Why would I write that? I wrote it because it's the truth. And here's what I believe, and I'm with Sean. I believe if this guy goes out and hires his own coach, he's going to give him everything that he would not give Tony, and every advantage he would not give Tony, because it's going to be his hire. And this is an AD that wants things to be his idea. This is an AD that took the band and rerouted the band for some stupid reason. I mean, I'm not going to make it about the AD. I cannot believe that we got here. We got here today because Tony is a once-in-a-lifetime guy. We all know that. He's a tour de force. And we also got here today because that athletic director has zero relationship with him and allowed this man to consider jumping into something that he's going to absolutely hate. Now, I think Tony can be successful at anything he does. I just don't see him as a major league manager. And I want to bring Matt Dixon in, who joined me on Saturday.
Can I add something real quick?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry,
Go
Matt.
ahead.
Real
No,
quick.
you're fine. Go ahead.
We talked about this beforehand, is so that the thing that I don't like about this is that Danny has to put his thumbprint on everything. And he, like you said, he has to be, he's quick to take credit for it. He's quick to do stuff like that. He's one of, if not the best in the business. Give him, as the kids say, give him his flowers. But however, everything has to be thought of, and to the detriment of it. The overthinking of getting into Neyland Stadium this year with these new traffic patterns, with these new fences, with these new mazes of things, it's stupid. And that's the thing, that let a good thing go. You don't have to re-engineer, overthink everything. That has been a nightmare. for all we've gotten into Neyland Stadium for the past 75 years and gotten out just fine. And so the thought of, and that's just all ego driven, because with his big department over there, every lieutenant has to have a plan that they're working on. No, you don't. Sometimes you can just let it be, and sometimes you can just let a coach do his thing. So I'm sorry, Matt, I interrupted your introduction, but I didn't want to forget that. Please forgive me.
Oh, I'm interrupting your day on the show. So, but this sucks. I mean, let's just call it what it is. This sucks. Like, we're happy. We can be happy for Tony and cheer for him, and also realize that this just absolutely sucks. That we lost the best coach that's ever been on campus. In my lifetime, to an unbelievable and opportunity that's never been presented before. All that can be true. He was so good. He was really too good for college baseball. And it just really sucks for Tennessee fans. But the program's in a much better place than it had been. It's not even the same program, if we're being honest. You've got a stadium being built that's incredible. You've done the 5 straight super regionals. You went to Omaha 3 times. You won a national title. So you can't be upset that he's taking this from, at him. It's not personal. It's obvious over the past few days how much this has weighed on him and how difficult this decision has been. And that's a testament to the people here that he is such a part of, and is really, really just with this fan base just tied together. It was a perfect fit, but it can't last forever, and it's unfortunate that we only get 8 years of it. But it was a heck of a run. Something I'm not sure will ever be matched in terms of just rebuild to where the program he left it. One of the more incredible rebuilds in college sports history, because Tennessee literally was not even making Hoover when he got the job, and he leaves it, and they're right with LSU. You can throw Arkansas in as one of the premier programs in the sport. So, thanks for everything, Tony, but this just does suck.
Hey, Tone, can you put a call out to the chef, not chef? I think he could lend an interesting perspective right now.
That's a good idea. We'll get some of.
And another thing, as sad as we are, how happy right now are you if you're Jay Johnson?
How
happy right now if you're the cat at Alabama and all those guys?
You're Tim Corbin.
How about Tim Corbin, who all of a sudden's got life again?
And how many phone calls? Phones are busting off the hook with college coaches calling. The way this works now is, and I've had some experience here lately with this, is these college coaches, because there's no transfer portal right this second, what they're doing right now is all of these programs are calling, because all these players at home work out at a D1 facility or Joe's batting, what it is, and they're calling those guys right now, trying to get an in with the parents or with the kid. That I bet phones are blowing up right this second.
Yeah, and have been.
Probably that's right.
Probably since Saturday.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Exactly. You're right.
Let's go to the phones. Now that it's official, I'm sure the people are trying to pick at that.
Well, what do you do? What do you do if you're Elander or you're Frank? Frank Anderson's been on retirement watch for forever. He's that's been pretty obvious. Does he go out there to give one last thing? Does he stick around? Why does he want to? He came out of retirement to babysit Tony. Does he do the same thing here?
I want to read some comments over on YouTube. I want to read some comments, then we'll go to the phones. Trevor says, it's more than just winning games. Tony brought something else, man. We all loved him. Matt, you and I know so many people in this community. Sean, Brian, we know so many people this guy helped. This guy was so much more than just a coach on that campus. So much more, Matt. So much more.
Yeah. Yeah, just the total package. There really wasn't. You couldn't really find flaws with the guy and how he operated. And you can pick at things and being crazy and some of the in-game stuff, but just overall as a whole, there's like no red flags about the guy. Everything was at an elite level and he was just a winner. He approached everything as a winner, and that's probably why he was difficult to deal with from an administrative standpoint, because he's always striving for the best and wants every competitive advantage he can get, and it's hard for that to happen on campus for a sport like baseball. But that's what made the guy so special, and it just sucks that it's over.
You say that, Matt, I think you are 1,000,000% right. Do we honestly think that the administration at Alabama found their day-to-day operations with Nick Saban comfy? Or like they would that guy was the hugest irritant to them, and they rode that. Mal Moore, who was not successful at anything until he became AD and hired Saban, now they have a statue of him.
Well, Auburn's AD administration, they put up with Bruce Pearl under some kind of FBI watch, and they were like, we're holding on to this guy because he can win, and they got 2 Final Fours out of it.
There you go.
This administration seems to, under different administrations, I don't know what it is, but it's just so strange how the 2 most popular coaches, they can just run off.
I need to change my T-shirt to everything but baseball program.
One of my sources is telling me from internally that Danny's giving indications that he is thinking about cleaning house entirely on the whole Vitello organization and going in a different direction, Matt. Does that surprise you? That's under consideration right now.
It surprised me, but that would just compound the mistake here. That would be cratering everything that he's built.
I don't know that the big money people are going to let him do that, Matt. I don't know that they're going to let him do that.
Who is going to lead their job now?
Sure, I think he'll get so much pushback from that he would almost. You can't do that. I mean, I think it's at least because of the timing. I think you have to give it to Elander, and I think he can do fine. He's turned down some jobs. He's been with him and Frank have been here from the beginning, which is very telling of both of them and also of Vitello that they stuck around, obviously, but. Anything other than promoting it to Elander is, I think, a mistake. And if Danny wants to compound that with bringing somebody else in and clearing out, I mean, in this era, you're going to lose your whole team, and the team is what is still elite right now.
And the biggest mistake would be
you're talking about not being baseball and the Saban thing. Maybe, hopefully, we're LSU football, and Saban leaves, and even if he does go to Arkansas, we can still find a way to compete at the highest level going forward.
And even a bigger mistake would be what they tried to do long ago in football here when they thought about keeping Kippy Brown as an interim guy and then going out and find a guy, is coming out. If you're going to have to make Elander the guy, you get up there and you say, hey, this is our guy. It's not a temporary thing. He's not in a trial period. We're going to keep, no, you got to go with him because it's with the NIL, the transfer, all that stuff. There's word out there that you had said it that, and there's something I'm not saying you said it, but because I didn't hear it. But there's other mistakes that players haven't been given the money they were talked to on the schedule. They were. I don't have direct knowledge of that, but I've seen that 3 or 4 times in different places. But I don't want to be I don't want to be a fatalist, but this could absolutely go haywire quickly if the wrong decisions are made.
Let's go to our phones.
Well, now he wants to alienate. If he has to keep the Lander, he doesn't want to. I guess he won't have a relationship with them either.
Tony Vitello is gone. I want to get your reaction to that at 865-200-5402. The thought that they're just going to elevate Josh Elander is one that I'd put on pause for a second, because Danny's a mercurial, highly unpredictable guy who, as Sean said, saw fit. And I was told by some people I talked to Tennessee, and I let it go. But after that whole traffic pattern thing, they tried to blame the band, which was the official word, as if the band has any say over when they're going to march. Like it was the band's fault. Like they were in the wrong place at the wrong time before that Arkansas. What game was it, guys? Help me out here, Matt. What game was
That
it?
was Georgia.
Georgia
That was
game.
Georgia.
So this is the same guy that saw fit to tinker with that. This is a guy who it needs to be his idea. It needs to be his idea, and I don't know. I don't want to crusade.
Hey, can I jump in here with this real quick? This is from Brent Hubbs. Just put this up here on VolQuest, and I quote: "An emotional Tony White just left Lindsey Nelson Stadium. He didn't want to comment on the record as he got in his car and departed."
Damn it, I love Tony. Damn it, I love Tony. That shot of him yesterday crying down there, Matt, that told me everything I need to know. Down there wiping his tears away. Danny White is going to do a press conference this afternoon at some point. He got to get out in front of this, and his shit that's going to be coming out of his mouth is going to be about a quarter true. It's going to end with, we're looking for a new baseball coach, or we're elevating Josh Elander. After that, the rest of it's going to, no offense to him, but it's going to be total bullshit.
Well, Blake Burke has put it on there. He said, I don't know X and all that. Yeah, it's X. He said, at Josh Elander is the guy, 100,000% from Blake Burke. So
back to the
obviously the endorsements are rolling in.
Oh, sure.
As big of a misstep as it is to alienate with Vitello, not promoting Elander would be a pretty egregious mistake from Danny White's perspective at this point.
And I'm not saying Danny's not going to do it. What I am saying is that he's considering it, and he's nuts. He's capable of it, Matt. Yes or no? Danny's capable of it. Yes or no, Matt? What do you think?
Oh, yeah. He's capable of thinking outside the box just like the Giants were. Yeah, absolutely.
To the phones we go.
Well, one last thing before you go to the phones. I think they're supposed to have like one of these scrimmages in Nashville this weekend. Who knows if that goes on? But if they have that, we really need to figure out a way to kind of show up and kind of pack that place. Just let the players know that the fans are still there. I'd be surprised if they have that at this point, but if they did, we would need to figure out, kind of promote that and try to get fans out there to support them, because they're still going to have a team this year, and it's a pretty damn good team with elite talent.
Let me throw a wild card out here, guys. Elander is great. There's no doubt about it. Would our boy, friend of the program, at one time a finalist for this job, would somebody like Chris Burke come into play? Obviously, he makes a lot of money. He's got a kid that's a fine football player, sophomore, I think. Nobody knows the Tennessee Pulse better. He has the personality, the national. I mean, now Burke is doing World Series games or professional games. I'm not here to say that, but is that a guy that can come in? Because he's a guy that I don't mind writing a check at the same price. I know he knows baseball. He seems that he doesn't have it doesn't seem that he has the history of knocking on doors and recruiting. But nobody knows college baseball better than Chris Burke does. He's a darling of ESPN. He's obviously a hero to everything orange. Is that a guy that could be persuaded? And what do you think he would pick up his family and move from Louisville here, Tony?
I think he would have done it 10 years ago. I don't know if he'd do it now. But we'll go
Doesn't
to the
need
phones.
the hassle.
Huh?
Doesn't need the hassle.
I mean, I think look, they built the stadium that he always wanted. It would be totally ironic if he took it. I don't speak for Chris Burke, though I do speak to him frequently. Let's go to the phones and get our next call in on your TLD Logistics Overdrive Overtime and a special edition as Tony Valls has left us. And please be patient. By the way, tomorrow on the blog, I want to feature some of your interactions, essays, things that have occurred, and would like to speak to you, would like for you to share them with people in a spot. So if you'll email me, commonfan@gmail.com, and just give me a paragraph or two on what you think here on Tony Vitello's leaving us and his legacy here. Hello and welcome in. You are on our special coverage.
Hey, Tony, Bobby. I'm honored to be the first caller after the news broke, and also extremely depressed and hope I don't suck today. Wow. I mean, when he started crying, I was at the scrimmage yesterday. I actually did sheep it up and go over there, and he was very grateful for those people showing up. You could hear it in his voice when he came out to the outfield and thanked us for being there. I never thought he was going to leave because I'm selfish and very self-centered person. So I would imagine being a god and walking around in a community where you're a god would be pretty hard to leave. And the fact that I think he genuinely loves the people here. And I think his parents genuinely love getting to be here very often, as you may know. I don't think it was ever about money. And anybody who says that, I think is wrong. It was about the next opportunity and the next big thing. And the next, Tony says, there's a mountain, I'm going to go climb it. Well, why? Because it's a mountain and it needs to be climbed. He's that kind of personality. And that's fine. I think it's great. And I wish him the best. Danny White strikes me as a very small man today. The fact that it has to always be his idea is interesting. I don't know if his daddy told him he was proud of him enough or not, but it doesn't always have to be your idea. And if the golden goose is laying, you let the golden goose lay, and you give the golden goose all the best things it needs. And they're going to come out and say, well, they gave him a new stadium, and they gave him this, and they gave him that. But the truth is they didn't. And you know that, and I know that. And Sean clearly knows that, and everybody on this podcast or that's going to listen to this knows that. Because you've never shied away from telling the truth. By the way, thank you for that. As far as what to do next, it's funny. I think Sean and I were having, marital brainwaves here. If it's not Elander, which I think that should be, but if it's not, you have to go hire Chris Burke. You have to. Like, you have to make him money. You have to make him offer and offer and offer until he says no, or until he says yes, because he may be the one guy in college baseball, just slightly under Tony, that is as known as Tony Vitello. Really and truly, think about it. He's on every single major college baseball thing. So these high school recruits and these guys who play now, they'll know his name. And they'll probably know that he was SEC Player of the Year. And they'll probably know that he played in the majors and hit major home runs in major moments. They'll trust him. And I'd say you have to make Chris Burke say no. You have to, if you don't do Elander, who you should, by the way. And I think Burke would be able to unite the program and keep, as Sean, I believe, said, keep people like Sean and me and maybe Matt and you, potentially Tony, writing checks and wanting to go pay for that stadium. And, it's funny that Danny didn't care to let people, he didn't care to let Tony walk right after he got his 3-year guaranteed seat money out of the new stadium renovations.
It's pretty next level. That's pretty next level of him. I'll give you credit. Thank you. I appreciate the call. I don't know that Danny White wants somebody with Tennessee ties for that job. Just thinking out loud here. And I'm not gaming this out. I'm just telling you, people around the thing are saying that he's really considering a clean break and having a search and opening it up and putting somebody in there as an interim and, that kind of thing.
Who's leaving their program now?
I'll tell you
Nobody.
This. I'll tell you this. I know for a fact that Danny White talked to Tony one time, and it was on Saturday. That's how badly he wanted to keep him. And look, that's not the reason he left, but Danny deserves heat. Because Danny's got to start talking to coaches. Danny lets all his underlings talk. Danny, what the hell are you doing all day, dude? What are you, the damn king of England? There are people that work in UT's athletic department that walk by him every day that Danny's never introduced himself to. That's how he manages. I wish I was making that up. I'm not, unfortunately. But look, Tony left today. I don't want to turn Danny into a target, but Danny needs to be better. He's making all that money. He needs to be better. And, Matt, you said it the other day. Why is it taking 6 years to complete their stadium when the Smokies put theirs up in 60 days, Matt, or 90 days?
Yeah, it's taken way too long. Whether the excuses are real with KUB and underground lines and all the legislative stuff you have to go through Nashville, it's a lot easier to do the private thing that Randy Boyd got done. But there's no excuse that stadium wasn't ready to start last season, much less this year. I think that's been a huge misstep along the way that they've just kind of let just fester and go on. It's just inexcusable that you've had to play going to be 2 or 3 years with cranes hanging around your stadium. That's just inexcusable for a program that was elevated to where Tennessee baseball was.
Back to the phones we go, 865-200-5402. Portions presented by our friends at VIP Play. Listen, man, my heart's been ripped out here. But there's a World Series to be played. I want Tony Vitello to play for one in the near future. I want him to be the first guy that's ever won the College World Series and the Major League World Series. He deserves that. He deserves for all of us to cheer for him. I don't sense that people are really angry with Tony today for leaving. I don't sense that from our fan base. Do you guys? Do you guys sense that from our fan base? Does anybody sense that from anybody in our fan base?
I don't think so, but I'm just hoping that he doesn't end up back in college competing against Tennessee one day.
So we got a World Series coming up. We have college football every night from now till the end of time, it seems like. I mean, hell, I was so desperate. I was watching Kennesaw State play last night. Gah! VIP Play, great place for you to have some fun while you're watching along. Place your bets, and let's go. Bet your first $20, you get $100 in bonus bets instantly. Live always with 200-plus leagues, numerous bet types, props, options. It's all there for you. If you have a bet in mind you can't find in your spot, come over to VIP Play. If it is compliant, event or bet type in the state of Tennessee, they'll do it for you. That's why everybody gets treated like a VIP at VIP Play, where Tony Vitello never wanted to be treated like a VIP. Never. And I'll never forget that first meeting with him. By the way, if you have a gambling problem, 800-889-9789, 21 and over and located in the state of Tennessee to place a bet. I'm 58 years old. I was 50 at the time. And I walked over there and I met Tony, who was in his mid to late 30s. No, he was late 30s. And we were sitting there in Lindsey Nelson Stadium, and he said, "I need your help, man." And I said, "Okay, I give up. How do you need my help?" And he said, "We got to fill this place." And Sean, as sure as I'm sitting here, my reply to him was, well, Hank Williams Jr. concert, have a circus, have wrestling in the outfield. I mean, I don't know what to tell you, Tony. And Matt, do you remember when they put that little picnic area down the side? You remember that, Matt? They put a couple picnic tables out there?
Yes.
So Tony had us come out there. He said, "Come out here. Come to a game." And that was in the early days of his tenure. That might have been his first year. And we had Roger, the late, great Roger Davis was there, and Tom Gouffon was there from Gouffon Moving and Storage was with us, and some other folks came out that day from the audience. And Tony said, that's how it started. But I remember looking at him, and I said to him, you think you're filling, and that was when it was like a high school stadium. I said, you think you're filling this place up? You're absolutely nuts. One thing I learned that day, though, that stuck with me for the whole 8 years, because I've repeated that story a few times on the air, maybe too many. Don't mess with people that have vision. Just because you can't see something doesn't mean somebody else can't. That Vitello guy walked in here, saw the opportunity, created the opportunity. We got so much more out of him than he ever got out of us. That's the dead level truth today. That's the thing that hurts my heart. And I texted him a second ago, just like I texted him over the weekend. I'll read you my text to him because I put, Tony, heart, congratulations. You're my guy. You made this place better. Gonna really miss you. Stay in touch. That's my sentiment for him, man. Plain and simple. And I sure hope that this athletic director knows what he's doing, Matt, because all that support, we've seen it. It can all go right down the drain if you make a misstep here, Matt. Yes or no? It can all. You can be right back playing in that big palatial stadium in front of about 150 people. It could really happen if you're not careful.
Yeah, very, very easily if you compound the mistake, yes.
Another quote attributed to Danny White to people that I've heard is that, not for talking to money people, but he's expressed to people in his department, who cares? It's not a revenue sport.
Mm-hmm. One of his underlings told a friend of mine that over the weekend. That's what they were preparing people. Who cares? Not a revenue sport. Hey, Danny?
Well, there's already long form articles out there in your favorite places. I just read one. I'm not going to tell you where or who wrote it, but the message is, and it's very subtle, but the subtle message is, when is enough enough? You don't have to be that sophisticated of a reader to view that the narrative coming out there is that Tony was now. Here's where I know it's bullshit. Simply, sure, he's the highest paid, but he needs to be the highest paid. You have to make a statement. How many times have you recounted stories to me of him telling, there was a player from Miami, there was a pitcher from Alabama, there was a handful of times over the past couple of years when he had NIL available money for top talent, and he told people and their parents to just find somewhere else. This place is about family. This place is about want to. I'm not interested in just you coming here because of the money. How many times?
Oh, he threw a guy out of his office during that playoff game. That's of a great player.
Here's a post from Bob Nightingale. It says that Tony was earning $3.3 million annually with salary and benefits. He will be taking a pay cut to manage the Giants in his new deal, because they still owe Melvin $4 million in 2026.
Back to the phones we go, and
That's bullshit. Come on, Brian.
Well, no, I'll tell you this, and I believe also, Matt, that the Giants might not be paying his buyout. He might be paying his own buyout. Yeah, that's a guy that wanted to get away from here, y'all. Yeah, Matt, I believe what Brian's telling you.
He wanted to get away from Danny White.
That's what I'm saying. Yes.
Not here. Not you.
No.
Not the fans.
But again, it's not Danny
Not
White.
the players.
Danny White didn't do this. Tony decided to take he's a big boy. Nobody held a gun to his head and said, go to San Francisco. But Danny created the environment for this to happen. It's the truth. We go back to our phones on a day where we salute Tony Vitello. We kind of wonder what's next, and we all just sort of watch along. Hello and welcome into our next call. You're on the air.
I left my heart in San Francisco. Scuba dooba dooba doo wow. Yeah, he's going into the land of the Golden Gate Bridge.
You're out of here, Bill.
4, 3.
They cut you off, Bill. That was cold-blooded. Let's get our next call in. Hello and welcome. I'm not in the mood to sing today, and I'm not in the mood to hear you sing, Bill. But maybe some other day. Hello and welcome in. You're on the air.
Hey, guys, Dave.
Hey, Dave. Welcome in, buddy.
I mean, he's got to do Elander. I mean, it's the worst time in the world to leave it. I mean, who's he going to hire? He has to hire Elander. I mean, if he doesn't, he's a moron.
He's really wild cardy, man. He's going to do a press conference this afternoon. We'll see what he says. He's very wild cardy. Very wild cardy.
And here's the thing about it: when you lose that kind of that quality of a coach, it'll never be the same, ever. Baseball.
Well, Dave,
good thing about it is I'll be able to go to SEC baseball games again.
Dave, to your point, they have there's a lot of stuff with college baseball is built, and we've seen it the past few years. College baseball, to a certain extent, is funded by the former players that have gone on. The last several years, we've watched Letterman that just left. Started with Max Ferguson and Liam. Liam, he's with the Bananas right now, but some of these other guys chipped in money, and I know every subsequent year those guys have chipped in money to get personalized cleats for guys or get other stuff that's just not in the budget. And to his credit, Grant Ramey, if you get a chance over in VolQuest, he has just gone down, whether it's Cal Stark, whether it's Blake Burke, whether it's Drew Beam, whether it's Redmond Walsh, on and on and on. There's a unanimous consensus that Elander should be the guy. My point there is that if you turn your back on those guys, and they all know the inside backstory, if you turn your back on those guys, I think that's a huge mistake. And they're all endorsing Elander to be the guy.
Right. But when Pat Hedgehog left, the Muddy Ball's never going to be the same again.
No.
It's just the way it is.
Yep. You're right. You're right.
And it'll never. I mean, we can hope and wish. And I mean, this guy was not married. He spent 24/7 building that program and build a team each year. Nobody's going to come in with that kind of dedication, even Elander. So, it is what it is. I mean, he's a big Tony's a big. He was raised in St. Louis. He's a big St. Louis Cardinal baseball fan. I mean, at least if he was going to go to the major leagues, he'd have gone to, a blue blood.
How about he's making less money, like Bob Nightingale reports, which I don't doubt, by the way.
I mean, he's going to fit in out there like a. I mean, you know how bad, what a shithole San Francisco is?
Huge Italian population, man. He'll love that. Huge Italian population.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, I'm just saying. I mean, I'm not mad at the guy. I mean, he did what he thought was best for him. And he's going to be severely missed. He was the best coach we had over there. So, but it's not going to be the same. We can those guys, those type of guys, they just don't come around. I mean, that's it. I mean, you get. That's a generational coach. They just don't come around. Now worry about. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was just saying, we didn't know what we were getting when he got here. We had no idea he was as good as he is, but we certainly know now.
Exactly. And there's nobody else out there. I mean, the Johnson guy at LSU, but several LSU coaches have gone to LSU and won because they're going to attract the best players. Even that guy at Florida's fallen off. So, it's just, it is what it is. I just, God, I hope Rick hangs on for a couple more years because I could just see this whole thing. Things were going too good, guys. We were top 10 in all three major sports.
Yeah.
And like I said, that can flip flip on you, and we could be right back to.
Danny's basketball hires haven't exactly been glorious. Let's put it that way.
And Danny White did not hire Vitello, and he didn't hire Coach Barnes.
That one Hurley brother can't coach a lick.
Nope.
The Nate Oates guy was an assistant coach on that staff. He didn't hire him. He just kind of got the job. The Johnny Dawkins guy that he had down at UCF before he left was a damn disaster. I mean, give me a break. But anyway, I'm sure he'll want to put a stamp on that too. Thank you, brother. Good talking to you.
What are the odds that
sunshine on a cloudy day, Dave?
Yeah, thanks, Dave.
What were the odds that Rick Barnes would last at Tennessee and be at Tennessee longer than Tony Vitello at any point? Like 0.1%.
It's crazy, isn't it? So we go back to the phones. Pete Thamel broke the story because who feeds Pete Thamel his stuff, Matt? Let's see if you figured that out.
That'd be Danny White.
Oh,
obviously.
Mike Wilson says that players are taking batting practice in the field at Lindsey Nelson right now.
Keep us updated.
I don't think there's a practice of his voluntary workouts.
Poor Mike Wilson.
Have a baseball program still. That's good to know.
Back to the phones we go. In fact, we have a special guest now joining us, Chris Burke. Said, you want me to hop on? And the answer is yes, Chris Burke, I do. Chris Burke of ESPN, the family of networks. Chris Burke, who, when Tony first got here several years ago, Chris wanted that job. Tony ended up getting the gig. I think it was a cycle before, though, but Chris put his arms around Tony. Tony put his arms around Chris. Hey, Berkey, first of all, before we unpack your relationship with him, just your emotions right now as you think about today.
Well, it's kind of a bummer. I mean, if I'm being honest, it's a bummer. I mean, it's a bummer as a Vol. It's a bummer as a guy that makes my living calling college baseball. Like, it's just a bummer. Like, you don't want to make it more than it is, but man, that guy was just so good for the sport, and he was just amazing for our university and elevated the program to places very few imagined were even possible. And so let me just say, first of all, I want to thank him for what he did for the school and what he did for the program, because he gave us all, man, I mean, starting with 2021, that's as fun a 5 years as, what was that, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. That's a 5-year run that will be hard for anybody to ever top, number one. And number two, it was just a blast. I mean, it's one thing to win. He won, and it was just a blast to follow. He made Tennessee baseball appointment viewing, which I know you never thought was possible. Heck, he had me tuning in on Tuesday evening, just because their team and their roster and their talent and all his showmanship was just, it's hard to take your eyes off of. So, man, it was a great run. So thankful for all that he contributed to the program.
Berkey, when he first got here, he knew you were a guy that kind of wanted the gig, right? So walk me inside what your, because now this is all water under the bridge, and I'm just kind of curious here. Walk me inside how Tony, a very, very bright guy, bonded with you right away. Didn't make it about himself, made it about let's work together for the common good. He saw you as an ally, right? He kind of let you in early.
Oh, yeah, no. Tony and I were that was never a thing. It was never a thing for me. It was never a thing for him. We had a really good relationship right from the jump, and that never changed.
And then I'm hearing people whispering around the athletic department that Danny might be considering, he's going to have a press conference later on, but he might be considering ultimately cutting ties with this era and going in another direction. Your thoughts on that?
I sure hope not. You know, my hat would be in the arena for Josh Elander. One thing I think we talked about. I've done so many podcasts about Tony lately. Forgive me if it was. I guess it wasn't on your show. But one of the things you've got to give Tony so much credit for is the stability with which his staff has operated under from the day he arrived. And so he's got a robust staff, number one. He's got continuity. And Tony was a fantastic leader as far as empowering people to do their job. And so, you know, there's pieces of Tony's presence and his place that are irreplaceable. But from a day-to-day operation standpoint, I think that program was so stable that it wouldn't shock me if the players can find a new normal quicker than most because of how stable all the pieces around that program have been through the years. And that starts with Josh Elander and Frank Anderson. So that's not me saying they are not going to skip a beat. I'm not saying that. But I do think one of the things that Tony leaves is a very stable coaching staff that has tremendous continuity. Now, that's me assuming none of them are going with him. But that's my assumption until I hear something different.
Hey, Chris, Sean here. You know I absolutely love you. And I've watched you, and I've watched your ascent to the top of the sport, whether it was in baseball, whether it was in broadcasting. Nobody wants to be the guy, but I will be the guy. No offense to anyone else, but is there any way in your heart of hearts that you would take a phone call and be interested in our job here? And again, I know I'm putting you on the spot. I'm that guy.
I would not do that unless for some unknown reason the current staff was not the next group. Did that make sense?
So you're saying there's a chance, as they say.
My stamp of approval is on Josh Elander and Frank Anderson and that staff. I'll say that.
You answered the question perfectly, Chris. Thank you.
Okay.
Burke, how much more of an attractive a job is this if they decide to go outside?
I can't think of too many more attractive. I mean, everybody now knows what Tony was making. I mean, you know, it's Tony and Jay Johnson, and then there's whatever Corbs is making, there's always some kind of mystery around that. But the amazing thing about baseball is still that the gap between the highest paid coach and the sixth or eighth highest paid coach is actually like a significant raise, right? We get in this college football, college basketball world, and, you know, the top guy's making 11 and the next guy's making 10.5 and the next, you know, the 18th place guy's making 8.5. It's kind of like, it doesn't feel like you can really buy somebody, so to speak. Forgive me for that kind of crude word. But in college baseball, when you're, you know, a couple months away from most of $100 million baseball stadium being done, and you've been paying a guy, I saw Thamel, I think, reported, or Bob Nightingale, somebody reported that after, you know, total package, Tony was making somewhere around $3.3 million. I don't know if you guys saw that Tony's taking a pay cut to take the Giants job. So when you think about it in that regard, what Tennessee is paying and the facility they have and the buzz they have in the sport, I can't think of too many guys that wouldn't be interested in the job.
One name I'm getting, I'm just going to throw it out because I'm getting it from a pretty good source. The Oregon coach, Mark, how do you say his last name? Wasikowski?
Yeah, that's it. Mark Wasikowski.
Was any good?
He's won everywhere he's been. Very good. You know, again, I just think Danny's dilemma will be, you know, the most, I don't know. I'll let you guys are the experts, but certainly the short list of one of the most famous coaches in the history of the school,
That's correct.
just left.
That's correct.
And whoever, if you replace him with somebody other than the current staff, you're going to have your hands full to not be in the midst of a very tough sell. And that doesn't mean it's impossible.
Yeah.
But whoever that guy is, it's going to be a tough sell to the fan base if it's not Josh and Frank. My opinion.
Now, it's going to be hard to get a sitting head coach somewhere else to come in at this time, right? It's horrible timing for that.
I think it would be extremely hard. Now, we all know that most people have their price, but that's why, to me, it just makes so much sense. You just call a press conference, name Josh Elander the interim coach, and you operate businesses as usual from a stability standpoint.
Yep.
And give him a runway to prove that he's ready to handle the program. Now, would Josh take an interim tag? Would he want something more? I don't know.
Yeah, and Danny's kind of a wild card. Like, there's a lot of wild cards in this, isn't there? And it's hard to digest. Part of me feels disrespectful for even bringing up Mark Wizakowski, whatever that guy's name is. And part of me, since I just got that from somebody that said, hey, watch this guy who knows a lot of stuff.
Now, I know it's a different sport, but when Brian Penske left unexpectedly for the Florida State job, he promoted an interim coach. He promoted not Kerr. He made him the head coach, promoted from within.
Yeah.
So will he do the same here?
Who knows, Brian? It's a really good question.
There's an example.
Burke,
it makes way too much sense not to just promote Elander. That would just compound this mistake even more, I think. Hey, Burke, I don't know if you know, but with the portal and players leaving when coaches leave, isn't the rule there's a new rule where if a player leaves now, they would have to sit out this season. Is that right?
I know that you get 30 days, I think, if your coach leaves, but I don't know that means that you're eligible. I need to brush up on that rule. I wish I could fill in that blank, but I don't have it. You there?
We're here. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
So I had to step out and use the restroom. Sorry about that, Burke. I thought I'd let my guys know that. Okay, so Matt, my understanding is that you have 30 days, but you do have to sit a year now. That's part of that language of that new agreement they have. They're trying to, what are they trying to do? Get guardrails on all this stuff, I guess. But Burke.
Well, Chris, let me ask you this. We have a very similar situation that happened this past year at A&M. Schlossnagle goes to Texas. They promote within an incredibly loaded roster. They get an injury with Grahovic, I guess, but nonetheless, I mean, as I said before, an avalanche of talent there. Spent a ton of money, and things didn't go great. I'm not suggesting a parallel with a guy like Elander, but what happened there, and if Elander's the guy and you have a magic wand and you can give him every bit of advice knowing what you know, how would it play out so that we don't see a similar deal?
Man, that's a great question. I think part of that deal, if I'm being honest, was I don't think A&M was as good as the anticipation of what they were supposed to be. I don't think that was as much of coaching failure as just maybe a misinterpretation of how talented they were. And I understand it really felt like a new coach didn't know what he was doing, and that's why they fell apart. That wasn't really my vibe. I mean, they were banged up with two of their best four players missing either the whole season or half of the season. And then their pitching just wasn't that good. It just wasn't. So it'd be easy to point to that as like a cautionary tale, and I just don't feel like that was as much about a coaching breakdown as it was, just being honest, a failure on the industry's part to evaluate that roster.
By the way, Burke, are there other examples of guys that have been interim coaches at places like this in that sport, who have gone on and been successful in a spot and won there after the baton's been handed to them? Does anything come to mind?
It wasn't great after Skip Bertman stepped away.
Okay.
And then, Paul Maneri took over.
Right.
Trying to think.
I don't mean to put you on the spot. Matt, can you think of anybody?
I think I'm trying to think of Mike Martin stepped away and his boy didn't do great.
Okay.
It feels like a very similar theme to a lot of the all-time greats, which is feels like it's often the guy after the guy that ends up doing really well. You know what I mean?
Didn't some guy named Smoke Laval step in for LSU when Bertman quit at first?
Correct. That's correct. And I want to say that lasted 4 or 5 years, something like that. You check it out. Then Paul Maneri came, and then Paul Maneri had a great run.
Pretty interesting stuff.
Hey, can I play devil's advocate for a second?
Hit it.
Sure.
Okay, so, and this hits home because the parallel I'm going to draw, and I'm going to say it portends a unsuccessful succession here, but take a look at it. You have a legendary coach who leaves unexpectedly for reasons that, we don't really comprehend totally. The fan base goes crazy. You got to hire this person. All the letter people say you got to hire this person, etc. And with all due respect, I point to Holly Warlick. And it's hard to be the guy after the guy. I get that, but it's a very similar situation. The Lady Vol Nation was huge with former players. There was the unanimous consensus of who they wanted because she had earned it, etc. And so they just went with the easy choice, and that's how it turned out, with all due respect to Holly, of course. So I think as a devil's advocate, not my opinion, but as devil's advocate, it is at least worth taking a breath, is it not, and saying, hey, okay, we got this guy, and he's great, but these are the other scenarios. Again, please don't hate. I'm just throwing it out there.
Part of this whole deal. No. And they've known this is coming. And they've known
somebody. I was just talking to Kyle Peterson a little bit ago, and he had a great point, which
Yep.
was this: this thing's been hanging in the balance now long enough, where if Danny didn't have a list, he certainly had a time to put a list together
and make some phone calls. Hey, would you take this job if I called you on Wednesday if this guy jumps?
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
This is not your if Saturday Tony would have left when the news broke, if that would have been official and he was out the door, then you could see where Danny would be scrambling a little bit. But this, he's clearly had some time to think about it. So that, and let's be honest, say whatever you want to about Danny. I mean, I think the guy's pretty detailed. Seems like he's a pretty calculated dude. I can't imagine he hasn't spent some time thinking about this.
Well, that's why I ran that Oregon coach by you, because I'm kind of the mindset that I think that's one of the guys on their radar, according to somebody I just talked to. The question is, could you pull a sitting head coach? I mean, I guess would this be an attractive enough opportunity for a guy in Oregon, Berkey, to just leave his team like that? Is that possible?
Well, again, I'll say what I said earlier, which was the job that Tennessee has become.
Yes,
it's not just one of your best 15 jobs. It's one of the best 3 jobs.
Wow.
So
even without
I mean,
Tony.
if they're going to continue to invest in it the way they have, and when you still haven't finished a $100 million stadium, it doesn't make a ton of business sense to think that you wouldn't continue to invest in it, does it?
Hey, Tony, could you repeat that? He broke up on us.
Hey, Matt Dixon, would you buy that? Would you buy that Tennessee's one of the top 3 jobs in the sport right now? TGMD?
You can certainly make that case, yeah, with all the renovations going on, with the roster that's in place. I mean, you have an elite championship level roster. You can sell it that way to the right guy. Yeah, I think you can package it enough to make that case. Yes.
Well, not only that, you have commitments from the 26th and 27th class, which could be fluid, but nonetheless, those guys have at least bought into thinking about the experience of Tennessee. You'd have to be a good salesperson, but at least they will take your call.
Speaking of fluid, Kendall Rogers says that the situation is very fluid on who will take over the program right now, and almost everyone I've talked to wants it to be Josh Elander.
Yeah, I'm telling you, this Danny White guy is a real. Those of you expecting him just to put Elander in there, this guy's a real wild card. Kendall must be hearing what I'm hearing. This guy's a real wild card, man.
And the thing goes about that is we got a lot of people.
Berkey, love you.
I got a few other hits. I got a few other
love
hits
you,
I gotta get
Berkey.
to.
Do your
we'll
hits,
talk
babe.
soon.
Do your
Okay,
hits,
love
babe.
you guys.
Do your hits, babe. And play only the hits when you're doing the hits. Chris Burke, ladies and gentlemen. So, what do you guys make of this guy? Mark Wazakowski. You know anything about him, Matt Dixon?
Well, they've been a tournament team the last couple of years, hosted a couple of regionals, maybe even a super.
Yes.
I think they won the Big Ten last year. But that Oregon program, they quit having baseball from like the 80s and 90s up until about 2010. And the only reason they brought it back was because Oregon State became a powerhouse. So he I think he only took over like right around COVID. So he wasn't like the coach that restarted the thing, but he's been pretty good there. Obviously, he has a ton of resources with Nike and all that. But being a team in Oregon playing in the Big Ten in baseball seems like a really tough thing to do. So, I don't know anything about his background, where he's from, or what he looks for. But they've been a tournament team the last couple of years.
They got screwed on a bad call, if you remember right, in their regional. And I think they went 0-2 this year. But there was a really bad call in their first game that went against them. I can't remember the details, but it got a lot of attention.
I've been told too.
Well, he was principal at Purdue. Then he was assistant at a lot of places at Oregon, Arizona, Florida, Southeast Mississippi State, undergrad at Pepperdine, where he went to college.
Okay.
Some other names that, and you know what, these stories were already written because they were released as soon as we all heard that. So I'm beginning to, it is what it is. But these names have been floated out by people in administration, or these stories wouldn't have been written. Other names that have come up, according to Eric Kane at VolQuest, Dan McDonald at Louisville, obviously a longtime guy there. Would he leave Louisville? Don't know. Dan Skirka at Murray State. They made a run here with a bunch of misfits to the College World Series. The cat at Coastal Carolina, Kevin Schnall. Obviously, he's done a great job picking people off others' rosters, done some recruiting. That's originally where Liam Doyle went from New England. So there's some reach there. And obviously they had a great team this year. A couple of outside guys, they said the cat from Wichita, Wright State, Alex Sogard, and then the coach at Austin P. So, those names, I can't imagine those names being a big hit with the commitment list we have now.
I will say, when Danny White was at UCF, he hired Wright State's coach to be the baseball coach down there. I think they've since moved on from him, but obviously Wright State's kind of the class of that league, and knocked Vandy out of the deal this year. But that guy's a pretty good coach. But again, that's not a name that's gonna have a lot of cachet, as Sean said.
But
Danny White.
Go ahead, Brian.
Put out a statement. I don't know if you want me to read it or not.
Read it to me.
Danny White.
Read it to me.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, he says, congratulations to Tony on this incredible opportunity to lead the San Fran Giants. We wish him the best as he embarks on this new chapter in his career and thanks him for everything he has done to transform Tennessee baseball into a championship program. The growth of baseball in Rocky Top has been remarkable, accumulating in the 2024 National Championship. We are committed to continuously investing in the program at a championship level across all areas. Furthermore, the upcoming $109 million renovation of Lindsey Nelson Stadium will transform it into one of the premier baseball venues, providing an exceptional experience for the best fans in all of sports.
And if you think he wrote that, I got some land to sell you.
That's it? That's all we get?
That's what it is, yes.
I thought he was meeting with the depressed.
That was that statement he wrote.
Oh.
I said his statement. Just a statement that he came out with.
He didn't write it, but
he's meeting with the depressed
Sorry.
at 3:30, I'm being told. Okay.
But
Sean,
whether he can believe that or not, I don't know. Or just get mad.
Are they going to elevate? Is he too loud still? Brian's too loud? Or everybody's too loud? Everybody is. Are they going to elevate Matt Elander, or are they going to go outside? What do you think this guy's going to do? This guy's a real crazy wild card. What do you think, Matt?
I mean, it makes way too much sense not to just promote Elander. Like, that's the easy thing to do. It gives you kind of an out. You can, even if you don't necessarily want to do it, you can use the timing of it. And I mean, Elander's earned the right to be a head coach. We can say whether it should be here or not, but the guy's turned down some jobs. He's been the right-hand man for 8 years. He's been the interim coach a handful of times when Tony kind of got crazy and got suspended a few times. So, you know, I just think he's been with the program, unlike the A&M guy who I think had only been there a year or two recruiting. And all the former players and current players, you know, I don't think you'd be able to kind of keep everything steady as much as possible with Elander. I just think it would be a huge misstep if you didn't do that.
Here's the problem I see with that is the fact that, one, how does he go to Elander and say, hey, I know we wouldn't give Tony the money, but we're going to give you the money? That makes no sense at all. What makes more sense is Danny going to Elander and say, hey, you're in play here, but you got to play ball with me. You want to be the head coach at Tennessee? Yeah, I think I would. Okay, well, everything I told Tony, nothing's going to change there. Do you want to be a head coach in the SEC? These are the rules. To start playing by my rules. I just don't see how he could underwrite Elander and Frank what he wasn't going to underwrite there. The other thing is that, like it or not, Tony recruited guys that were like him, and his whole cadre of former players all want Elander, and they are all vocal like he was. That's a huge public relations if you're former Vols, Christian Moore, Blake Burke, all of them are right now talking about Elander. It's unanimous. And if they don't, those guys will be just as vocal on social media against Danny White and potentially the program.
Back to the phones we go, 865-200-5402. Special edition, special coverage, Tony Vitello on his way to San Francisco, and it's just a heartbreaking deal. Hello and welcome in. You're on the air.
Hey, Tony, Matt, Brian, Doc, Joshy boy.
Hey, Josh.
This sucks. Feels like somebody stabbed you in the chest, man. Like, I really hate it. Because my favorite Tony Vitello memories when he was here is when he pulled that in-game interview at Vandy. Mike Honcho, that was one of my most favorite moments ever in the national championship game interview, too. Like, he got so emotional talking about how much he loved this team and everything and how much winning a championship meant to him. It just sucked. It felt like you lost kind of like your brother, best friend, you know, thoughts.
That's exactly how I feel, man. I mean, I'm kind of gutted by it, but Because I know how good Tony was for this community. I mean, yeah, Tony was great to our show, and that's, all well and good. But really, what Tony was he was so accessible to our community. He was just so good to so many different people, and he was so good for this place. And not only did he leave Tennessee baseball better than he found it, he left the community he lived in for close to a decade better than he found it, which is something I hope that, could be said about any of us after we stay in a spot for long enough.
Yeah, I agree with that, Tom. So it's pretty much, were you saying they're pretty much going to clean house is what Danny White might do?
Oh, I have no idea. I'm just telling you, people over there are whispering that he might go in that direction. And one name I'm hearing is that Oregon head coach, whose name we throw out.
You know what? College baseball is a loser, too. Let's not lose sight of that. College baseball loses today.
Yes.
Oh, no question.
Agreed.
And he's one of the reasons why it became so big in the last few years, and now that's gone.
Yep. And if they do not promote Josh Elander, my number one choice is the guy you just had on, the great Chris Burke. That's my number one choice.
Burke dodged it. When Cinco asked him the big question. I didn't have the guts to ask Burke that.
Yeah. So when does the 30-day window open for the players that are wanting to transfer if they want to?
It's as soon as the coach leaves, right, guys? So today.
Today, Kendall Rogers confirmed any players that leave now.
Say it again, Matt. Any players that leave now what?
Would have to sit out the upcoming season.
Yeah, it's very
Kendall Rogers.
Gotcha.
It's very onerous. That new rule they slipped in was part of that house settlement is very onerous on the players.
Yeah. Guys, out the door, I want to say this. Tony, thank you for everything. I hope you kill it in San Francisco. I hope you are the first coach to win a World Series, and you won a championship with the Vols, and we cannot thank you enough for bringing us a national championship. I'm really appreciative for what you did for this baseball program. GBO, guys.
Johnny Utah.
Hey, Josh, where can Danny White stick that clipboard?
Johnny Utah over here on YouTube says, I considered this to be a golden era for Tennessee sports, and I'm afraid the golden era ended today. Super chat over on YouTube. Maybe I'm wrong, but how can you feel any differently right now? He said, I'm absolutely devastated. Hey, man, I hope he's wrong, but I kind of feel like that too. I'm very tore up emotionally about this. Matt, you kind of feel like that? Really sucks.
Yeah, it does. It's a huge bummer.
Oh. 865
Yeah, because he impacted way more than just Tennessee the baseball program.
Yeah. And again, I'm for 1,000%. I'm a Phillies fan. I'm always going to root for Tony, though, in that deal. Exie says, one interesting thing about the Oregon coach is that he was an assistant at Florida. He does have SEC experience and was recently Big Ten Coach of the Year, for what that's worth, at Oregon. But let's go back to the phones, and we get our next call in. Hello and welcome in on our special edition. Hi.
Hey, Tom.
Hey, welcome in.
Man, I hate to join a wake, That's kind of what it feels like. A big hug for you, because I know that Vitello's your number one paisan, man, and he really is awesome. I only got one little memory of him. I got to, sometime or another, he was on the show, and I got to talk to him, I guess. Maybe it was a fifth quarter thing. And maybe I think I asked him if he got arrested for streaking after the Florida win or something like that. But anyway, what a great class guy, a character, and guys like that. Listen, if you're Danny White, you don't identify guys like that. You don't know what you've got in somebody like that. That feels I think I know what the Florida fans felt like when Spurrier left, you know. And it was kind of the same, maybe it's some of the same dynamic, just friction with that athletic director. And he just said, no, enough of that. I'm in charge of the football program. I'll run this. First caller said it on the overtime. He says, if there's a mountain that needs to be climbed, I'm going to climb it. That's Tony Vitello, the guy with the vision. And for guys like Danny White, you know, if there's an anthill it needs to be managed. That's the difference. And it's sickening. You know, if you want to win, if you want to be nice and win games and be relevant, you can certainly do that. And if you want to get respected, if you want to win championships, then you have to be serious. And that's what Tony Vitello is. He is absolutely serious. You don't mess with a guy like that. You don't manage a guy like that. Just get out of his way. Just get out of his way and let him do it, man. God, that sucks.
Yeah, it does suck, man. It really does suck.
I can't see Danny White doing anything other than what Danny White would do, which is to try and make sure that he's the smartest person in the room. In other words, to go outside and hire his guy, you know, discount dollar coach or whatever he thinks he can do, and to go that route. I can't see him doing anything different. Josh Elander would be the right call, exactly. But I'm smarter than everybody else. That's why we're going to change the traffic patterns at UT.
It's really amazing, isn't it?
I'll tell you what, and at a time where we're sitting here talking about, you know, our football program not looking serious at times, and yet that's his guy. But we've got this guy here in Tony Vitello who runs a serious program. You're not going to see a lay down lineman, right? God, anyway. Big hug for you, Tony. I know you need it, and this is just one crap day, man.
Thank you, my brother.
Go Vols.
Good talking to you. Go Vols. Back to you. Ken Rosenthal spoke to Max Scherzer, who says the following of Vitello, and these guys are thick as thieves. He said, I absolutely believe in him. He's, to this day, one of my closest friends, and I absolutely believe he's going to get it done in the big leagues, at the big league level. The Athletic said the plan is for Scherzer to join him out there next year, kind of do his retirement season there. After he showed he had some gas in the tank here in the playoffs. Matt, I can't believe we're here. Can you?
Oh.
No.
It's still stunning, even though it, you know, the longer but you can see it and making the move, but it just didn't seem like something he was ever a great fit for, nor had the move ever happened before. So obviously he's that special of a coach and person to be the one to do that. But no, it feels like it took a whole lot of things to make this happen. And unfortunately they all kind of happened.
Danny White saw with his own eyes the national championship. And it's unfathomable how he would not want to have a relationship with that particular coach who is the only sitting head coach that won a national championship over there right now. It's unfathomable.
They had zero relationship, guys.
Did he even go to Omaha last year?
Back to the phones we go. Hello and welcome in. You're on your TLD Logistics Overdrive Overtime, a special edition. Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
This is Rick calling from the Outpost in Southern Illinois.
Hey, Rick. Good to talk to you.
How are you, Tony?
Good to talk to you.
Hey, I'm a first-time caller, long-time listener. I'm an old Southern Middle Tennessee boy, grew up in Pulaski. And I don't have a whole lot to add to what everybody's been saying except this. I think yesterday when Tony stood out there wiping the tears from his eyes, looking at the crowd in the deck, looking at the baseball team, this realization hit him. My boss doesn't want me, and I got people out there that do. I want to stay here, but why when my boss doesn't want me? And I think that's the realization that brought him to the decision to go to the Giants. Hey, Tony, I love you, man. Being out here in Southern Illinois, I'm one of the few Tennessee fans, and you're a source of home. Keep up the good work.
Thank you, my brother. Good talking to you. 865-200-5402. If you've got a thought, you got something you want to say about Tony, I'm just sitting here just kind of like, we're going to take you up till 3 Eastern time, and then I'm going to jump because I have to get to physical therapy. Hello and welcome into our next call. You're on the air.
Hey, fellas.
Hey.
Good luck, Tony. We love you. We love you, Coach Vitello. We all have our teams, whether it's the Phillies, the Bravos, the Astros, the Cardinals, whoever. But we're all going to be cheering for you and the San Francisco Giants going forward.
Amen, brother.
You're one of us. You're of all always. We'll always consider you family, and we'll be pulling for you. And I think Peter Burns nailed it earlier, saying that it took a college coach 5 days to decide to do this. Speaks volumes about how much Tony loves this place and loves the Tennessee Volunteers, and he's one of us. Every other college coach in the history of being a college coach would have said yes before the major league club finished asking the question.
How about that, Matt? That's a pretty good way of looking at it, isn't it? Because I think he really was tortured, guys.
He was.
I think you're exactly right, Rusty.
The only thing is, Coach Vitello, if you ever hear this, don't go take a job with a rival if you ever decide to come back to college. Don't do what the turncoat down at Auburn that just left did.
Interesting. I think that's exactly what he's going to do. Matt, that's what's going to happen, right? He's going to end up at Arkansas.
That's my biggest worry, and that's the first thing that came to mind when all this happened. Yeah.
Maybe we bring him back one day. Maybe we bring him back. Who knows?
Hey, in 3 years, if it doesn't work out and he's not happy coaching on the road for 162 games and all the things that goes with being a major league, and it's not the same kind of job, which we know it's not anything similar to what being a college coach is, maybe we have somebody over there running things at that point that just calls him and says, "Hey, come on home, come back. We'll start right back where we were, like we didn't miss a beat." Anyway, somber day, guys. We're going to miss the hell out of him.
Thank you, my brother. Yeah, good talking to you. 865-200-5402. If you want to get in the hunt and in the mix with us, love to hear from you. On a day where Tony's left, and we're just kind of like, man, I got a terrible headache from it. Hello and welcome in. You're on the air.
Hey, Tony, it's Gray. How you doing, man?
Hey, Gray. Welcome in.
Yeah, I mean, people leave jobs every day, and people that have a lot of people that are connected to them change companies every day. But it's really amazing how much connection we form with these coaches that, quite frankly, don't know most of us. Vitello knows you, and he knows his players, and he knows the inner workings of the UT athletic department. Most of the fans, he's never going to know them personally at all. And yet here we sit with thousands, if not tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people all feeling this at the same time right now. One thing I was going to talk about is, these guys get calls all the time about opportunities. That's the reality, is that the only thing that's constant in this world is change, and these coaches get calls all the time. Tony, I wouldn't be surprised if you get a handful of calls a week from radio stations offering to bring you on board. It's just the nature of the beast. And, a couple people have been kind of running down San Francisco. I mean, it's got its bad spots just like anywhere else, but California is an incredible place. I would venture to say that most of the people that are sitting there calling it the stuff they were calling it have not been to California, or they haven't been there in a long time. It's an incredible place to be, and yeah, it's expensive and all that, but I mean, there's just really nowhere like it. Maybe on Earth, but definitely in the United States. There's nowhere like California. Tony, the Vol Network's not going to be able to control this narrative. This is 2025. There's social media. People are already talking, and I will give you credit. You're the one that told it like it was with what was going on. And this stuff's gaining traction. But when you talk about Danny White being a wild card, I'm hearing you say that this is definitely not in the bag for Elander.
Oh.
It may not even be 50-50. Why wouldn't he just put his guy in now? Why would he go and put somebody else in from that same club? Why would he not just go and get his own person and start from scratch? And that's what I'm hearing you say.
Matt, why wouldn't he just go put his own guy in now if that's what he's going to do?
I guess we'll find out at 3:30 whether that's going to be the case or not. I think if you're going to promote Elander, you do it today and you kind of make that official, because this has obviously been a thing that's been in the works for at least since Saturday. So it's not like this came out of nowhere. So I think Danny White would obviously have probably already made a decision on whether he's going to do that or not. But it makes sense from his perspective if you have all this tension with Vitello to just cut bait. But I think that's such a bad move to make and would just be compounding this mistake.
Well, I can speak to that a little bit. Is back in former life when I was around the UT program, I had the opportunity as an outsider just to listen to people. And I remember a guy, old head, that was part of the he ran the facilities there at Neyland Stadium, et cetera. And his comment was, and I'll never forget, he said, essentially, that ticket buyers are suckers. We bleed orange. We will always bleed orange. Get the bad news out of the way, and the people can start to get over it, and they'll still continue to buy tickets because of the T on the helmet or Tennessee on the logo or whatever. The thought that when an athletic director says we're trying to improve the fan experience, it has nothing about the experience. It has everything to do about trying to increase perceived value so they can raise ticket prices or raise donations, etc. So I do not believe someone like Danny White is really taking into account what somebody's thinking or going to say right now.
There's two huge stories here. Obviously, we're losing a beloved coach, which does not happen very often. The second story is what a plummet for Danny White's reputation. This is a PR disaster. This is a nightmare for him. And if Vitello had not left for this job, he obviously was going to leave for another job, because when somebody makes that decision that the current pain is too great, they're going to start looking other places. And it was just a matter of time before this happened. And on the one hand, Tony, I hear you saying Danny White didn't cause this, but and ultimately Vitello made his own decision. That is true. But Danny White lit this fire, and it's going to, it is an incredible fall from grace for him. When you look at where the three top programs were, and, they were doing the PR about Heupel and Barnes and Vitello, and how they were all kind of like close friends, and they were all going to each other's games and supporting each other and publicly quoting their support for each other. That's like Danny White. I'm not sure he knows what he's done, it seems like a businessman who's only looking at the numbers. And I know that's an understatement, right? Of course he's looking at the numbers, but he has so underestimated the emotional damage that this is going to do, and has already done. How could he be so blind to not see the effect that this was going to have on fans?
They just walk around calling it a non-revenue sport, doesn't generate any money. I'm just telling you, Sean's right. That's just sort of what they do.
Yeah.
But and it ignores the intrinsic value that sport and that man brought to that campus when you talk about it flippantly like that. And I just got an information that Frank Anderson's going to be named the interim coach at 3:30, which means that you're going to see a clean break from the Tony Vitello era, which Danny White's going to actually go through with it. No Josh Elander. So what do you think of that, Matt? Digest that for me. Then I'll go to Gray. What do you think, Matt?
I think it's another mistake. I think you had a lot of stuff in place that could last a lot longer than Vitello. A lot of the stuff he had put in place, and that coaching staff is one of them. And I just, I hope he makes a home run hire, because that's a real risk he's taking here, because you have an elite staff in place that's been loyal to your university and had been courted by plenty of jobs.
Yep.
I mean, Frank Anderson had been courted by a number of places, Elander for head coaching jobs, and all those guys have stayed. And I think you had a chance to continue the success, at least in some way, and making a clean break is definitely a bold move.
And I was told he wanted to make a clean break and clean it up. Gray, your thoughts?
Well, if he's going to let Vitello leave, then it's less shocking that he would want to start from scratch. If he didn't want to start from scratch, he would have tried to keep Vitello and maybe tried to mend that. I don't think he tried to mend it. I don't think he tried to get him to stay. I don't think he tried to fix it. I think he said, as you all have all said, he said, let's let him go and let's start over. And initially this whole thing started because he wanted his hire in a different department to get more support. And this just falls in line with all that. That's what he's about. He wants his hires to be in there. But he's really underestimated the fallout from this. I mean, this is going to be a story for a long time, and I'll get off so other guys can get on. Appreciate it.
Thank you, boys. Thank you. Cinco, your thoughts on Frank Anderson being elevated come 3:30?
Couple things. With all due respect to Coach Anderson, he's been on retirement watch for a number of years. He doesn't travel a lot for recruiting. He's a wonderful pitching coach, but by doing that, you just shove Elander to the side. Now, what we could say is he may have gone to Elander, and Elander is going out to San Francisco. That's a possibility. Elander is the former catcher. He could be the bullpen coach out there. He may want that. I don't know. Who knows? I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt. However, this is what I do know. The rest of the semester, players will be. They won't. It's just natural. They can't give 100%. It's physically impossible for them to give 100%. They may think they are, but they're not, because they absolutely, for one, they have no idea who's going to be their next coach. They don't know what's going to happen. So you cannot serve two masters. So I think that's a disservice right there. You could have made Elander the interim coach. You could have gotten the pressure off you, et cetera. So who's going to go out and Elander's now not going to jump on a plane and go soothe all these commitments. He's not traveling around there if he's not the guy. Frank Anderson's certainly not going to do it because he's on retirement watch now. And I've said that 3 times, I guess. Sorry. But he's going to likely pack up and go back to Texas. So I think I think you are quickly, even though they're happy for Frank Anderson, everybody know this is a Bill Guthridge deal at North Carolina, and he's going to go in and say, Frank, we're going to pay you, and I want you to crack the whip. That's not going to happen. It can't happen because Frank is absolutely as loyal as Tony is. He knows absolutely where every closet. I mean, every skeleton is buried in that closet, and it's physically impossible for a human to give 100% in that situation.
So, Matt, I believe if that's in fact what's going to happen, which I believe is going to happen, it seems to me that Frank Anderson's just going to be there for 1 year, and then he's inevitably going to retire as he was going too soon anyway. That's what that feels like. Yes, fair assumption, Matt.
Either that, or he's just the interim coach until Danny White hires somebody. Because Frank Anderson said numerous times that he doesn't want to be a head coach anymore. I mean, maybe for this situation, a 1 year deal, like Cinco's saying, maybe that's how it plays out. But yeah, he's just kind of a placeholder for Danny White's hire. That certainly means it's not going to be Elander.
Pointing to duress with the athletic director, Kendall Rogers is reporting that Tony was very close to taking the A&M job when Schlossnagle left, and he was also very close once again this past summer. They flirted around with him to see if he'd be interested. They were going to terminate their guy. And Tony, according to Kendall Rogers now, came very close to taking the A&M job again. And listen, now why do you think that would be?
Well, you know what, Tony, if I can, just from afar, I thought I noticed a different Vitello this year. And I'm not looking, now that I can look at it through this lens, he got real chippy with fans. He seemed to be irritated a lot. And it's not because I do not believe it was because he wanted to leave here. I think the work and professional environment was not conducive for a guy like him. I'm not saying Danny White shoved him out the door, but I do believe that Danny White and his people painted Tony in a corner, and Tony has believed for a year or so that this was inevitable. I also believe that he's the kind of guy that would probably see it, because I think I know he's the guy that is worried about what people think of him. It's obvious he is. You can see it every time he talks. He expresses it somehow. But I think that there's a scenario where it's easier for him to leave for Major League Baseball than for him to jump to another program.
We're going to go back to our phones. Matt, this Danny White guy is just a very interesting sort, isn't he? The easy thing to do is just stick Elander in there, right? Give him a shot. It's obvious he wants a clean break. It's obvious.
Yeah.
I got very good information on that.
Better make a better hire than Greg Lovelady was at UCF.
Yeah, Danny has this reputation of being some coach whisperer, and he bats about 500, like all of them. He's no Howie Roseman in Philly. Let's put it that way. No offense. His women's basketball hire, he's really invested in making her succeed. I think she's a nice coach. I do. His he got the wrong short end of the family stick up there. What's the kid's name that's at Arizona State and just got fired, Matt? What's that kid's name that was at Buffalo? Hurley. He hired the wrong Hurley at Buffalo. That guy's a terrible hire. His basketball hire at UCF was kind of a joke. That guy got blown up. Lovelady got blowed up down there at Central Florida. I mean, come on. Joe Kurt elevating him. He's done a nice job. He and also his track hire not very good at all. In fact, horrendous. His women's basketball coach looks pretty good so far. I'll give him that. But now he's got this huge stadium. This guy that had all these people wearing his jerseys, name on a jersey on the back, all these Vitello shirts. And then he created an environment where the guy was going to go to Texas A&M this summer, according to Kendall Rogers. And again, I'm reporting that Danny and Tony had no relationship. None. Zero. Danny didn't even try. And maybe Tony didn't even try. Maybe it was Tony's fault. I just don't think you manage like that, personally. But, hey, who am I to say? I'm not an athletic director. I think this thing for Frank is he's a placeholder. and he might try to get a coach in there for the baseball season. I would not rule that out at all, based on some of the scuttlebutt I'm hearing, and I'd keep my eyes on that Oregon coach if I'm you. Hello and welcome into the next call. Hi, and welcome in. You are on our special coverage.
Hey, Tony. This is Lukey Dome.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I remember his first or second year, I got to talk to him over the radio and ask him, I hope you don't leave Tennessee, because he was being successful that second year. And he didn't. He didn't leave Tennessee for 8 years. So here's what I would do. If I was this is just me. If I was the athletic director, I would go ahead and promote Frank Anderson for a couple years. And Tony, you've done so much for Tennessee. You built this program up, the stadium, and won us the World Series. We're going to see if you like it in pro ball. If you don't like it, you come on back here after the first or second year, and you can have your job back. That's what I would do. That's just me. If I was athletic director, because Frank Anderson would do a great job, and he needs to keep that staff together because that would be good for the whole team. That's just me. That's probably not going to happen, but that's what I would do.
Well, Lukey Dome, I think you're just wishing there because in my 40 years or plus. Well, but hold on. In my 40 years plus of watching administrations, not just at UT, the first tactic of PR of administrations is to whisper out, whether they're true or not, disparaging things about the current coach that just left. Be very careful when you hear, and you will hear this. You will hear stuff circulating. It's very much like when the reporter talked about, one of the quarterback's mother, got a DUI or whatever that story was. Mm-hmm. The administration starts cleaning out their dirty laundry, and the way they do it is you are going to start hearing stuff about how Tony was fast and furious with the rules, how Tony did this, whether it's true or not, because they're going to have to somehow. Danny White is the kind of guy that's going to have to paint himself as I had no choice but to let him walk.
That's right.
Guarantee you are going to see that kind of PR narrative come out, and it's going to be the minions that he can control that are trying to get access, like Thamel, et cetera. Guaranteed. Just like it was Ford. Was it Pat Forty? Remember that a couple years ago when he was part of that PR narrative about bad stuff happening here or about a book it. That's what's going to happen.
Yep.
Yeah. Well,
and another one will be, watch this. And I know this is uncouth and et cetera. You're going to start hearing things about because Tony was a single man and a bon vivant and all that stuff. Guarantee there will start being character assassinations here.
But another thing, he brought the money in, and Danny White should be happy about that because he kept winning, and that brought money in. That kept the stands full. And he did make money for UT. So why wouldn't Danny White like that part? Because he would continue to do that. He would continue to do that. And being single, that would be great for recruiting. I mean, he can get away. When you're married, you can't get away like you want to sometimes.
Oh, he was perfect for this gig because those were his kids. That's why I knew that this thing was going to be hard for him to leave. And the reports are he's leaving for less money. And I'm not sure if the Giants paid the buyout or if he paid the buyout. And if he paid the buyout, that means this thing was untenable and he wanted to get out of here. And now it's being reported by Kendall Rogers that he flirted around this past summer with A&M. That's that all points to, guys, that
came from UTAD.
No, because I don't think that paints UT in a bright light. I don't think that paints UT in a bright light at all. It makes it look like Tony wanted to get out of here, Sean.
Well, I think like I said before, I think the work environment had become so suffocating for him that he was irritated, And, just I don't think he had any choice. If these numbers are to be believed, and these are numbers that were brought about, Luke said he made money. I don't know about that. I think typically non-revenue sports, the best you can say about Tony is he lost less money than other programs. And we're talking about, if this is to be believed, and this is a guy on VolQuest that I followed for 30 years, and he's usually straight on the money. His thing was for 2024. Lady Vol basketball expenses were $11,040,000, and their revenues were just over $4 million. Baseball expenses were $13.4 million, but baseball raised or generated almost $9.7 million. That's absolutely unheard of. Raising that kind of money in a sport like that, unheard of. You're not going to see revenues like that with some other coach.
If the Giants give him time, 2 to 4 years, he'll win. He'll win there, and he'll win some World Series. But they got to give him time to build the program.
Look, you're the man. They got to give him time to recruit. And thank you, buddy. We'll go back to our phones, get our next call in. Danny White at 3:30 is expected to elevate. Frank Anderson, who I love, who is so fun, funny, and combustible. And if he coaches some games this year, Matt, it would be a lot of fun. Are you holding out hope, Matt, that he is managing games this year? Or do you think they try to move and get somebody in there beforehand?
I think naming Frank Anderson the interim.
Yeah, Frankie.
Signals a clean break. If you expected your interim to coach games, it would have been Elander, because he's actually done it before and been the true kind of assistant coach. So that to me just signals that Frank's the interim for the time being until Danny White actually hires a coach, whenever that is. I assume that will be sometime in the next few weeks. Yeah.
Wild card White, I call him. The guy is an absolute wild card. Hello and welcome into our next call. You are on our special report, Tony Vitello to the Giants.
Hey, Tony, this is Garrick in South Bend. First time, long time. I know you're going to be up against. You're up against it, so I'll make it quick.
You take your time. We can stay on a while. You take your time. Go ahead.
Elander was no doubt the hire that was needed to be made, but I don't think there was no chance he was taking the Tennessee job. He has been Vitello's right-hand man his entire time here at UT, and not only has he had a front-row seat to the mess that Danny has created for Vitello, but also, he's probably been approached more than a handful of times to be a head coach somewhere else, and he stayed true to Tony. He was never going to leave Tony's side. Elander's going to be in San Francisco with Tony, and that's just the bottom line,
Yeah, that very well could be the case here. That is certainly very possible.
Look, I know Danny White's a very polarizing, and he's done a lot of good stuff for the university, but I think this is the first real official black eye for him and his tenure at UT. Gotta hope that, he makes a good hire and he makes it quick. I think going with Frank, you guys are right. This is clearly a placeholder. I think that I think when, opening day comes, it's not going to be Frank. It's going to be somebody. I think he's going to go out there and try to get a guy. But, this is a really, really bad look for Danny White. And, I just can't believe that he would not give Tony what he's looking for. Even with the new stadium, it's a shame they haven't got that stadium up and running for him yet. That's just sorry.
And that was what Matt said Saturday. Again, I just believe that Danny White wanted Tony to go. I believe that. And now it's confirmed to me when he just sweeps out the pen. Because that's what they're doing. They're sweeping.
Yeah.
In his words, in his eyes, not in his words, in his eyes, I'm taking the pen and I'm fumigating it, and I'm getting any remnant of this guy out of this pen today. That's what he's doing. And he is a really strange guy. To view Tony's tenure that way is very strange, isn't it? To you in South Bend, isn't that a strange thing to view it that way?
Oh, yeah. I mean, and I just don't see. Look, Vol Nation. I grew up in East Tennessee. Went to school at UT. It's fan base beyond. It's the number one fan base in the country. But I tell you what, when it comes to baseball, we're new to this whole baseball thing. We are. That's just a fact. And if we don't get this thing back turned right in the right direction, that brand new Death Star Stadium that's been built will sit empty again. It just will. Especially with with football, the ticket prices of football, the ticket prices of basketball, everything going up. Nobody's going to be going to that Lindsey Nelson Stadium whenever things are on the rocks. I hope it doesn't get that way, but that's just a fact.
You're exactly right. And Matt, that's the thing that's going to be really curious to see is how many of these people, the gals and the folks that came, and because Tony made it hot and he made it cool. Will the new guy better have a bent toward PR and glad handing and speaking? A baseball only guy will not fill that stadium up. You're right. Tony was like a force of nature. That's what he was. I mean, he's just so unique. And by the way, a bad in-game coach. Tomorrow I'm doing an appearance, Matt, in San Francisco radio, the number one rated morning show out there at 9:50 Eastern time. They've invited me on. And, Matt, I'm going to tell him the guy's a bad in-game manager. I'm going to gig Tony. I'm going to gig Tony tomorrow when I'm on. He wasn't the best in-game manager, though, was he? Am I wrong?
No, absolutely not. And look, I think, winning games was part of, obviously everybody loves a winner, but what he was able to create and kind of, gave Tennessee baseball that Bill show. And it was a show that people were lining up to go and put butts in seats in Lindsey Nelson Stadium. I mean, I lived on Fraternity Row there for 2 years whenever I was a student there. Nobody gave a rat's behind about that baseball program. You could not pay people to go there.
What years would they have been? What years would that have been? Just out of curiosity.
I graduated in 2020, so it was 2016 through 2020.
So you missed the fun. You saw Tony right when he walked me down there and said, "I'm going to fill this place," and I looked at him and said, "How? I mean, what? How?
Yeah.
You're going to fill what place? Nobody cares about your sport. What do you mean you're going to fill the place?"
Yeah, and what he did, I mean, that was just it was, you got to thank Tony for what he did. There's not really any bad blood there, I don't think, with the reasonable, logical UT fan. But, this better get resolved. This ship better be steered in the right direction, or this could be, like I said, it's the first black eye for Danny White in his tenure, official black eye for Danny White in his tenure here.
Yeah.
But it could be the first. I hope it's not, but it could be the first domino that falls, because it could very well end up that we got a bad baseball program. We hire his brother to come be the basketball coach whenever Rick Barnes says goodbye, and we're going to have Josh Heupel sitting at 8 or 9 wins for 10 years too long. So with that being said, love you guys, mean it, and go Big Orange.
Love you, mean it. Thank you, brother. Go Big Orange. Back to you. So Frank's going to be the placeholder. Matt, my guess is they're going to try to hire somebody before that tournament down in, is it Houston? It's somewhere in Texas. Is it the Houston tournament? When's the season start, guys?
I think it's in Arlington this year, but it's either Arlington or Houston. They kind of flip-flop.
Yep. And Tony,
they did that in late February.
And Matt, before Tony got here, were we in events like that, or did he elevate it?
Not on a yearly basis, no. But they had been in that a few times. But they've been. I mean, they're in a premier, round robin tournament every year now.
It'll be really interesting.
Usually the start, like the high profile team in it too.
Tony, it'll be real interesting to see if these payments start mysteriously being made now that Tony Vitello's gone.
Oh, I think they will. Yep.
Absolutely, they will. I was just saying that rhetorically.
No,
actually,
it's such an interesting thing, right? People really knew this. They put a squeeze on the guy, man. I give him credit. I give Danny credit, and they're going to spin it. Like somebody just told me, state-run radio, Tony. They're calling you every night. Hey, listen, I don't care. I've never cared. Never. But those were the same people that were defending Butch Jones, and then he was Attila the Hun. They were defending Derek Dooley, then he was a total boob, buffoon, and a loser. They were defending John Curry, then he was a Pee Wee Herman clone. They were defending let's hire Greg Schiano, then they weren't. They were defending the former era till it blew up and was a joke. They were defending Skull. I mean, come on, y'all.
How many of those guys did we run how many of those guys did we run into at remotes, whether it was from the News Sentinel or the Old Journal, 990 or whatever? How many of those guys did we run into at remotes that would come up to you and talk to you about how they envied your position because you could tell the truth?
And that's all.
I've lost count of how many.
And that's all, because I've only been at it 30 years and have several thousands and thousands of listeners. It's pretty simple. It didn't happen overnight. You got to work for it. You got to get up every day and do it. But I'm never going to kowtow to a guy like Danny White, who didn't even have a relationship with his baseball coach. I mean, Matt, who does that? Why would you ever do that, Matt? Who does that, and why would you do that, Matt? Explain that to me. It's so strange.
I don't know why you would not actively have a good relationship with the best coach that's on your campus, whether you hired him or not. The guy's a generational coach and makes everything else better just by being there. His presence, in a way, makes everything else better, makes everything else, a winner. And it makes zero sense, even from a business standpoint, to alienate yourself with that guy. At least have a good enough relationship where you can talk through your disagreements about, budgets and things like that and stadium construction. At least have a good enough relationship to where you can work those things out without, something like this eventually coming up.
So odd. And then that reporting today from Kendall Rogers that, hey, Tony almost jumped for a college job. Tony went for less money today. I mean, what are we talking about? Hello and welcome into our next call. You are on our, I don't even know what this is at this point. Hi, you're on the air.
Hey, guys, it's TC in Athens.
Hey, TC, welcome in.
I mean, Danny White, his arrogance and narcissism has to be on the same level as Jerry Jones. That's the only explanation.
Yep.
What you had a guy on your campus that absolutely elevated not only the baseball program, but every single athletic program on that campus. You had a guy on that campus that, Tony, bro, you want to know where I met Tony Vitello? I met him at Smoothie King when he's down there for the late great Roger's birthday with Blake Tidwell and Gilbert to celebrate a guy in the community, something he didn't have to do.
A special needs guy. A special needs guy. He said, I wanted my kids to see this. He brought Blake Tidwell and Gilbert with him, rolled up in a truck. No, everybody was looking at him like, oh, my God, he's really here. And Roger was so touched. And Tony said, and I said, Tony, you get this? He said, yeah, I want my guys to see this. Yeah, that's what we do. That's what we're doing here.
And now he's joining Gilbert and Tidwell in San Francisco.
And that's who we let go.
He was constantly in the community, doing things for people in the community.
Constantly.
He was, it just blows my mind. The arrogance and the narcissism of that idiot Danny White, who at 3:30 should be announcing his resignation for allowing this to happen. It's absolutely ridiculous. For my 50th, I know this sounds crazy. For my 50th birthday, a buddy of mine sends me a video last year. I open up. Guess who it is? It's Tony Vitello telling me happy birthday for 3 minutes. He goes on this video. It's hilarious. That's the kind of stuff he did in the community for people. At the Morgan Wallen concert, you saw him come out with Morgan Wallen and then on stage. Then guess where I saw him? I was on an aisle seat. I see him walk right up beside me and sit 2 rows behind me with the people at a Morgan Wallen concert.
This guy, he is the program. I called 2 years ago, the ticket office, 2 or 3 years ago now, and said, hey, I had never even seen a college baseball game. Never watched one until about 4 years ago. Okay? So 2 or 3 years ago, I'm like, man, I've got to be a part of this. Let me call and inquire about getting season tickets because I've got football and basketball season tickets. They say, let me look up what's your donor rank. I said, I think it's so and so. Well, they said, well, let me look it up. And I'm a pretty decent donor. I'm not crazy high, but I'm not bad. They said, okay, here's the deal. If you want to get season tickets, we're going to need a $250,000 donation.
What?
I mean, yeah. And then that wouldn't get me season tickets. That would get me on the list to get season tickets. Possibly. I mean, this guy, this athletic director, man, I've had enough of this idiot. He's putting up gates all over the you can't even get in and out of the stadium. I mean, this is stupid. This pisses me off. You can't walk down the hall and have a conversation with your national championship winning coach that's elevating every other program on your campus. Give me a break.
Oh, man. Thank you, brother. Good talking to you, TC. I love the passion. Y'all have kept me on here way longer than I thought I was going to be. Let's go back to the phones. Hello and welcome in. Your Iron Man continues on. We started at 11 today, and we're still going. Hi, you're on the air.
Oh, what do you say, Tony? You're a man of the people.
Welcome in.
I tell you what, man, this is Lamberto. I feel like somebody just stuck a knife in my gut. I'll just say one thing. You were talking about those guys over at State Run Radio. That's the same people that were texting the AD saying, just tell me what you want to say. And then a week later, they're on the front page with their mugshot for DUI at 4 o'clock in the morning. So I have nothing for those people. But Tony, I tell you what, man, I don't know that I'll get over this, and how you can let a Frank Sinatra walk off your campus, not talk to the guy. You said he talked once since Saturday.
Yes.
That's malpractice is what that is. I'm sorry.
No, it's not. It's a guy that didn't want that guy to be here. That was a conclusion I came to, and it's what I wrote in my blog, and people can get mad at me all they want. Danny White is celebrating today. In fact, he's so celebrating that he's cleaning out the pen. They're going to make Frank. They're going to name Frank Anderson the interim, and like Matt said, they're going to have a coach by Christmas time. That's what they're going to do, and he's going to say it's better because it's got my stamp on it. That's really what this guy thinks. I mean, this guy guy's a special case now.
He's a goddamn piece of work. But I'll tell you what, the second I read your blog and when you broke that he gave a nickel of Frank Sinatra's money to the Lady Vol basketball program, that is unfucking believable to me, to take money away from Tony Vitello and give it to women's basketball. Somebody, I mean, you're going to have to explain that to me like I'm 3 years old, because that don't make sense in anything to me. Women's basketball, I mean, what are we doing? I'd rather watch, that new sport where men and women, they just stand there and slap the shit out of each other. I'd rather watch that than women's basketball.
Now, come on, man. That's not nice.
Actually, I'd rather somebody stand there and just slap the shit out of me than watch women's basketball.
Now, I would rather watch that than women's basketball.
I mean, you
some of your phone calls down through the years.
Give me a fucking break. Women's basketball? What are we doing? I mean, that guy, that's, like your previous caller said, he should offer his goddamn resignation today. Tony, I love you, brother. I really do, man. See you.
Keep preaching, Lamberto.
865-200-5402.
That's my boy.
But, the thing about Danny White is, man, they had to change. There were people on UT's campus that told him, don't do this. when they change those patterns for the stadium. Don't do that. You should not do that. And he did not listen because there is no communication with this guy. Zero.
It's a complete cluster F over there right now getting in the stadium.
And Sean knows the people. I know the people. I'm telling you, they warned him, and then he's alienated people on the campus because he doesn't. I mean, Donde Plowman's going to have to start managing this guy. Because today,
this
is disastrous. This is disastrous today. Disastrous.
We were talking. Sorry, Tone. You and I both got a communique from a friend. I'm not going to say the name. I'm not even going to give a clue who it might be. You can't figure it out. Long time dude over there. Long time dude. He holds no hard feelings. He's one of our guys. And he said, sad day over there about leadership. Said the way they run things over there, there's no communication. And then they get rid of the people they don't want to be there, and then they truck them in the media afterwards. So I said what I said before I even got that from him. And so you just watch. There'll be something. There'll be hints of impropriety. There'll be hints of social embarrassment. There'll be, mark my words, that's coming from his minions that want to play ball in the media. Guaranteed. I hope not, but he will try to sully the era of Tony Vitello one way or another to try to justify this.
Matt, who do you think new coach is going to be? If you had to guess, what do you think they're going to do? Because we really have to start thinking like Danny White now.
Well, let's start first. Do you think he goes cheap, or do you think he goes? How do you think he goes established? He hasn't gone established yet here, has he?
Matt, cheap or established? Is he going to try to find some up and comer? That's a really good question, Sean.
Yeah, it'll be an up. He'll try to get an up and comer
on the cheap. Save some money.
Try to be some kind of up and comer. I don't know who that is. I just never really put any serious thought about him leaving. I probably should have, but it just makes too much sense not to promote Elander, which it seems like they're just not going to do.
They're not going to do.
Which kind of goes to what Cinco just said about hints of impropriety. You can talk about some of the NCAA stuff. Mm-hmm. The Vitello had that 3-game suspension. Mm-hmm. That could be an angle you play as to why you don't promote from within. That that there's some NCAA issues. You could always float that angle out there in the media.
And there are a lot of our fans that love that kind of stuff and want it. And that's fine. That's why I'm not for those people. And that's fine. What we do here is never going to be for those people. That's fine with me. I am, I'm here for you, baby. You know what I'm saying? Like, the one thing that we did in real time on this deal is told the truth. Danny is really weird, y'all. Really weird guy. Get anybody aside that works over there and say, hey, how's this Danny White guy? See what they tell you. Say, hey, you talk to him? You hang out with him? You ever, like, when he comes by you, do you guys talk? Does he ask you how your family is? Ask him. Ask him that.
Well, Tone, remember the first time the first thing we heard about was that he got the top 25, top 30 or whatever when he first got here. And he wanted instead of whining and dining those people, millionaires, billionaires, he invited them to a Zoom call. Remember
That's
that?
Exactly right. He Zoomed them. Yeah.
They're like going, F you. That ain't happening.
Back to the phones we go. Let's get our next call in. Hello and welcome. You're on our special coverage. Hi.
Hey, Tony. Didn't think I'd be calling you back to talk about this, but anyway. Something about you, too, I want to say to you.
Rip me.
Personally, I've been in broadcasting a long time. Lived in Middle Tennessee most of my life. And I didn't normally catch myself trying to see what time it is to catch someone on sports talk in Nashville all my life or anywhere else around here. That hasn't been the case with you, my brother. Once I tuned you, finally got you many years ago, I saw what type of broadcaster you were. I heard what type of broadcaster you are and how you bring things out that I never heard the way they were brought out by anybody else but you. So just always remember that, my friend. We try not to take what we do for granted. There's people out there that are listening, and they love what you do. And I just wanted to echo that one more time.
It's nice of you, man. Thank you, Greg. Thank you, buddy.
And the thing about this deal, the more I hear what you guys have been saying all day today in reference to the damn athletic director and his freaking job at a college is to stay in touch with the guys that are coaching his teams. Should have never got to this point where Tony Vitello waited this long to make a decision. And I guarantee you, man, the reason why it took him this long is because he was thinking to himself, do I want to take a cut in pay and be in the major leagues? Or do I want to stay and fight through this crap that I haven't been able to fight through with what Danny White was doing? I think he's the reason why he left. Just to be honest, what I've heard all day today about how he is, Miss Plowman needs to jump on that crap, and she needs to look at him and give him an ultimatum. He's going to piss off the fans that have been coming. And if he replaces Tony with a loser, it's going to be worse than the Lane Kiffin deal. I tell you, I'm pissed off too. I've been a Tennessee fan since I was old enough to watch it. And who in the hell, knowingly, we know Nico did, but who in the hell knowingly leaves and takes a big cut for the program?
Boy, that is a great line. Him and Nico. Of course, Nico went to, Tony's gone to Major League Baseball, which is he's going to get a chance to see what that's all about. Personally, I don't think he's going to like it. I think he'll be very good at it, though, because I think he'll be very good at anything he does. But I agree with Matt. You play 162 games. If you have a great team, you're going to lose 68 games. You'll win 95 games in modern baseball. Most of those teams now float around 84, 85 wins that make the playoffs because everybody gets into the playoffs. That means, Matt, if he wins 84 of them, how many losses is that? You guys are better than I am. Than what's 84 from 162? How many losses is that? Like 78 losses?
Yes.
Yeah, that's going to kill Tony to lose 78 times in a year. My gosh.
Yeah. You think Josh is going out there with him?
Josh. Elander? Oh, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen with Josh Elander.
Everybody wants him to be the coach, but I don't know. He might have got a deal. He might have got him if they're real close, and he can do what he had him do as a college coach for him in the majors. Who knows? Don't have to get used to somebody else knowing exactly how he wants it done. I don't know, but
if he doesn't go to San Francisco, the play will be Arkansas, LSU, A&M, or somebody will hire Elander immediately to try to raid this commitment list.
Well, like I say, Miss
No
Plowman
way.
needs
In
to
college
jump in.
baseball, when you have
She
an
needs
out
to jump into
with the
that.
top 100 players with the draft, you're not going to a place like Tennessee unless you absolutely have solid connections with a new coach. It's too big of a risk.
I'm going to tell you what, and I've said it in a few calls over the year about the news media who's sitting in there and interview these coaches after games or whatever, or the beginning of the week. These folks that are in there today, I better hear some damn badass questions trying to bring out the crap that Danny White's doing. Somebody needs to nail him. I don't know who it would be, but, the tough questions need to be asked today for sure. And I hope we get some. Thank you, Tony.
Greg, thank you. The plumber, curing those leaks.
It's going to be a dog. It's going to be a dog and pony show about how proud they are of Tony.
Yep.
What a great job he did. Only at a place like Tennessee, where you have all these resources, could somebody, a pioneer like him, have this kind of opportunity. We're so glad that what he did for us here, blah, 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 because if Tony ever says anything, Tony will look like the bad person. It'll all be scripted by the PR department. It'll be a bite in the cheek, biting his own cheek, trying to get these words out because he doesn't believe any of it. But they're going to absolutely put Tony up on a pedestal just for a little bit and talk about what a launching pad this is for a pioneer, and we're Tennessee, et cetera. That's exactly what it's going to be. And also, by the way, to talk about the progress of our stadium and to soothe the people that are paying the money. That's exactly what this is going to be.
And we're elevating
he won't
Frank
take a hard
Anderson.
question.
Yeah, and we're going to stay on because Matt, did you really think I was getting off at 3, or did you know I was going to rise to the occasion and be a sick individual? Which one?
You're not getting off at 3. You are never getting off at 3. Come on.
But
lines are jammed.
But I do have a headache this big, though, Matt, if that means anything to you.
That's what Tylenol or ibuprofen's for.
Appreciate the vote of confidence.
Maybe an Excedrin, since it's got that kick of caffeine in
No
it.
shit, Sherlock.
Hello, Goodies powder. That's my go-to.
If Danny White keeps this up, I'm going to snort some Goodies powder. Hello and welcome into our next call. You're on the air.
Hey, Tony. Alex in Cookville.
Hey, Alex. Welcome in.
Hey, I'm going to agree with you about Danny White. I'm not a Danny White fan. I think Danny White is a globalist in the sense that, the whole selling our ticketing process over to Ticketmaster has been a total loser for the fans. And Ticketmaster is an evil organization that should be destroyed and scattered into the wind. But that, and then the cashless Nealon, the Danny White, it reminds me of Greg Sankey in a lot of ways, where they're the type of people that would tear down a really beautiful historic church, build a high rise, and call it progress. So I'm not a Danny White fan, and this might not be popular, but I feel kind of betrayed today by Tony Vitello, to be honest. I think, I don't understand the decision. I know he's maybe not, the working conditions here aren't ideal, but he's at the top of his game. He's the top of the sport. He's proven he can do it here. It's only getting better here as far as the stadium improvements and that kind of thing. And I don't understand his decision. And I feel he used to say you're either a Vol or you're not. And, loyalty is everything. And I think he sometimes to shield himself from criticism about certain things, decisions or whatever. But, at the end of the day, it seems like he's just another hired gun mercenary that, and here we are as fans getting screwed again, so I feel kind of duped, honestly.
I think you're entitled to feel that way. I think Tony would tell you you're entitled to feel that way. I think this was a really tortured thing for him. I look forward to talking with him down the line once the dust settles and see just how tortured it was. Here's Danny White. now standing at the podium. This ought to be cute.
Had an unprecedented run of success the last 4 or 5 years. And what he has built is absolutely phenomenal. I was looking at the numbers. When Tony first got here, our budget was $3.5 million. It's $14 million today. We have the top budget in college baseball. We're building a $109 million stadium. We're as aggressive as anybody in the country in the rev share NIL space. I think we have a top 3, maybe the best baseball job in America. So we need to make sure, my focus is making sure that we're managing this transition in a judicious way. The players are our number one priority right now. We'll be visiting with them later today. As I always do, embarking on a search. I'll be letting them know I've asked Frank Anderson to serve as our interim head coach. The terminology I used with Frank is I need a shepherd right now. I need a day-to-day leader. And his response was, not that long ago, I was one of the most fiery baseball coaches in the country, and you're asking me to be a shepherd. I said, Coach, that's exactly what I'm asking you to do. I'm asking Josh Elander to be a candidate, and we are going to conduct a national search and expect a ton of interest because of what Tony and his staff and our fan base and everyone has built here. I think it's an extremely attractive position. Obviously, a little bit unique time of year. I'm going to work as fast as I can and get through this process and eliminate the uncertainty that our players are feeling right now as quickly as possible. We have a lot of talent here and expect to have an extremely competitive baseball team this spring. That's, I think, what I wanted to address today. Jason, I leave anything out in terms of logistics? Meet with the team later today. As I always do, I'll ask for them to vote on a leadership group. I'll meet with that group more in depth tomorrow. I want them to have a voice in this process, and we'll get started on our search as quickly as we possibly can. So with that, I'll open up to any questions. I know there's a lot out there. This has been a unique process in terms of how public it's been. There's been a whole lot of rumor mill going on, so I want y'all to ask me anything you want. I think you'll enjoy maybe some facts. Go ahead.
Danny, you characterize, or can you characterize the relationship you've had with Tony since you've been here, and what has the last 5 days been like from a communication standpoint with him as he went through this decision and you guys went through, kind of where he was with it?
Yeah, I mean, no different than any of our coaches. I think I have a great relationship with Tony. I don't work as closely with him as our sport administrator does. In this case, it's Tyler Johnson for the majority of his time here. But we do that. That's kind of how we're structured. But I do appreciate, obviously, what Tony built for our baseball program. But also, we also saw how invested he was to our athletic department and showing up at games and supporting our teams. And in terms of more recently, he's been proactive. I mean, this thing goes back a few weeks. And he's been good about and I appreciate how he's been proactive and keep me in the loop and informing me every step of the way.
Danny, there's been a lot of rumors about NIL allocations and baseball funds going toward women's basketball, things of that nature. Do you have any comment on that? And how have you approached the rev share and NIL across the athletics department?
Yeah, sure. First, I think we'd all should, anybody that's participated, where did that rumor come from? Did anybody report that in here? So who reported it? Like somebody had to make up something that's not true for it to become a rumor, right? So I think we should all collectively apologize to Kim Caldwell and our women's basketball program because that's factually incorrect. Never happened. Our rev share numbers are consistent with the House settlement. 5% for women's basketball, 15% for men's basketball, 75% for football, 5% for other. We, with that other bucket, which is $900,000, we distributed $750,000 to our baseball program. That is far from what we do for baseball or for any sport. Like all the most competitive programs in the country, we participated in front loading last spring. Baseball was a beneficiary of that. We are supporting baseball, I think, I know, at a higher level than anybody in America. We are full scholarships in baseball, all 34 spots. We were one of the first schools to sprint to that. I think we're the only school in the country that's also doing cost of attendance on top of that. That was about a $1.2 million new investment this year that a sport like women's basketball wouldn't have gotten. And we do more with rev share and with NIL packages for baseball on top of their rev share. So I know what the competitive space is in the SEC and across the country. I know our baseball program is extremely well equipped. Otherwise, we wouldn't be recruiting at the level we are.
Danny, 2 questions. In terms of the interim, why the move with Frank now instead of maybe Josh, who would step in when Tony was not present? And secondly, do you have a timeline? I know you said as soon as possible. Do you have a timeline for when you want this whole thing wrapped up, obviously over the course of the next couple of weeks?
Yeah, a combination of factors. Frank's obviously been a head coach, but probably more importantly, as quickly as I'd like to move, I'd like Josh to be able to focus on his candidacy. And he's kind of in the middle of all this, too. Up until this morning, the entire staff didn't know the decision that Tony was going to make. So he's been focused on recruiting and coaching his players. We have an incoming class. There's a lot going on, and I didn't want to throw this on him now, while also maybe treating an interview as an afterthought. I want to be able to focus on the interview process.
Communication with Josh or Frank before this morning, and what is your relationship with Josh like?
I don't make common practice of becoming chummy with our assistant coaches. I think that there's a chain of command that would be inappropriate to have social relationships with them. But for the first time last night, I visited with each of them individually and talked about this plan. At that point in time, it was a contingency plan. We didn't know the decision that Tony was going to make. But have had a chance again to visit with him more today and look forward to doing that more as we embark on the search process.
There's been some talk, too, about roster size in this sport, what it can be in the spring, what some teams are right now. There's numbers 45, 44, 39, 34. What is the roster number, and where does Tennessee's roster number compare to its competitors at this point?
Our roster numbers have all changed with the House settlement post July 1. And they're consistent with our scholarship numbers now, which is a great thing for a sport like baseball. We used to be capped at 11.7 scholarships, and now there is no cap. So we have 34 roster spots and 34 full scholarships. With the first year and the designated student athlete opportunities, there's a chance to be somewhat flexible, but once we get out of the period with DSAs, there's going to be zero flexibility. So all of our coaches for all 20 sports were informed of what the roster numbers are over a year ago. And the expectation for all of our head coaches is to meet your roster spot. It's a part of the job. We have to be compliant with the House settlement, and we also have Title IX considerations. We have to balance our number of participants on rosters with men versus women across all of our sports. It has to be consistent with the student body across the campus, and then also the scholarship allocation from a grant and aid perspective. So there's roster numbers are important for every sport, but I think they're an easy thing to manage. We just need our coaches to hit their numbers.
You kind of referenced the time of year that this is taking place. How unorthodox is it to conduct a baseball coaching search in October? And then you also said this is a top 3 job. Does that make it easier, even despite it being maybe a different time of year?
We're going to find out. I'm going into this with open eyes. Like I've said to you guys before, and relative to coaching searches, interviews matter. I won't ultimately know what the right decision is till I go through that process and get an opportunity to compare candidates against each other and to hear from our student athletes, all that stuff. But I expect that even though it's a difficult time of year, I expect that there's going to be a ton of interest because of what Tony's built here, what we've all collectively built here, our players, our fans, our donors, everybody contributing to that awesome new facility that will open up this season.
Kind of on that note, and you touched on it a little bit, is there anything specific you're looking for in this coaching hire? Maybe recruiting, maybe hitting, pitching. Is there anything specific in terms of what your ideal candidate is, age, experience, anything like that?
Nothing specific. The first data point for me will be hearing more directly from that leadership group of the student athletes, what they're experiencing right now. A lot of times when you go into a coaching search, it's because there's the team isn't having the kind of success you want to have. So how do we make things better? But we're obviously 18 months removed from a national championship and just lost our coach to the big leagues for the first time in the history of college baseball. So we have a positive momentum and a good thing going, but I still want to hear their perspective and learn from that and then go into the process. But I don't have anything in particular in mind.
Maybe building off of that, you jokingly mentioned to Frank Anderson you're running a shepherd for the program. Is that also something that is a high priority for you and the next head coach?
Not necessarily. I think I use that term because, like, right now the kids need to know who's the head coach. They need that. There's got to be somebody in charge. So in any kind of coaching transition, I'm always like immediately we have to have an interim coach. That interim coach might be in that role for 4 days. It might be a lot longer than that. I don't know. But there's got to be, you got to fill that void. So that's where the term shepherd came from in my mind.
In your conversations with the players, what are you going to try to do to incentivize them to stay here at Tennessee rather than entering the transfer portal and going elsewhere? I always, in every single transition, encourage the players not to let their emotions get the best of them, focus on their academics, focus on baseball right now. I'll be telling them some of the things I've told you. I'm going to work as fast as I can to try to eliminate that uncertainty for them as quickly as I can. And then I'll be asking them to give the new head coach and coaching staff, however that plays out. In this case, that might be something that's very familiar for them. It might be something that's different. I don't know. But ask them to assess what that looks like, really for their own best interests. They have a tremendous opportunity here at Tennessee, and like every student athlete we have here, if they choose to do something different, then that's their decision.
Will there be a search firm used in this? Is there anybody that you lean on, a former player who's in the sport or has, to help you gain some further background on potential candidates out there? What resources do you use in this search besides yourself?
I'm using Parker Executive Search, who I've used for several coaching searches here. And they are already working on a plan on the logistics. I use them to help set up interviews. That they don't pick who we interview. I do that. I've been assessing. I'm always assessing the market for all of our sports, but I've been assessing, knowing this was a possibility for a while. What was your second question? Baseball. Yeah, I think in every search, I try to lean on people I trust in the sport that know more about it than I do. And I'll be looking for opportunities to do that here, too.
Two-parter for you. First, what is your message to Vol Nation? Obviously, they are not happy that their national championship head coach is leaving for the big leagues. And then the second part of that, I know you've mentioned Frank, you've mentioned Josh as well. Do you expect Tony to take any of his staff with him, or what does that kind of look like?
I don't know. Tony and I haven't talked about that. We spoke earlier today. I'm not sure that he knows. He's probably trying to figure things out himself. I would venture to guess he probably doesn't know yet. So I think I visited with our entire staff earlier today and told them that we have every intention of making sure that they're in a good place and that they need to do what's best for their career. I get that, whether that's in San Francisco or here or somewhere else. But we're not going to leave anybody out in the cold. This is a staff that's done a lot for this university, and we'll make sure that they're in a good place. What was your question about the fans? I don't know anybody, but he's happy that Tony Vitello is not our coach anymore. We won a national championship and won a historic amount of games. But I also think that we should be happy for him. This is a decision that he made that is a pretty phenomenal accomplishment. So I go back to what I said at the beginning. I don't think this is a sad day. I think this is a proud day. It's a compliment to our program and what's been accomplished here, and it's certainly mostly a compliment to Tony.
Just going off everything you've said, you intend to have a head coach in place then for the 26th season, and there's not a plan to have Frank operate as interim through that whole season, correct?
I'm not putting myself in a box with anything right now. This is kind of unprecedented to have a coaching transition this time of year. So I don't know how this plays out. All right. Thanks, guys.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. No, I can't, Sean. It's a long story. Okay, Matt and Sean. No, I'll tell you about it later. Matt and Sean, your thoughts on what we heard. You want to know where the rumor started. How about your baseball coach was telling everybody that, Coach Danny White, who, by the way, when they asked him, how many times have you talked to Tony since the deal, people think I make stuff up. And what was the number, Sean? Let's see how good you are at listening. What was the number, Sean?
He said he talked to him today. And but the couple of interesting points was he
doesn't talk to him.
Exactly what you said when he said, and I quote, I don't regularly make it a habit of being chummy with assistant coaches.
He doesn't talk to anybody. Nobody knows him. I told you that.
And I can see why he doesn't talk to anybody. That stammering is just unbelievable.
How do you manage
I'm not trying
that?
I'm not trying to rip on a guy's physical qualities or lack of physical qualities, but the way he bowed up about with that false bravado about how he was ready to take on anybody that would challenge him on that rumor, that's hysterical, by the way.
It was great.
I mean, that I haven't seen a bigger pussy move in a long time, and that's what that was, is a huge pussy move. Second of all, to totally not be able to answer what was your question about the fans? What? That's kind of like when you asked Doug Dickey if people would be getting a refund after the bad season. What? Fans? What are you talking about? And yes, I stand by that's a pussy move.
So, Matt, your thoughts on what we heard from our athletic director?
Yeah, it seemed just kind of an odd press conference deal. He didn't seem very prepared for it.
Yep.
I guess my biggest takeaway was how he talked about how he literally doesn't know the assistant coaches, doesn't know Elander,
doesn't know anybody.
And he was going to talk to the players later and figure out what their kind of inputs on everything. Which if he kind of was doing his job, he would kind of know where they stand on promoting Elander and all that. I don't know. Well, I don't think it was a great press conference on Danny White's part on any real level.
But he's upset.
It is just a press conference. I'm not going to hold that against him. But he didn't seem like he was very prepared to answer some of the stuff.
It's extremely illustrative because it paints the picture that I'm painting for you, which is, he said, I let my lieutenants, like this guy thinks he's in the military, I let my lieutenants talk to the head coaches. What? What are you like? Again, I'm back to this. You can't manage like that effectively. Can you? Can you? Tony didn't feel the love, y'all. I'm telling you. I know Tony. He didn't feel the love. He didn't feel the love. And that's why he left. It opened the door. And Kendall Rogers are reporting he thought about taking the A&M job. Because this guy had zero relationship with him. And Tony's a relationship guy. I mean, you couldn't like walk down to his office and say, "Hey, man, we're really proud of you. Is there anything you need? Man, you won a national championship. Is there anything you need?" And after watching that display, do you doubt that he clawed some of that money back for her? And I'm not making a target. Look, like I wrote in the blog when I wrote that, and he knows damn right well who wrote that because he reads it every day. He knows damn right well who wrote it. You clawed the money back because you need her to win. Because this is a guy who when you watch him, it's just so about him. And I don't want to say that kind of stuff on the air. I want us all to get along, Rodney King. I mean, my gosh. That was crazy. That was just crazy. My lieutenants. Tony is so much about, hey, man, you're either with me or you're against me. Tony looked at Danny and said, "You're not with me." That's what happened. And apparently this guy's not going to learn from it because he doesn't even talk to assistant football coach. He goes, "I don't do that. I don't get chummy with coach." You don't? Sean, what do you think of that? What do you think Doug Dickey would say about a guy that says, "I don't get chummy with coaches"? Sean, what does that even mean? Well, what are you there for, dude? You don't get chummy with coaches. What does that even mean?
Well,
you can't say hi to somebody?
Doug, I don't know that Doug Dickey would take the time to talk to an assistant coach, by the way. I mean, not to ruin your comparison, though, but no. No, an assistant, and I think Doug Dickey's an outlier, but an absolute, if you want to say Mike Hamilton would know every assistant over there. Have him to lunch. What's going on? Not to check up on the head coach, but just make sure, hey, we've got you. That's malpractice. If you're a AD and you're greenlighting multi-million-dollar assistant coaches like coordinators in football or something like that, and you don't have a relationship of some kind with those people, that's complete malfeasance.
I mean, he would have been better off just releasing the statement and not having a press conference.
He did not.
That is a textbook example of how to lose a press conference. And they weren't gotcha questions, but at least there was something out there that the people talked about.
Hey.
And you know what? I'm sorry. I have to say this. I very much overestimated his ability to work with people. I held out hope that somehow you were wrong, but Tony, about his interpersonal skills, but it was in living color right there. This guy's he's a robot.
It's embarrassing.
It really is.
I mean,
in fact, I think I've overestimated his intelligence. No legitimate person with a PhD or a doctorate or something like that would have you introduce themselves as doctor, especially an administrator, not even an educator, an administrator. That's bozo league right there.
How about him, Matt, admitting that he basically never talked to Tony? How about that, Matt? It's just not my style. It's just not my style. Well, you ought to change your style. You just lost your only national championship coach on your campus that you didn't hire. There, Chief.
How about this little quip? I don't want Josh Elander focusing on the day-to-day so he can concentrate on his candidacy. What the fuck are you talking about, Holmes?
I mean, what are we doing? What are we doing? And those of you who don't think I keep it 100, I keep it 100 on here. Because that right there, he just basically said, the guy who told you the thing about the NIL, it's not true. And by the way, he also said, I don't talk to coaches. And guess what? I don't talk to coaches. There are people that have been over there since he's been there that work in the athletic department every day that he's never talked to. That's who that guy is. I mean, this guy, those are my lieutenants. That's what they do. I don't do that. I'm too good for that. And you imagine juxtaposing that guy with Tony Valls, who brought 2 of his star players to Rodgers' birthday party. No offense to Danny White. You think Danny White's going to do that? Danny, the man of the people? Oh, no, I'm sorry. That was Tony. Tony's the man of the people.
I think he said talking to an assistant coach would be breaking protocol by not having my lieutenant do it.
What does that even mean?
I mean, that's a company man of all company men there. I mean, what? Like, have some, come back to reality, Danny. Come on, man.
No, he really does think that. They've let him get away with that. Hey, this Dante Plowman needs to manage this guy. She's done a lot of great things. Giving him an annual rollover every 4 years and incentivizing him to behave that way publicly is not good, Dante. And she doesn't get criticized very much by me, but that's not good. That's not good.
And how fast did he get it? We predicted it. How fast in the press conference did he get away from baseball and started talking about budgeting?
Mm-hmm. Immediately. I salted this guy with the highest budget, blah, 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 and the revenue, blah, 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 blah. He talked about the revenue more than the winning. Who the hell cares about your revenue? Fans don't care about that shit. Fans care about feeling good at a sporting event, man.
The way you handle that is you get up there, you thank Tony for everything. He did a little bit, but it was borderline disingenuous. And you get up there and you talk about the incredible parade they had downtown. You talk about everything like that. And he went into robotic mode as soon as he could because he just doesn't have the capability or the capacity to talk to humans.
It's really odd. Matt, you got to admit.
Everything you said, I just took your word for it, and I just absolutely saw it on display right there.
I'm sorry, guys. I know the picture that's been painted for. Listen, I talked to so many people during the week. Laura looks at me and is like, "Get off the phone." But if you're going to do what I do, you got to keep your ear to the ground. And I have no interest in getting to know people. Say, "Do you know Danny?" I don't know him. I don't need to know him. I know him from talking to people around him. Just like I know Rick Barnes from talking to people around him. You know what they tell me about Rick Barnes? He takes time for people. He cares for people. He tries to reach out and reach around to students. He tries to make it better, just like Tony did. Josh Heupel's a decent person. He's a good guy. Danny White, no. He's about as robotic. This guy thinks he's the king of England, y'all. I'm sorry.
The guy who brought us the 75,000 waiting list for football tickets.
Yeah, which is the biggest bunch of bullshit in the world. There's no waiting list for football. There never was. And he sells 13,000 tickets a year to ticket brokers. And I didn't do it, Danny. You did it. I didn't do it. And by the way, not afraid of you. Never going to be. And next time you're up there, say the name, man. Say the name, brah. Let's go to the phones. And I'm rooting for the guy because I love my alma mater. But this thing about how Tony's twisted in the wind for 4 days, and I talked to him this morning. It's not my style. That falls right in line with me saying that he wanted him to leave. And guess what? He wanted him to leave. Matt, is there any doubt in your mind after hearing that press conference that he wanted Tony to leave? Did he sound like a broken guy to you or a sad guy that Tony left? In any way, shape, or form, Matt? Did he emote that at all?
No, not really, no. He didn't really emote much emotion, period. Danny really probably just needed to text a buddy today and not have a presser.
Oh, text a buddy! And his lieutenants that go around town.
Text a lieutenant.
Hey, one of his lieutenants told a booster friend of mine, he said, well, that's a revenue losing. And it's a buddy that's got a porch and a lot of money, okay? He says, well, it's a money loser. And the guy was like, well, really? I wish you'd have told me that before I spent $50,000 on a damn porch. When was it a money loser? Not when I was
the guy who
moved
from the guy who moved the student section way down the right field line.
Yeah, it's a
so you can't even listen to him, and made him stand up the whole time.
I mean, this guy.
Bring me more of that genius there, buddy.
Here's the thing. If you want to take my word it's not me versus him, but listen. I love this place. I live here. I will be here. I was here long before Danny White got here, and I will be here after he goes, believe it or not. And my idea, and the reason I love Tony Vitello so much is he took this place and made it better and loved it. Now, the caller before we went to Danny White said that he was really that Tony let him down and broke his heart and this, that, and the other, and I'm mad. Hey, you got every right to be mad at him today. He would tell you that. But I'm telling you right now, there's more than one side to this story, and you just saw it on display. Hubs asked him, a great question, when did you talk to him? I give Danny White a lot of credit. I don't make it a habit of talking to coaches. And my lieutenants do that. They don't get chummy. I don't make it a habit. It's just not what I do. Huh? Like, what? What are you, the president of the United States with a cabinet around you, man? Are you kidding me? What are you think you're doing? I mean, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's a ridiculous thing to say into a microphone. Hello and welcome in. You're on the air.
Oh, Tony, it's Taylor. We just heard the Danny White playbook.
Yep.
If you guys recall, after the parade, Danny stood up on the podium, took the mic, and bragged about all his accomplishments, his budget, and his award-winning fundraising. It was so awkward and cringy. That's Danny White. He always finds a way to make it all about him, just like he did on that press conference, about the $14 million budget, the $109 million stadium, how competitive we are in NIL and revenue share, the 5-15-75 split on house settlement, $750,000 for baseball, the 34 – I mean, the guy is – I don't think too many objective people couldn't argue that he's a narcissist. He's an introvert, and he's never had a skip-level meeting in his entire life because guess what? He is too big to even talk to his Big Four coaches, much less the assistants. He has lieutenants. Tony, he has an executive staff of 20 athletic directors. 20 report to him, 20 ADs, and then there's an additional staff of about 6 or 7 directors that are part of his hierarchy. He's a bureaucrat, and it's a disgrace that he does not have relationships with the head coaches or even the assistants. It's really he's a bean counter, money raiser, all about me. But with that said, it's sad we lost Tony. I'll just say this: he's a VFL. I don't blame Tony. He just did something unprecedented and took a top 5, top 10 MLB job. Never happened, obviously. I'm not mad at Tony. I'm super disappointed that it happened, but I understand it. I got a question for you guys. Do you think in your heart of hearts would Tony have accepted the Giants job, which it sounds like he's taking a pay cut, but it is an MLB job, even if his relationship was good with Danny White?
I don't know, because he doesn't have a relationship.
What's your gut tell you?
Because he doesn't have a relationship with Danny White. No. My answer is, if he would have been loved on the way he should have been loved on, and Tony's like a Labrador. Tony needs a little love, okay?
Yep.
And that's why Tony liked being on here with me, because I gave him love. I gave him the love that he deserved, and he gave me scorn and hatred. But you know what? You know what? At the end of the day, all you got to do, Taylor, if that is your position, that you're Danny White and you hold yourself up, but you know this one person needs a little stroke, and don't you stroke them, Taylor, when they're the only one on your campus that's going to win a national championship? I mean, wouldn't you go out of your way, and you're building them a $110 million stadium? Wouldn't you just try to stroke them just to do it, T? Wouldn't you do it?
Yeah. I mean, Tony, like a lot of your audience, I've been in corporate America a long time. I've hired and fired people, and it doesn't matter. But point being is, you've got to realize the folks, what motivates them and what they need. It would take about an hour around Tony Vitello, and I say this with due respect. He is uber competitive, obviously, but with that, maybe it's in his DNA, Italian, I don't know, it doesn't matter. he does need pats on the back. He does need affirmation.
Exactly.
He does need to be shown some love, especially by the guy who he supposedly reports directly to. So, yeah, that is absolutely important. It's not all about the money. And I'll tell you, Tony Vitello started showing that he didn't feel as loved by the fans. How many times last season did he mention his disappointment in the fans? Either the attendance or some of the disgruntled morons. All that bled over, and it told me that, you know what, Tony's super confident. He's the best at what he does. He's the number one coach in America. But guess what? He does have a little bit of thin skin.
Oh, he's very thin-skinned.
I love him for it.
He's very thin-skinned. He was still bitching about me, cracking on the Alabama. I'm going to tell these guys tomorrow when I'm going to talk radio. I got 2 things in San Francisco I'm doing tomorrow. And I'm going to tell these guys, hey, look, this cat, you better watch yourself around this cat because he's going to call you out now. No, what I'm going to say is he's one of the more talented, intelligent people I've ever seen. He's a great reader of people. He's going to do fine in any space he's in, including a major league dugout, because he won't overstep his bounds. He's not going to assume that he belongs there. He's going to come in there extremely humbly, and he's going to do just fine. And the Giants made a very good hire, and we are dying here that we lost him. And that's what I'm going to tell those guys.
But that's not unusual. I mean, no one has thinner skin than Urban Meyer.
That's right.
No one has thinner skin than John Calipari.
That's right.
No one has thinner skin than Nick Saban. I mean, you write a bad column in Alabama, you lose your credentials.
That's a good point, Mark. Sam.
You can also, it's like, if you'll indulge me just for a second.
Yeah, go ahead.
This was tucked in Brent Hubbs' just recent article, and it goes along with what he asked. If you'll indulge me, he said, quote, "The reality is that no sport will ever have enough, and no athletic department will ever have enough. So how do you get coaches to believe you have enough and are getting all that's available?" And he ends that with, "These challenges are why ADs and coaches need a more transparent relationship with each other than ever before."
Hey, Hubbs,
you don't have to be Stephen
Danny White
for what he's saying.
Good luck with Danny White having a transparent relationship. That's very well written by Brent Hubbs, because that's the truth.
Well,
very well
I agreed, and that's not a cut on Vitello. It's just a lot of high performers, a lot of folks that have egos and metric themselves by results. They're super successful, uber successful, but they need some attaboys, and it was a huge misstep for Danny White not to have that relationship. Who was the AD assigned to baseball? He mentioned Tyler Johnson. I know he's from Maryville.
Yeah.
Anybody know him? Was that a change? Did Cam Walker or Ryan Alpert, who got promoted?
The Walker guy, is it the Walker guy that went to Utah State? He's the guy that had it, yeah. It's the guy that went to Utah State. That was the guy that had it. That was his quote-unquote.
So you have a subordinate.
His report, as they say.
Handling your number 3 program who won the national championship. So you're removed, don't have a direct relationship. So when the rubber meets the road and he has an offer from MLB and you don't have that relationship already present, good luck salvaging this asset, i.e. Tony Vols. The other thing is, he had to get tired of the paradigm shift, right? The portal, the players begging for money. Tony, in an interview, mentioned that he had seen a change. And last year he said, "I had lots of missing pieces. I think we're able to fill most of those this year." You read between the lines, Tony did not like paying players. If you've indicated, he's told players to leave. You're not a good fit because they had their hand out. But here's the reality: there's certain players that fit the culture, but that would tell Tony, these other guys are offering me X. I need you to be at least somewhere close to that, can't you? And end of the day, baseball made some promises. And then they felt like you indicated, I think the rug got pulled out from under them. They're having some funding issues and challenges. And when you're Tennessee baseball and you're third revenue generator on campus, and likely the number 4 revenue generator, Lady Vols basketball, is getting more money, it's going to chap you. And that's probably salvageable if you've got a great relationship. If you don't, you feel like you're undermined. You feel like you don't have the support. And your ears get a lot more open for listening to options. I'll leave with this. I don't know. We don't know the answer. My gut tells me Tony would have stayed if he would have been shown the love. It's a shame this has happened. We just lost the best coach in NCAA baseball, and my fear, and I know a lot of folks have echoed this, is he'll get burned out on the grind of MLB baseball, and he'll end up at Arkansas for about $8 million beating our asses at Lindsey Nelson, the stadium that he built. Keep up the great coverage. I'm out.
Thank you. Back to the phones we go. Hello and welcome in. You are on our special edition. It's a Garza Law fifth quarter fan reaction. Hi.
Hello, Tony. This is Caleb in Bristol.
Hey, Caleb. Welcome in.
Thank you, sir. Real quick, the Josh Elander comment at the end there, someone asked about why Frank Anderson was named interim and not Josh, and he made the comment about, he wanted him to focus. Would it not be better if he was a serious candidate to not watch him in action, or am I missing something?
Why, guys, why did he say that Josh Elander is a serious candidate? What's that about, Matt?
It's absolutely about to head off the negative talk, to manipulate the negative talk that could potentially come out from Letterman, guys in the majors. Keep recruits and their families calm down during this period of time. It had nothing to do with Josh. It had everything to do, well, maybe a little Josh, so Josh will stick around and possibly the hopes that he will work with the team and keep everything in line because they know how effective he is. It is everything to try to control a narrative to keep the heat off his back.
To my caller, what do you think? Why do you think you mentioned it that way? You bring it up. What do you think?
I can only think that, like Sean said, that he's just trying to keep him stuck around. But to me, if that was a serious thing, you would have named him today.
Sure.
And that would have been the end of it.
I want to see what you're about. He's going to take the pen. He's going to take a high-pressure sprayer, and he is going to clean the pen out, my friend, of any remnants of Tony Vitello. That's what he's going to do. And this guy is a maniac athletic director to try and do something like. I give the guy a lot of credit. He is committed. Hey, Matt, say what you want to say about this Danny White guy, but he's committed to the bit, Matt. This guy is committed to the bit, Matt. Say what you want. You guys say what you want to say about him. He's committed, Matt.
Yeah, certainly. So I thought that was a really interesting way to handle that with Elander, just kind of throwing his name in there as being a candidate. But
he's candidate, but we're not going to watch him.
Focus on the interview because obviously he doesn't know him because he's, doesn't get chummy with assistants.
I mean,
it'll be real interesting to me to see how Mike Keefe either avoids this or is part of this narrative because he's got that communication department on lockdown.
Mike's not going to say anything, and he should, nor should he. It's not his job. As Mike told me in the summer when I had him on, Mike said, Tony, you have your job to do, and I have my job to do, and that's a great way of looking at it, man. And Mike's great at what he does. So
he absolutely is.
But go ahead to my friend in Bristol. Go ahead.
That was it. Out the door, Tony. I just wanted to thank Tony Vitello for his service to our university. I'm 26 years old, and him doing what he done is the only thing in my lifetime of substance that we've done. And that chummy line is about the dumbest thing since I heard Jeremy Pruitt talking about war daddies after Kentucky lost. All right, thanks, Tony.
Hello and welcome into our next call on our TLD Logistics phone lines. It's a Garza Law exclusive extra about 4 hours after the news broke. We've just been on here just, doing whatever it is we do. I don't even know what this is called.
Hey, Tony.
Hey, Josh. How you doing, man?
I'm doing all right.
Here we go.
Tony, I thought we were through with this shit. I mean, I had a perception of leadership over there for the last few years that clearly was completely wrong. I mean, that damn press conference, that's Bev Davenport level shit, Tony. I mean, that stuttering, this cat, what I've learned is these damn athletic directors, they're all the same, man. They are so freaking clueless on, they don't connect to the fan base at all. And it's sickening, man, to see this.
It is so damn enraging. How do you not go over and talk to him? So damn dumb. How do you not communicate with your national championship coach? Who the hell are you? I mean, it's so disappointing, man. I thought we were through with this John Curry, Dave Hart, Hamilton, Bush League bullshit. That's Randy Boyd. He's not that guy. Is he?
No, Randy Boyd would never treat somebody like that. Are you kidding
What
me?
the hell is going on? That damn, did you watch that damn press conference? That damn idiot couldn't even spit a sentence out. He asked him point blank. How do you communicate? You don't communicate with your national championship damn coach? That's unacceptable, Tony.
I'd said it all. Hey, Josh, I said it all week leading up to this that he doesn't communicate with him, and people were calling me every name in the book. And you don't have to say you're sorry. You don't have to go to your special little site because this isn't about me. But understand this one thing. I'm not here to lie to you. I never have been.
I know you're not lying, Tony, but I mean, to get up and you're so damn...
How about him admitting it? How about him admitting that? I could not believe he said it.
In front of everybody.
I couldn't believe he said it. I couldn't believe he said it. I couldn't believe it.
What's so disappointing is people like Taylor that called earlier who live and die with that program and Matt and, you know, people like Sean that goes that seen the rise from the ashes of nothing. And people like me who don't go, but I mean, I relate to guys like Tony. I don't relate to no freaking... I mean, Josh Heupel puts no effort in relating to people like me in his fan base. Or, you know, you can relate a little to Rick Barnes, who's the kind of granddad type guy, but you know, he is who he is, but Tony and the Bruce Pearls and those type guys, I mean, it's sad to see the heart. That's why I love Coach Majors. And how the hell do you let somebody like that, who is clearly the best coach in the damn game, who has raised the level not even of baseball at your school, but in the conference and the damn whole country, just walk out the door without even going over there and getting on your damn knees and begging the guy to stay and asking him what we can do?
You know what I found out this morning as a prelude leading up to today's show? Because I thought yesterday was going to be the day, Josh, and kind of stepped in it yesterday because I really thought he was going to do it yesterday. But he ends up doing it today. I think he was really touched. I think he was going to do it yesterday, and I think he was really touched by what the fans did. And he was in the dugout crying, and you saw that stuff. And John Reed called that right on social media yesterday when he said, "Hey, look, this guy's in there crying, man. This doesn't look like a guy that's staying." I think that was a right read on things. Here's the deal. So I talked to one of his best friends today, in town. He goes, I don't know. He goes, but I will tell you this. Saturday he hears from Donde Plowman. Saturday he hears from Tony Vitello. And Saturday he hears from Danny White. And he hadn't heard anything else from Danny White at all. Which told me everything I needed to know. They want that guy. They wanted him to go, man. They wanted him to go. And Josh is right, isn't he? Matt, for that guy to get up there and admit that today, Matt, is one of the damnedest things I've ever. That is up there. I thought we were done with this. That was up there with, what was the guy's name that had the War on Women and had Holly Warlick up there singing for her supper? What was
Dave
his
Hart.
Dave Hart. Dave Hart loves women. I'm here to tell you he gives me everything I need. But the people
How about when the
know.
assistant coach said that admitted that Rick Barnes has earned the right not to go recruit?
There you go. That was a good one. What was that winner's name, Matt? That's that guy that was coaching East Tennessee State there for a hot minute. What was his name, Matt?
Des Oliver.
Danny White got up there today and admitted he doesn't talk to coaches. And everybody thought I was lying. I mean, what are we doing? He doesn't even talk to head coaches, Matt. Do you like it? It's just not my style. You know, I got my style, man.
Yeah, that just doesn't seem like a smart move. But I mean, after hearing him today, would you want to talk to him if you were a head coach?
Don, you forgot we got a family atmosphere here in this athletic department.
Oh yeah, that's right. Manson family. Hello and welcome into our next call. You're on the air.
Hey, Tony, it's Holly.
Hey, Holly, welcome in.
Well, first of all, I got to say this first. Nothing against the Lady Vols and all the money deals, but I am devastated, and, you know, I'm trying to be happy for our beloved Tony leaving, and I think he is following his dreams, and, man, I hope he blows it out there and does his best. And I mean, it's such a ride, and it just it's heartbreaking. But I want to go to Danny White. I've obviously, like everybody else, I've been pretty darn upset and focused on this since it broke on Saturday, and reading and looking and all. And today's press conference from Danny White just absolutely cemented it all to me. I was trying to say, well, is that true? Is that true? No, maybe not, maybe not. But I'm an older person, and I have worked in corporate America, and I've seen a lot, both good and bad. And I tell you what, it was a terrible press conference. His body language was terrible.
Oh.
He was nervous, and he was defensive. And, you know, that was very, very telling. And I'm glad he was nervous. I'm very glad he was nervous, and I hope he has diarrhea for the next 30 days. But anyway, no one who's ever worked in corporate America or in a big, you know, outfit like a University of Tennessee knows that the head guy in your big athletic department or one of your biggest departments, no one never not talks to their superstars. They keep those superstars happy, and they want them to continue performing at that level or improve at every cost. I remember a job I had, and by luck, I had an office that was reasonably close to the CEO's suite of offices, just by luck, and I was way down the totem pole. And that man always, and I was nothing, when he had an extra minute, or if he, you know, my little department, he made sure I was happy. He took time to check on me. Now, I wasn't one of his head dogs, but I watched him with all of his head dogs. And he had plenty of people on his staff that were having those big dogs direct report to someone else. But whenever he felt like it or wanted to intervene, he was always talking to them and always making sure that they were happy. I saw it because my office was close to him. So it's utter bullshit that this man has decided in his bean counter brain that he is, you know, he's got such a big staff and that all these people can take care of everything and it's not his style. Well, you know what? May not be his style, but this may be the first nail in his coffin now that this has come out. You know, how he manages things.
Can you imagine that, Holly, when he admitted that?
I mean, he admitted it.
First of all, he called me a liar.
Pin dropped to the floor I thought, did I hear that right?
How about when he said who said that? And he knows damn right well who said it. And he should have said my name. But here's the thing, Danny. Danny, I got what you said, and here it is. Danny revealed the exact revenue share during that press conference. So here's what he admitted. He said 75% goes to football, 15% goes to basketball, 5% of their money is going to women's basketball, 5% to other sports, with $750 going to baseball. And what was I saying? Who's getting more of the money? The baseball program or the women's basketball program, Danny? It's not even close. 5% to women's basketball and 5% to other sports, with $750 of that going to baseball. Danny, I wasn't lying. I was not lying. I never lied. And that was Tony's problem. Tony's problem was you were not treating him commensurate like LSU. You think LSU, Holly, is doing that? You think LSU's clawing back money from the baseball coach at LSU? You think they're doing that down there?
Never. And
Never.
They've got as big an outfit as we do.
Of
They've got a
course.
football team, a
Of
basketball team.
His quote was, "We fund baseball at a higher level than any other school in the country."
BS.
And that's a lie.
He said
That's a
that
lie.
directly.
It's a total lie.
That is a complete and total lie. And you can look those up on those state budgets. I mean, he is lying. He just thinks, well, nobody's going to do that. And I don't know, they probably won't. But does he not think, or maybe because he lets his minions talk to his superstars,
right?
Does he not realize that Tony Vitello, being one of the best, if not the best recruiter in the country for college baseball, knows ahead of the time and watches how the cards are being played and how everything falls, that he knows better than anybody what it's going to take to get these top-tier boys that he wants to get. And I think that probably he has gotten some top-tier boys just out of his charisma and his talent, when in fact they could have made more money going to other places. Why wouldn't an athletic director see that and say, okay, in this crazy time of paying players and NIL and revenue and all that, why would he not listen to his coach, his national championship coach, who is competing directly with LSU's coach and that caliber, and why would he not realize that this man is the expert, and he's not just doing this, oh, I just want everything, I want to be, blah, blah, blah. Why would he not listen to that to know that, hey, this is what it's going to take to maintain this trajectory that we have in this modern age of sports? I don't understand that, because that's what it takes. I don't like it, but that's what it takes.
Well, Holly, he even doubled down on that by saying, go back and listen. He even took credit for Tony's recruiting by saying, with that funding that he alluded to,
that's right.
That's why we are recruiting at the level we are recruiting.
That's right.
I heard that too.
TOS was trying to suggest that he was the reason that Tony has the number 1 recruiting class.
Me, baby.
And I can bet you, I would bet my puppy dog's life, and anybody that knows me knows my puppy dog is my child. I would bet my life that not one kid that signed at University of Tennessee baseball, or probably the other sports too, signed because of Danny White. He didn't recruit anything. Nothing. The charisma, the challenges, the player development, all that comes from his coaches, i.e., in this case, Tony and his staff. And it's sickening. I mean, I know for a fact, and this is, this makes me sick. I knew this years ago, and I didn't, you just hear stuff, but this came direct. This is not gossip. This man, from day one, and a lot of CEOs do this, I know this, from day one, he wanted his people. Okay, I can understand that to a degree. That happens in corporate America all the time. But he has wanted from day one his people down through, way down the food chain. Everybody. And he, for a fact, overlooked some very qualified people that also not only were qualified but had connections with the University of Tennessee, and just overlooked them for some pretty nice positions because he wanted, and people have known for years that he wants his people.
That's how it is.
He wants his staff. And, that's kind of scary. That's kind of king-like that, oh, well, I can control everything better.
That's right.
If
Holly.
I have my people.
Holly, true or false? It's a true or false question for you. Danny White today, while he's driving home listening to this, is glad that Tony Vitello is no longer on his campus. True or false, Holly?
I think he is glad.
Yes, he is glad.
But I hope and pray he's a little bit nervous, like he showed in the news conference, that perhaps there's finally a crack in his kingdom or whatever, and that perhaps people are going to start looking at him just with a little bit more scrutiny. I think he's done some good things, but, maybe he's not all that we think he is. And I want him to succeed because I want UT to succeed.
Of course.
We all do. But it is a real hard pill for me to swallow if he cracked the door open and left it open and let it get open wider and wider for Tony to think about leaving and going elsewhere. Now, do I think that Tony Vitello wouldn't have stars in his eyes to go to the big leagues? I'm not a professional sports follower, but I have little boys in my family, and, of course, it's every kid's dream to be in the big league some way. And so I get that, and I get that would be just something that you have to seriously look at. But
Holly,
to me, it's unforgivable if you crack that door open and kind of said, okay, well, you just do whatever you want.
Yep. Thank you, Holly. Credible call, by which all others will be judged. On the TLD Logistics phone lines on this expanded extravaganza where Matt Dixon jumped in. And, Matt, I said I was getting off at 3 o'clock. And what time is it, Matt?
It is 4:30, so we're just kind of getting going here.
And exactly what are we accomplishing right now, Matt? Tell me what I'm accomplishing before I go back to the phones.
We're venting some frustrations out and taking some calls. I guess it's only 1:30 San Francisco time, so you still got another hour and a half to go.
When you're in pain, right? It's good to be around your friends, and I'm around my friends right now. It's the way I look at this. Even the people that hate me, you're my friends. So, LSU's having back fighting issues as well. I'm being told Kim Mulkey and Gymnastics they've clawed back some money from baseball for them. But what they're doing down there,
and men's basketball, for sure.
Are you ready for this, Matt? They're going right around the AD and funding baseball. Do you know what Danny White was not going to let Tony White do?
Go around him and fund it.
You got it.
Well, won't they just go ahead and rob another children's pension fund or something like that, a hospital fund like they did before?
Back to the phones we go. Hello and welcome in on the TLD Logistics phone lines. Hi.
Tony, I feel sorry for you guys.
Thank you, Joe. Vandy Joe.
Yep, I really feel sorry for you guys for a lot of reasons. But you lost a good coach, in fact, a great coach, a true competitor. There's no ifs, ands, and buts about that. But he's, I guess, like he said, he's following a dream. I mean, I played baseball. I dreamed of making the major leagues, but wasn't good enough to do it. So, hey, it is what it is. But and I'm paying for it now later in life. But anyway, I got to wonder 3 things for you guys to ponder. how long does Barnes and Heupel hang around after this? And how quick does Danny White get shown the door? And the third thing is maybe the All Kings rally they need to hold is for Danny White rather than what they were holding it for in Knoxville last week. And with that, I'll go away.
What do you guys think? Matt, do you think that Danny White today is seen differently in the eyes of the fans that viewed that? Or no? Which one, Matt?
Yeah, I think he will be. Whether that's fair or not, it seems pretty fair. But whether it's fair or not, yes, I think he will take some heat. And I'm not sure you can come back from something like this especially if his hire doesn't work out.
Well, I think also the irony of this whole thing, while I'm ripping the guy, is he's excellent at his job. I don't put a whole lot of stock in some business magazine calling him AD of the year. I mean, I've seen how those things work.
Yes.
But he is he raises a lot of money.
Yep.
He is for that thing at a visionary. Well, Sinclair, how can you say that and then rip him? Well, I think two things can be true.
I think that's right.
I think he is great at his job, from a bean counter, from a compliance, from a thing like that.
Yep.
But you could be even better if you even just had a modicum of interest in the human experience. So I don't think he will. You would, as much as we're ripping him, Boyd and them would be absolute fools to get rid of him for this, because he is great at his job. But this is for your history. This is a Helena Troy thing. You get into this big war out of envy and jealousy, and it's completely unnecessary. And I don't think it's the baseball hire, too. I think where he really is going to take it is if we start to see, and I suspect we might, if we start to see a declining results in football.
Back to the phones we go. On the way Tony just walked out the door here, I'm thinking we're going to finish like 8-4 in football now, Matt. That's happens to my brain when I saw that today. When Sean just said that. Isn't that kind of how this goes, right, Matt? That's kind of how this goes. Because Tony started the fire. Tony leaves, and the fire just kind of embers around.
Take a look at this. I mean, I don't think it's a stretch to say that Tony's ascendancy in the sport coincided with Rick Barnes' changing of the way he started recruiting, started handling one and dones, started letting kids do the way he changed. Now, I'm not saying that's the result of, the direct result thing, but I think it was influenced because Vitello set a marker. Hell, if I can do this in baseball, what excuse do you have in basketball and football? If I can do this in baseball, which was more than a moribund program when he got here, what excuse do you have, Kelly Jolly Harper?
And Burke,
I'm sitting here I'm looking at banners. What if I can do this in baseball where we don't even make the SEC tournament in a non-expanded league? What excuse do you people have? The answer is you don't. I think he raised the profile in the expectancy of all the jobs over there.
Back to the phones we go. Hi, welcome in. You're on the air.
Hey, Tony. It's Robert from Lexington. How y'all doing?
Hey, Robert in Lexington. Welcome in.
So I got a couple of things on my mind. One, I think if you're Josh Elander, and this kind of comes from personal experience, in a prior job I had, I was essentially in Josh's role in a finance world, if you will, and it came to my attention that there was a new position above me going to be created, and I wasn't going to be considered for it, and I left. And so if I'm Josh, and I get and I watch that press conference, I'm putting my name out. I'm calling LSU. I'm calling Arkansas. I'm calling Texas. I'm talking Texas A&M because it just doesn't. If I'm looking at it from his point of view, can he walk away thinking that's positive?
Matt Dixon, percent chance that Josh Elander's here in like 3 months. Matt Dixon.
maybe 10.
I agree with that. And that's only because he would fail to find something. And it's a shame because that's a guy that wanted to be here and live here and loved it here because he turned a lot of head coaching jobs down. So you have a good point, though, Robert.
I think, too, if you're another coach across the country, regardless of sport, like I just think you watch that press conference, like he's done himself a tremendous amount of damage.
I think that's accurate, yes.
Anybody watching that, why would you want to come be a coach at Tennessee under that kind of leadership? I mean, it just makes no sense. And lastly, and then I'll shut up, I think he's also put Kim Caldwell in a bad spot, unfortunately, and it may not be fair, and it's a minority probably of the fan base, but there's a significant portion that's going to be out on her now, and they're going to blame her. And I find myself in that position. You know, I know it's not fair, and I shouldn't feel that way, but I could give a shit what happens with the women's basketball team this season now.
Not me.
And I'm probably wrong.
Yeah, you're
wrong.
wrong.
I probably need to grow up, but I feel that way.
Well, look, she didn't do it. She was simply hired, and he needs her to win because it's his hire. And you saw that on display today. He wasn't angry because of my report that everybody's been spitting back at him online. And that it reflected on her. He was angry that it reflected on him because he knows it's true. And again, I'm going to repeat this. Just like at LSU, that stuff's going on. And then at LSU, they have two monsters to feed. They don't really care about men's basketball. They're letting that guy just kind of dawdle in the wind compared to what we're spending in hoops on the men's side. But what Tennessee has done is they've basically told Tony, you can't play outside like LSU is, out in the margins. So we're going to hem that in. We're going to be a straight, because this guy's an institutional guy. This Heupel guy is. It's going to be really interesting to see going forward, Sean, what they do with football. Because a lot of these football programs, Sean, are still spending money outside of the rev share money. And is Heupel is he going to take a similar tact? Is Danny White going to take a similar tack with Heupel that he did with Tony, which basically is hem him in? And is he going to do that with his next baseball hire, Sean, or is he going to turn him loose? It'll be very interesting, won't it?
He will not. The next head coach of baseball will come in with the idea that you're going to color it in the lines that I provide, or you're not going to have the job offer. And it'll be the same thing as we'll hear about all these people he's talked to and everything, and then he'll come back in a press conference. The guy he hires will be the only guy he talked to, the only guy he offered his job, blah, blah, blah. That same dance that they always do. No, he's not going to. And that's why I think Elander is respectfully dead in the water.
Yeah,
I think it was just a carrot for the former players and the people right now to keep our mouths shut, because then we'll think, oh my gosh, if I criticize and pony up for Josh, it might tick him off and we'll jeopardize his candidacy.
Back to the phones we go. Basically, if you're a former player, just understand this, and you're from the Tony Vitello era, Danny White wants to eradicate you from this whole thing, the whole Tony Vitello era. They want to get on with the next thing. I'm sorry to say that. It's a conclusion I came to over the weekend as this thing was unfolding. I verbalized it on Monday. It sounded crazy at the time. Is it only Wednesday, guys? Why does it feel, Matt, like Saturday till now was like 6 weeks, Matt? Why does it feel that way? God, it's only Wednesday, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I don't know. I've spent way too much time being depressed about all this since that news broke Saturday afternoon. It's really bothered me. Like it just, at the end of the day, it just sucks to lose our guy. I mean, to lose Tony Vols, whether whoever's fault it is, all that.
That's right.
Like at the end of the day, we lost our generational coach who connected with this fan base in a way I'm not sure any other coach has, and he won at a level that was unprecedented in his sport. I mean, you just don't replace that, regardless of how he left and how he exited. We lose that guy and we don't get it back. Like even you can hire a great coach, but he's not going to be Tony Vols.
Back to the phones we go. Hi, you're on the air. Welcome in.
Hey, guys. Appreciate you all being on so long. This is Mark.
Hey, Mark. Welcome in.
I think Danny fancies himself such a big business guy. And I think part of the idiocy of this whole thing is that he's not thinking about the actual, if he's just about numbers, just about revenue, he's not thinking about the actual revenue that Tony Basilio too, but Tony Vitello is responsible for the school. He's the brand, and it's so beyond baseball. It's crazy. You remember when we won the national championship, and then you all were there on Gay Street and all the way back around into Market Square. How many people were there?
About 70,000 people, I believe.
Okay, for a baseball championship.
Yes.
And it's what time? It's 4:43, and we're still on the air talking about baseball.
Yes, and I have several thousand listeners. Yes.
Yeah, except it's not about baseball. It's about the school, the brand. It's about all the money. And there's a way. Like I'm not smart enough to figure that out. But somebody that has a doctorate in whatever he has his doctorate in, and he fancies himself such a business person, must have spreadsheet somewhere that calculates the actual revenue that the guy is responsible for the school. And it flows over into all the sports. I don't know what the number is, but it's a huge number. And he's just, because it wasn't his guy or whatever, he's not interested in making it work. It's the only other parallel we have to this is it would be like us not caring whether Pat Summitt stayed. Has nothing to do with women's basketball. It was what she did for Tennessee and what actual revenue and what she actually did for the brand of Tennessee while she was here. I mean, I think Tony's even beyond that, but we can see the point historically because we have Pat Summitt. And to imagine that somebody would say, we don't care whether Pat Summitt stays or goes, is ludicrous. It's the exact same thing, maybe even amplified money-wise from Tony. So just want to make that point. I think he's an idiot in a million ways, but he's also an idiot business-wise if he didn't do the calculus of that.
Yeah, and here's the thing we all struggle with, and I appreciate you, because you talk about like this whole concept of going viral, right? That year that Tennessee took off with the super team, Matt, help me out. The year they got beat by Notre Dame. My son's walking on the campus 3 or 4 times, and he used to wear his Tennessee stuff on Penn's campus. I said the campus. He went to the University of Pennsylvania in Philadelphia. And he's walking on the campus, and people knew him as the kid from Tennessee. And Matt, when that stuff was happening, all that crazy stuff those guys were doing, do you know how many millions and millions and millions of impressions the University of Tennessee was getting in social media? And here's the thing that marketers, talk to anybody that markets these days, and we all have trouble with it now. What's it worth to you? Like, I would ask Danny White that, and I'll tell Danny White this. Not everything that counts, brother, can be counted. Now, he doesn't have the emotional makeup to understand that quote, but not everything that counts can be counted. And like he just said, what is that worth to you when I'm listening to Jason Benetti's podcast when he was doing White Sox games, and they got off on this riff back then about Tennessee baseball, and I'm going, these guys are talking about it? I'm watching a Phillies telecast one night, and Larry Anderson said, yeah, those guys are acting like that crazy Tennessee baseball team. Matt, that summer.
And Ben Joyce throwing 105.
Thank you. That summer,
and he was like the third bullpen arm on that team. Wasn't even a high leverage guy. And he was being talked about during MLB games.
They were the talk of the gig, guys. They were the talk of the gig that summer, the talk of the land in baseball. They were. They were. And Danny White chose not to have a relationship. Chose not to have a relationship with that guy. It's pretty next level. It's pretty next level. Let's go back to the phones. And he basically admitted it today. So when did you guys talk? Well, I talked to him this morning. Well, what about Elander? I mean, what do you know about him? Well, I don't. You know, what I do is I let my lieutenants deal with coaches. I don't. This guy doesn't deal with head coaches. He doesn't hardly has any kind of relationship at all with Rick Barnes. And you know the information I get on the basketball front. Barnes has no time for that guy. I'm just telling you. You know who Barnes deals with? The person that he reports to, whatever that means. But he really deals with Mr. Haslam, the older Jim Haslam, and a couple other key boosters. He manages Danny White. Rick Barnes does. But he's in a spot where he can do that because he's in a rev sport. I'm giving you the truth. I know I'm not allowed to. I know I'm not supposed to. I know some people say I say too much. You as a fan, you pay a lot of money. You deserve to know. You deserve to know this stuff. So listen, some of you that went on there online last couple of days and simped around for this guy and you were ripping me, and that's fine. I've gotten so used to it, I don't care. But understand this. I got your back and he doesn't. Understand who has your back in this deal. I got your back and he does not. Didn't even talk to him. Hey, Tony, come in my office. This is what you do when you're managing a guy. Tony, come on, sit in my office. If Tony had a star player, Matt, that was going to transfer to a better team, okay, a better situation for him, you think Tony would have sat him down in his office and said, hey, man, pull your book out. Let's go through the whole shebang, okay? Let's go through the whole shebang, and we'll lay it out in a book on a piece of paper, the pros and the cons. You mean your athletic director can't even do that for a guy that won a national championship on his campus and had like 70,000 people in the downtown square? And my friends at Alumni Hall tell me they moved more merchandise than they moved during football during that whole time. I mean, are you kidding? You can't sit down with the guy and just condescend. You heard him today. Sean Way said it. It's just not what I do. It's just not what I do. Who the hell are you, man? It's not what you do. What do you mean it's not what you do? It needs to be what you do. It's not an acceptable way to manage these people in this era because you're going to have more and more coaches. And Brent Hubbs is a smart guy. He says it a lot more tactfully than I did. Sean, if you can, pull that little quote up that Brent Hubbs said. You better start communicating with your head coaches, Dr. Danny, or you're going to have everybody pissed off on your campus. You better start communicating with them. Go ahead.
He describes two challenges of having enough money in this era and spreading the money around. And then he says, quote, those two challenges are why ADs and coaches need a more transparent relationship with each other than ever before.
Read that one more time.
That's why ADs and coaches need a more transparent relationship with each other than before. And I just sent you, I can't vouch for this quote, but it was said, it was attributed to Chris Burke, I guess, on another thing. And Chris Burke, who you just had on earlier, said books will be written about how this deal, alluding to Tennessee and Vitello, fell apart. There's no way the allure of the Giants caused him to leave.
So Berkey's getting madder and madder, and it's probably as he
Well,
realized.
again, I'm just reporting what they are quoting, so I don't third-hand info.
No, Berkey's not afraid. Berkey's never been afraid to say what's on his mind. I love him.
Nope.
People were asking me, is Burke on work for Danny White? Let me help you out with that. No. That would be a negative. I mean, you got to be kidding me. What Brent Hubbs is saying there is a sitting athletic director cannot not know his coaches in this era. This style of I'm better than you. I've got my, what did he call them? Matt, what was the word he used? I always fumble this word. What's the word that, it's like a military term. He calls these people under him.
Lieutenants.
What? I mean, who are you? What is this, the damn Pentagon? Lieutenants? This guy. I mean, what, are you kidding me? I'm like losing my voice over here. I'm turning into like the mad dog. Russo.
That was an odd thing to admit, that he doesn't have relationships with assistants. Like, he clearly doesn't know how valued Josh Elander is within the program and the former players, because he just mentioned him as in passing as being a candidate. When
yeah.
I mean, almost every former and current player would say he should have the job, no doubt. Whether that's right or wrong, that's interesting that he would just kind of admit that. So, but ironically, this isn't the only college baseball news today. Is Kevin O'Sullivan at Florida is taking a leave of absence to deal with some personal issues, apparently.
Wow. So the whole
and that's
league
a guy that's won 2 national titles and been to Omaha more times than not over the last 10 or so years.
Is their baseball job, if that comes open,
not the
better
first
than ours?
personal issue he's taken? You know what I'm saying?
He's got a lot of demons.
Is their personal job better than ours? Is their baseball job better than ours? Potentially, if it's open, or no?
I mean, I don't know about with the way Vitello recruit. So let's take inventory here. Vitello was about to unlock the doors to a brand new stadium. I can't tell you where it's ranked in the country, but to a brand new stadium that he has worked for the past 6 or 7 years to get. Because of the past 7, 8 years of recruiting, he's finally realizing in the first year here his number 1 high school recruiting class, and he's stacking 2 in a row. He's the highest paid, or 1 and 2 with Johnson, because that's a pissing contest. He's one of, if not the highest paid college baseball coach, and his staff the highest paid. He's getting. I mean, he has more talent than he knows what to do with. He's a freaking rock star. Whether it's at the CMAs, it's at MMA fights. He can do whatever he wants to. No one's in his business.
That's exactly
right. No one
questions
him really.
Nobody knows.
And he's going to go take a pay cut to a job that, I mean, okay. I mean, but the games aren't seen anywhere except the West Coast. You have no control over your roster, over salaries, over contracts, over the minor leagues.
Yep.
And at best, you're a placeholder, you're a steward of a place like that for 2 or 3 years. Ask Gerard Mayo.
Look, I'm not questioning Danny White on here. I'm really not. Who called me a liar today, by the way. Wouldn't use my name. And Danny, I was not being disrespectful towards a women's basketball coach. I was calling you out for your management style of that baseball coach, because this is how you do it. You play the guitar on the MTV. No, this is how you do it. Curt Cignetti, this is from The Athletic. This is from The Athletic on Indiana. Indiana AD, the Indiana Athletic Director, meets with Curt Cignetti for an hour each week in Cignetti's office, once a week. And they talk about anything. They talk about life. They talk about Cignetti's needs. And Cignetti tells him what the game plan. and what's going on for the week of preparation ahead. Cignetti said last week the athletic director popped into his office and said, Coach, I want to keep you here and keep this going. Can we call your representation and get it ironed out? And Cignetti said he would love that. And that his representation called him a couple days later. They sat down in a room and got the contract done. That's from Curt Cignetti. That athletic director earned the right. Let me tell you something about Danny White. Danny White was pissed off at Tony because Tony went out and hired Jimmy Sexton, who Danny White doesn't like. Danny doesn't like Jimmy Sexton. We learned that during the football search. He's not going to deal with Jimmy Sexton people. I mean, are you damn kidding me? Because I'm not kidding you. Tony, you have like some kind of axe to grind with Danny White. No, I don't. I mean, I don't like his style, but he's done a great job raising money. It's a lot like those analytics people. Those analytics people want me to think sports are all about numbers. No, they're not. It's what I'm going to tell these guys in San Francisco tomorrow. Tony Vitello knows how to manage people because he knows how to treat people. Danny White was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, born on third base, thinks he hit a triple, and does not know how to treat people. And I'm sorry, I didn't do it. I didn't do it. So the AD at Indiana gets Curt Cignetti, who's the hottest property in the deal, to re-up with him, Matt. Why? Go ahead, Matt. Tell me why. Because he earned the right.
A real relationship.
Thank you. Thank you. And they asked Danny today about his relationship with Tony Vitello, and he admitted, I don't have one. I don't have one. You know what somebody with a real relationship with the guy would have done? Maybe like looked a little forlorn today. Man, you know, he and I, we fought so hard together. Did you hear any of that? Man, it was us against the world. And I'm just so proud of him. Not that half-assed thing he said. It's a great compliment to him. I mean, come on, man. Show a little heart and soul, dude. And people's like, well, you're crusade. I'm not crusading for or against anybody. No, ma'am. I'm getting up every day. And I'm getting up every day. And I'm going to call an ace and a spay as long as I'm breathing. Remember to have your pet spayed and neutered. Bob Barker. That is the dumbest thing. And when Chris Burke starts saying things like that on podcast, what he's saying is this didn't have to happen. But in order for that not to have to happen, you need I cannot believe I'm saying this. We're back to this term again. Get ready for it. Because it's something Donde Plowman has in spades, but our AD doesn't. It's something that Randy Boyd has in spades, but the AD doesn't. It's called emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence understands that not everything in life that counts can be counted. It matters to look at somebody and say, hey, you know what? You won a national championship here, Tony. And I'm going to do more than just give you a raise. You and I are going to go eat some dinner. You're going to come over to my house next Sunday night, and you're going to come hang out. And if you think I'm being, let me tell you something. That's how Tony Vitello is. I was reminded by a good friend today that one of the times we got to know each other was we were at a Copper Cellar West on the west location of Copper Cellar, and we got to know each other there through we were eating spaghetti out of the other kitchen with Tony Vitello, and he said, you know what? I made a friend with him that night, and I'm sad to see him go today. Hey, Danny, it's not all about your spreadsheet and how much money you raise, bro. If Indiana if their athletic director was Danny White, hey, Matt, here's a real stupid question for you. Would Curt Cignetti be coaching there next year, Matt, with that style? I want somebody to answer that question for me. Let me help you. No, he would not. Because if I don't have a relationship with you, and in fact, if I think you're hostile toward me, which is what Tony thought, and if you talk to Tony's friends, and look, Tony could twist things around. Tony could distort things. Tony's capable of that. He's capable of making frenemies out of people. He is. Tony's not perfect by any stretch. Can you imagine if Danny White was Curt Cignetti's AD, Sean, where Curt Cignetti be coaching next year? Because it would not be at Indiana. But he earned the right. He earned the right.
No, I mean, I regaled the story earlier about Mal Moore. Mal Moore had nice fella. He just had a bebop around career, assistant coach in football, et cetera, et cetera. They go through the wilderness with the 3 Mikes as head coach. They bring him in because he was just a jovial guy. And what was his strategy? His strategy was one word. Every time Nick Saban said, I need this, he said, sure. I need this, sure. And they've now, a guy that had a complete, no offense, he had a completely insignificant career up to then. Now he has a statue of himself in outside of Bryant Denham, Saban Field. When you have talent like that, your only answer is sure. Maybe hey, have you thought about this? Oh, okay, yeah, sure. That's your job. When you have a Hall of Famer, when you have a superstar, sure. That's what in music. When you're an A&R guy,
hell yeah,
and
Sean, say it.
and a singer and a number one artist says something stupid, you go, sure.
Sure. You swallow it if you're Danny White. Not, hey, I'm going to show you. I'll show you who's boss. Hey, Danny, somebody showed somebody today who's boss. Whew. It's so amazing, man. It's just so unnecessary. And look, Tony took the job because he took the job, but Danny White created that environment, and a lot of people believed it. But that press conference today, I'm so glad I stayed on after it and stayed on because you got to see it for yourself. And he was dumb enough to put it out there, Matt. That's what you said in right after that press conference. Your first thought was when I came to you, I cannot believe he just did that and showed everybody. Reiterate that for those just joining, what your thoughts were.
Well, he didn't seem prepared or comfortable up there. And, maybe we can give him a free pass for that, but I just don't think he handled a lot of that well. But the stuff about just not having relationships with, I don't know if he specifically said head coaches, but assistant coaches, he doesn't want to get chummy with them. Like that was a very odd thing to say. Clearly not having any idea of what Josh Elander means to the program and what he has meant and what he's done for the program. But I don't know. It just, maybe you have to be kind of out of touch with the fan base to be an effective AD today. But I just think that it was just a huge misstep on his part to not just bend over backwards for Vitello to do everything you can to keep him here. And whether he leaves or not, even after that, maybe he does. Maybe he takes on that challenge. It's an incredible opportunity to be that trailblazer, but at least do everything you can to keep him here. And it just doesn't feel like that was done. And that's what's disappointing and frustrating.
When did you talk? I talked to him today. When did you talk to him? Oh, today. Who says that?
Well, here's the big challenge, though. I mean,
who says that into a microphone today? Who says that? Well, he said goodbye to me. Go ahead, Sean.
But the big challenge for White now is that everybody in that sport either wanted to be Vitello or couldn't stand Vitello because they were jealous of him, or they wanted to work for him, or et cetera. So they know Tony. Everybody at ESPN, whether it's Burke or whether it's the big former Stanford pitcher, or
they're laughing at it. They think it's crazy.
I mean, everybody knows that this was the complete Jerry Jones, Jimmy Johnson move.
Yep.
And so, and it's such a small. Burke has talked about how small of a community that place is. Even if it's Tim Corbin, even if it's O'Sullivan, even if it's any of those guys, Link Jarrett, that competed against him, they're going to know the truth. And so everybody knows somebody. When people go to interview with Danny White, they're going to do their research.
Mom in Texas.
They're going to sit across from that robot and go like, wait a second. And everybody knows Josh Elam. Everybody knows what a live wire Frank Anderson is.
Mom in Texas says the following at the press conference. She says two things that are really, I want to, and Alan Ward, welcome back. WeShipFloors.com. Check them out. He was pale, sweaty, unsure, gave confusing answers, cold, weird, idiotic thing to say about money and recruiting in baseball, super confusing, frank, and confusing the Elander assignment and Elander. She said, and then on Elander's candidacy, she goes on to say, WTF is that? Is there a candidacy test that Elander has to study for that he can't coach the baseball team right now, Matt? What kind of an answer was that, Matt? You know why he didn't give Elander that job? He's afraid he's going to succeed because he wants to get rid of this era of baseball. Hello, sports fans. That's called the truth. Yes or no, Matt?
It certainly feels that way, yeah. Which would just compound any mistakes he's already made. Because that's, your former players that live and die behind their head coach that just left. And Elander's kind of a part of that. They're kind of tied at the hip. Like, you're alienating them, and that's people that help fund a lot of your stuff, within the program. I just don't understand the move of making Frank the interim when he's clearly not going to be your head coach and has said many times he doesn't want to be a head coach, to not just go ahead and let Elander do it, even if it's just for a week or two or whatever. Like, he's the obvious guy to do that. And that just seems like Danny White just has no real pulse of what the baseball program is.
Now, look, you bastards watching this thing on YouTube, somebody's right. I got 97 likes for being on here for like 8 damn hours. Everybody watching it right now, reach down there and hit that damn like button. You're pissing me off. That's how we're going to grow this show. This is grassroots here. Hit the like button. I've been on here for 7 damn hours. And subscribe, you morons. I mean, is that too much to ask? Hit the like button. I only have 104 likes. Okay, if I don't get to 200 likes within the next 5 minutes, I'm going off the air. That's it. I'm sick with this. I'm gonna do like Dr. Danny. I'm gonna pull your tickets from you. We're at 117. Keep hitting that button. Hello and welcome in. You're on the air.
What's up, boys? Steve from Altoona here.
Hey, Altoona, welcome in.
I would push that like button, but I got your back. I know you got our back. I got your back, Tony. I'm going to try not to get too mad about this, but I appreciate you being on for so long. This is a free therapy session. Most of us got to pay a lot of money for this kind of stuff here, everything changed for Vitello and Tennessee during the championship, right? You had Morgan Wallen there next to Peyton, next to Heupel, next to Barnes, and here they're all celebrating on the field. Like, you guys touched on it a little bit, but he just showed everybody else, hey, this is what it feels like to win the championship. And I feel bad because some people like me, you guys, a lot of the listeners, were cursed, right? We're cursed. We live and die with Tennessee sports. He made Tennessee the way it is now. And what killed me was when you said about him going to A&M, it makes me think that the reason he didn't leave is because of the fans, because of his love for Tennessee and us, the way that we backed him. And going back, he had everybody's back from the football to the basketball. All he wanted was the AD or somebody to have his back. And then, like you guys just said, he didn't. He has nobody's back. He don't even know who works there. They're a number. So, the fans are awesome. Tennessee, well, it is a sad day. It's crazy. If he's crying, and he went to San Francisco just to get away from Danny White, and he built this place. He didn't build the place, but what he did is like none other. He could have stayed here and won multiple national championships and becoming the greatest of all time. Easy. Look at his recruiting classes, like you touched on. He is pulling guys from the MLB to come play college baseball with him. Who else does that? Everybody wants to go pro. He's pulling them back to come be a team member and learn the basics and be competition and fight for your spot. It just kills me because all of us, mostly men, they just want somebody to have our back. Mm-hmm. The guy didn't have Tony's back, so he said, you know what? Go ahead. I'm going to get out of here to somewhere where I'm wanted. And then and I know there's people on waiting, and I appreciate you guys staying on so long. I sat in my truck for an hour today during work because I don't have service in that store, just trying to listen to you guys. And I tried to run in and run back out so I could do this all day.
I'm so sorry to do that to you, man. I'm so sorry.
No, I love it. You guys are great. Last thing is what Danny said at the press conference, like the no communication thing. It sounds like I need to say something to him, like I said to my daughter last night, that communication is key. Communication is the way to life. That's what closed mouth don't get fed. You got to talk. You got to tell people what you need or what they need. If he knows nothing, then what is he doing? That wasn't my last thing. This is my last thing. Vol Nation, they hired Shiano. We said no, they didn't hire him, right? Like, this right here is even bigger. Like, I just wonder, even me, I'm trying to get a picture of this guy now, so when I see him, I'm like, hey, what are you doing? And I came for the Georgia game. I got my Kentucky tickets game. I'll be there for the Oklahoma game. I'm a Tennessee. Blood is orange through and through. But communication is key for life. What are we doing? Like, what is he doing? Guys, I appreciate it, everything. I'll see you soon down there at Calhoun's. Take care.
Thank you, brother. We'll be down at Calhoun's on Friday celebrating Tony's legacy. Guys, Jennifer Lowe asked something over on YouTube where we now have 243 likes. It's not enough. She says, did anyone hear Danny say that he knew Tony was leaving for a long time and coming? And then he realized what he said and he started stammering because he knew that he said too much. I caught that too. Did you catch that, Matt, when he said it? And I don't know if he misspoke. But basically the thing was, I knew this guy was gone for a long time, and we've had a plan in motion, basically is what he was trying to assure us. It was very strange.
Yeah, it sounded like that this isn't the first time that Vitello's had offers. The A&M stuff that's been talked about. I think A&M's come at him multiple times over the last couple of years. That's the case. And then this thing's been in the, even before Saturday. I mean, it was kind of first floated about like 3 or 4 weeks ago. So I think this was always possible with Vitello, but I thought that was an interesting thing to say. Danny was really honest with some things, and then other things he was really, really like unsure about and kind of stumbling over what he was saying.
And you know when people do that, you know what they are? They're hiding something. They're not giving you the full poop. People that can speak extemporaneously off the top of their head do two things. They consistently tell you the same thing. People that are liars, that we know are liars, are constantly changing their stories. And Danny White was in fib mode today. He was in fibber mode today. I'm sorry. What an odd day this is. What an odd day. Can you imagine the AD at Indiana every day going into that office? Every day. Once a week, rather. Going into Cignetti's office and sitting down with him. And then when the time came, Cignetti said, yeah. I'll stay here. Matt, what job could Cignetti have gotten in the offseason if he'd have wanted to?
I mean, any of them, Penn State, Florida, Auburn, USC, LSU, whatever opens, he could have the pick of whichever job he wanted. I would think.
Chris Burke is quoted by DP Volfan over on VolQuest, and then we go back to the phones. There's going to be books written about how this deal fell apart. There's no way it was just the allure of the Giants. Wow. Whew. Maybe you can kind of listen to him. I mean, the guy sat down with him once a week and got to know him. And got to know him. Hey, just to show you how many Paisans are out there, I'm going to be on, I'll give you guys the frequency if you want to listen in. There's a show called The Morning Roast in San Francisco. The producer just texted me. Tomorrow, 6:50 a.m. their time, Matt, 9:50 a.m. our time. I'm going to be on with Joe Spadoni, Spadoni, and Joe Shasky. My Paisans. Hey, you think Tony would...
what time?
9:50 in the morning our time, 6:50 their time.
We'll have to cut our pre-production meeting a little bit short then.
Texan. Hello and welcome in. You're on the air.
Hey, Tony. Jake from Memphis.
Hey, Jake. Welcome in.
Man, it feels like my parents got divorced. You think things are peachy and great, and then it's not. And you feel like, just kind of everything that was so good and great about what was going on is just gone. And it's especially hard for me because I'm an adopted child to this Tennessee baseball family. Only been a part of it recently, but fell in love with it. And man, I get him leaving if it's just for the opportunity for the MLB job, but as it's clearly gone forward, I mean, if Elander doesn't get this job, I mean, I can just speak for myself. I'll just feel betrayed. I'll feel like all of what we just built and went through and experienced is just over.
Let me give you Matt Dixon's going to give you Higgs and help here. Hey Matt, what are the chances Elander gets this job?
I mean, I said 10% earlier, and I just am putting that out there just so I don't say zero. But if Elander was going to get the job, he would have gotten it today, at least on an interim basis.
And that's where it seems to be going. I agree. And if that's the case, guys, I don't know if y'all have been seeing how many players. I mean, you've got Dave Serrano talking about the job should be Elander's. You got all the national media guys talking about how the job should be Elander's. It's a no-brainer. And if it doesn't happen, then it's clear that he just doesn't like the guy. And obviously that's what's happened. I mean, What's one championship coach that Danny White's hired since he's been here? Thanks. So why are we so in love with this guy? Yeah, he's a good fundraiser. Great. Doesn't care about the fans. Doesn't care about being a Vol. I mean, again, the veil's been lifted. That presser was embarrassing. Embarrassing. That guy's leading our program, and I have appreciation. I really do. I'm very appreciative of what he's done to get us back out of the freaking doldrums and where we were. But the person who actually started getting us out of the doldrums is now gone. And he ain't coming back. And I just, it sucks. It sucks. I don't care if the guy who he hires, most likely he will be somewhat successful. He ain't going to be dominant. You know why? Because he's okay with what Heupel's doing. He let Penske go, who won a championship somewhere else.
Yeah, he sure did. And Brian came on here and told me, he said that didn't have to happen. Right on our show.
What at this point, guys, like, what are the boosters doing? What is Plowman doing? What is Boyd doing? Letting this guy let everything blow up. What are they doing? If Danny didn't have to let this happen, the boosters and everybody else surely didn't have to let this happen. If Barnes is going over Danny's head, what's going on? How could Plowman and the rest of them let this happen? I'm just.
Well, they inevitably the train was way too far down the track to save it. I don't think people realized internally how bad that relationship was. And good for Burke for alluding to that.
Well,
in that podcast, because that's the truth.
But again, the veil's now gone.
Mm-hmm.
We all know who this guy is.
Correct. He showed you that.
So why are we putting up with it? Why are they putting up with it?
I don't.
It's got
because he raised a lot of money. Because he raised a lot of money. But here's the issue: not everything in life that counts can be counted. And Danny White, people like him don't understand that. They don't understand why you people are fans. Sean's right about that. They laugh at y'all behind the scenes.
But it seems like Plowman and Boyd do get that.
Oh, no question. No question. They do.
So that's my only hope in all of this is they can. I mean, and what's ironic about all of it is that Elander is the prototypical Danny White hire. Young, elite recruiter, outstanding offense. Like, dadgummit, hire him. Keep this thing going, because if you don't, we'll be, just good enough to kind of get the $100 million stadium filled for the big games. Maybe. We'll get the NCAA tournament every year. Whoopty freaking do. I mean, I can't believe that people higher than Danny, who I have a lot of respect for, are just going to sit back and just be okay with this.
It's just too late. It's just too late. I mean, the guy's gone.
Okay, I understand what's happened, but fix it. Don't let this guy freaking just make a dumb hire or a hire that's
I see what you're
for
saying.
The numbers.
In other words, hire Elander. No. Now, that is interesting. Matt, why are they going to let him clean out the pen? That's a term I'm using because I think that's how Danny White – I think that's how – go ahead, why? What do you think, Jake? What do you think the reason is?
Why I would hire Elander?
No. Why are they going to sit back and let Danny White go hire somebody else and clean out the pen? Because that's what Danny's trying to do.
Because they want a yes boy. They want somebody they can control. They want but that's not who the fans relate to, and that's not who started all this crap that they're benefiting from. Tony and the guys turned all of this around and helped them be where they're at right now. I don't give a flip who they want in there. Elander.
No, the strategy might be that if it was so far down the road, the administration is just giving him the rope to hang himself. So, okay, well, if you're going to do this, let's see what happens. You don't get that opportunity with Elander.
It's so odd that they just wouldn't have named him the interim and see how he did in this next little bit. That tells me they're going outside. They have no interest.
Well, it's just a lack of awareness of the program, because for the past several years, Frank Anderson has lived off North Shore in those condos behind Cassie's.
Mm-hmm.
He gets up, he works out, he comes in, he devotes all of his time to pitchers, making them better. He only watches video of potential pitchers. He doesn't make trips out like that.
Sean, Frank's not going to coach. He's not going to be here by Christmas time, Sean.
Schedule this stuff. He does not the day-to-day. He's not over there checking on. And I'm not saying he's lazy.
He's not going to be
because he does put the time in. He's not going to turn into Vitello.
And here's the last thing I'll say, and this is what I want to leave with. Yes, obviously, it's too late to fix what just happened. But what's not too late, and what the fan base can start doing, and what the former players are already doing, and what everybody with a common sense brain is doing, is making sure that what we've spent 8 years building and achieving doesn't just go away. And not just the wins, but just the culture, the vibe, what these guys built. The former players are going to be devastated if it's not Elander. And what do you think that does to the culture in the program? Like, it's not too late for all of us to be very, very, very vocal that if this hire is not Elander, there will be repercussions as far as, like, bottom line bucks, and that's all that this guy freaking thinks about. So what we can do, what's not too late, is at least fight for this culture that we still have a grasping chance of keeping.
They want to clean out the pen. I'm just
Plus,
telling
his
you.
management style is to surround himself in an echo chamber.
That's all.
No one's going to get to him.
No.
The reason isn't because they've just sat there and watched as two of his lieutenants have gone on to other jobs.
That's exactly right.
There's no way anybody in that department's going to rock the boat against him. And over the past several years, this has been a forcing out of Tony, much like painting the floor into Tony, where Tony just had no other choice. He either had to leave, or he had to swallow his pride and his everything else and play by Danny's rules. Because Danny's going to keep squeezing and squeezing and squeezing, whatever it was. And the last straw was likely, this NIL money and what has been talked about over the past couple days.
Back to the phones we go. 865-200-5402. So tomorrow at 9:50, I'm on a San Francisco deal. Before I go back to the phones, something called the Morning Roast, if you want to look it up. And I'll be on there at 9:50 Eastern Time, breaking it down scientifically. Hello and welcome in, talking about Tony Vitello. Hi, you're on the air. Welcome in.
Did you ever think you'd have the opportunity to be on West Coast radio?
No, not talking about our college baseball coach being hired. I thought it was science fiction when I first saw it. I said, there's no way that'll happen.
Tony, I don't know when I first mentioned to you about, if the Cardinals were smart, they'd go get him and bring him home. But, and obviously the talk now with that press conference, y'all are saying, he got pushed out or what. I'm going to lean towards another angle here. Like, this guy's a fucking unicorn, bro. We got a unicorn. How long have they been playing baseball? It's America's pastime. They've been playing it a long-ass time, and nobody has ever gone from college straight to managing a pro team. I think he's going to win a World Series with the Giants, to be quite honest. And he's, the whole talk about, he's going to be back and go to screw all that. You know, this guy, and real quick, Tony, you talk about family, guy. I mean, I was born into this. I bled orange my whole life. You know, when they had the strike in pro baseball, my dad said he's out. And I was out for a while. You know, I didn't even pay attention to baseball. And this guy comes in here and literally lit a fire that you'll never see in a lifetime in the few years he was here. And some of those moments he created with this program and the wins and me picking my son up and screaming at the top of, I mean, it's just unbelievable almost. It's almost unbelievable what happened. And you know.
Tomorrow we're going to do a show on that. Tomorrow's show is going to be your favorite moments of the Vitello era, where you were, what you did. Tonight we're mad. Tomorrow we're going to celebrate that sumbitch, and I'm going to send it to him.
Well,
so get ready. And by the way, I need people to email me because I want to put together the blog for him tomorrow to let him know how much we appreciate him. And that'll be tomorrow's blog.
Hell yeah. And I'd love to get Evan Russell on.
Tomorrow we're going to do all that. We're going to celebrate. commonfan@gmail.com is how you hit me. commonfan@gmail.com is how you hit us up. And I want to get as many posts in there as we possibly can, just something for Tony to see.
And Matt, and honestly, Tony, I want to know what he said to him after. I don't know if it was Arkansas they lost to in 20. I'm not even sure the year, but it was the SEC tournament, and he walked those boys out to the outfield and chewed their ass. And I want to know what he said to them. I mean, the guy, Tony, I'm so happy for the dude. Like, everybody's, you know, obviously, yeah, it hurts. But my God, dude, the guy he's the man, bro. And listen, I lived in St. Louis for 5 years before I went to Knoxville and was in the Ridge when I started calling you, right? Like, and unfortunately, a lot of people in East Tennessee don't get out much. They haven't experienced the world. They haven't experienced other places and other cultures, and they don't know how big baseball is around this country. Living in St. Louis, baseball is life. Like, it's one of the greatest sports towns in all of the country. He's from there. They love baseball. My cousin lived in California. They were Giants fans.
Yep.
Like, this guy, it's like your family member. It's like we were lucky to have this guy. And let's just admit, say, hey, man, thank God we got him for the short time. Because I knew he was going places, bro. I knew he wasn't going to stay here. Now, it might turn out that was true about, you know, the Danny White issue. But I think it's more this guy belongs at the top. He is that good. And I'm telling you, man, he's going to the show. Like, that's, you know, baseball and college football, you can argue in the South, is comparable to NFL because we're that passionate about it. Baseball, in, you know, some places, yeah, it's big, but dude, pro baseball is the shit. Like, it's the and he's going to be the manager. And I'm telling you, man, look out because they're going to be good. Now, have they said how much they're paying them? Y'all keep saying taking a pay cut. Have they said what is?
Well, there's conflicting reports on it. Chris Lowe said he's going to make right around what he's making at Tennessee, maybe a little bit of a raise. Not a tremendous amount of a raise, but you know, this thing is at the end of the day, it's just, as Burke said, it's just something that didn't have to happen. I don't think, but whatever.
Well, listen, that might be the case, but I look at it like, this guy wants to win at the top, and he's going to win at the top, I believe, because he's that good. And we talked to, yeah, and on the way out, Tony, like I said, we are lucky. We were so lucky to have him. We are so lucky to have Chris Burke. The guy is just the epitome of, you know, respect and just a humble dude, Berkey. He's so fantastic. And what he said when he called you and he got on, that's why you're the show of record, brother. That's why you're going to be on in Cali. Listen, he came on and said exactly what the deal is. Now, if Danny White, and obviously after that press conference, it looks like he's, shown his true colors. He's probably going to screw this up. But unless he's an idiot, you go to Tony's guys and offer him the job. And like Berkey said, if Tony brings them out to Cali, fine. You bring the prodigal son home, Berkey, and you let him take us back to Omaha. Go Vols!
See you, brother. Got a couple more in me, Matt. And a couple more in me is what I have. I need you to email me, commonfan@gmail.com. And Matt, would you write something for me in Cinco? Would you guys mind penning a little paragraph or two?
I've been working on a little bit kind of throughout the show here.
Thank you.
Just what he accomplished here, and then some of my personal memories. Yeah, I've already been working on that.
I don't have anything left for the blog tomorrow after doing this today. So I'm just going to lay that out there. Generally, what I do, just give you looks into my life, is I do the show, I'll get off the air, play a little music or something, do stuff that relates to the business of this and try and recover. And then I work on the blog at night. Tonight, I'm going to go upstairs after doing this for as long as I've done it. I'm gonna splash some water on my face, take a couple of Advil, eat some dinner, maybe close my eyes for about 30 minutes, and then work on the blog. And I would really love it if you could express to Tony what he means to you. And I'm going to text him the link, and I'm going to say, these people love you, man, and we'll always have your back. And I mean that. This isn't some bullshit thing. I'm going to take that blog, and I'm going to tweet it at him. In fact, I'm going to tell the people in San Francisco tomorrow, you people want to read something? You want to read about the guy you're getting? Read this. Because this guy is loved here. This is not just a coach. This Vitello guy is not just a coach here, like Sammy said. Hey, Matt, that night that you and I were over there in the outfield, and he jumped into the damn stands and was body surfing with the stands down low, and those damn Legends of Lindsay idiots, when they were first winning, is some of the craziest shit I've ever seen in my life at a sporting event. Do you remember that, Matt?
The Drew Gilbert walk-off, absolutely.
I mean,
launched the program into the stratosphere. They've been the best program in the sport since.
What are we doing? What are we doing? Cinco, I can't believe it's over. Can you, buddy? I just can't believe it, man. But I felt like it was coming because I knew they had no relationship. So I felt like there was a chance. And I know how important relationship is to Tony. I just knew it. You're going to say, well, I mean, does he need to be coddled? Yeah, that guy, yeah, a little bit, yeah. Yeah, it would have made it a much harder. And it was a hard decision as it was. You saw him in the dugout yesterday crying. That was real. And they said he was crying walking away today. Very next level. Very next level.
Well, this was all about ego, plain and simple. Danny White, for whatever reason, was jealous of Tony. All the other coaches, you can't find the coaches without a search warrant. Even with a search warrant, unless you go on state-run radio. And this guy would get on you. I've been around when you call him and he'll just jump on. I listened. One of our good friends, Russell Smith, in the afternoon, the drive. I'd listen to some of their segments when Tony would be on there, and they would rate songs, pop songs. You didn't get that out of any other coach. Here's a guy that would show up for a birthday party with players to a special needs kid, an adult. Didn't have to do that. Here's a guy that just wore his emotions on his sleeve. on his chest, on the bill of his cap. Made no apologies about loving Tennessee. Would run around opposing campuses in orange tights, volley stuff, and run around and chat people up. This was all about ego, and that's a shame because life doesn't have to be like that. I feel so bad for the players that have committed to play here, and because we were talking about the top of the top shelf recruits. They could have gone anywhere, and they came here. Knoxville's nice. The stadium's okay, but they didn't. They came here to play for Tony and the brand that he created, and I really feel for them and their families. I don't know. I think this is a day we'll regret. Danny White will likely move on, not because of this, but sometime he'll move on to something else and go about his. Those folks are only as loyal as the school that's at the top of the paycheck, and unfortunately, us fans will rue this day, much like when Nick Saban left to go to the Dolphins. They won a championship or two since then, but it's not the same. But I wish Tony all the luck in the world. I've been on here since 11 with you. Could go another 10 hours talking about how bummed I am. But I wish everybody involved the best, whatever they end up doing, Elander, Frank, and all the players. And I wish I had a direct line into your phone, because your phone's about to blow up with all the stories behind the scenes. And I think that would be interesting how you filter out all those. But thanks so much, Tone, for the opportunity. Matt, Brian, if you're still out there, and go Big Orange, man.
Thank you, Cinco. We'll get a couple more in as Sean departs, and then we'll call it a night. Laura's kind of mad at me. But my nature is to go hard. So, hello and welcome in. You're on the air.
Hey, Tony, it's Paulie one.
Hey, Paul, welcome in.
A sickening day here. It's made me, it's the analogy I got, it's kind of been a flashback to one of my worst moments in sports fandom, honestly. And it brought me back to the 1998 summer when the great Jerry Krause was in a pissing match with Phil Jackson, and they broke up the best basketball team of all time and the best basketball player of all time.
Funny what pride will do, right? Like the Cowboys thing. Looking back on that now, that Cowboys thing, Jerry Jones, all he used to do is walk down that office and tell Jimmy Johnson, hey, man, you get control. Keep doing what you're doing. You get control. Funny what pride will do, right, Paulie?
And Sinclair is right. He is completely right on. Danny White would have kept going until Vitello would have left. And he knew that he was going to do it, because when Vitello wins another championship, it's going to get harder and harder for him because Vitello becomes even more powerful. But the thing that I don't like is I compare Plowman and Danny Boyd to Jerry Reinsdorf. Krause and Jackson got into it so bad that before that last year, Krause said, I don't care if they're 82-0. Jackson's not coaching next year. Well, at some point, Reinsdorf should have stepped in. And Plowman and Boyd should have stepped in. And even if they didn't, and yeah, they're late, but the only way to get this fan base back after all this nonsense, and when this AD said he hasn't spoken to his Vitello, let alone the other coaches,
pretty great. That's
fireable. And he said it out of his own mouth.
No, it's not his style. He doesn't do that.
So
it's not his style.
He admitted it. They should run his ass tomorrow. And then we could kind of start getting over this and moving on. But until that damn Danny White is here, I don't think anything good is going to happen because that guy is a snake. So that's pretty much all I got.
Thank you, brother.
For
Thank you.
listening.
No, it's Matt. Isn't it funny how pride can really get in the way of things? It's an interesting thing, isn't it?
Yeah, and it happens in all situations and throughout life. So it's all you needed was Danny to text the coach.
That's it.
And he obviously didn't do that.
Nope. Hey, man. Tony, you've done an unbelievable job. I love you. Great job, man. Tony thrives on that. Tony's like a yellow lab, man. Some people are like that. You know them in your life. Just a good pat on the back, Man, you won a national championship here. How did you do that, man? Just a little ass kiss. Danny wouldn't even acknowledge him. It's not my style. My lieutenants, they do that. When people heard him say that today, it was just, and I'm not saying the guy's a bad AD, but the guy's got a hole in his game. And the hole in his game allowed this coach just kind of to walk out the door because he didn't feel like the guy liked him at all. Maybe he didn't like him because he's not giving what's-his-face a shot. That Elander guy won't be part of their candidate pool. That's a joke. Which I gotta say for Danny, that's really committing to the bit, Matt, isn't it? Not giving Elander a shot. That really is committing to it.
Yes.
That's really,
yeah.
I mean, you gotta say.
Yeah, you don't hire a search firm to promote from within.
And I gotta hand it to because a buddy of mine, Chris, has texted me, and he's right. At a place where we've seen Aunt Bev and John Curry sing a duet up there with what looked like a spray from a funeral when he was introduced. The pictures that came out of that, we saw Jimmy Cheek eat a boogie. We saw Dave Hart's press conference that day, the war on women, when Ma Jennings, was it Ma Jennings that went on Facebook and just freaked out? There was so much great shit that's happened here down through the years. Danny White took his rightful place next to those moments of Tennessee infamy. I've got to say that.
Let's not forget the butt chugger press conference there in front of the Torchbearer with the frat Secret Service guys. That's the greatest press conference of all time.
And you know what? 20 years ago, I could see Danny White in that fraternity with those kids. If you stop and think about it, with his Ray-Bans on. No offense. Some of you might be listening to us. We're not making sport of your press conference or the fact that you drank wine out your ass. Are we, Matt?
No, we're laughing with you. That was an all-time great one.
Yeah.
I might need to watch that later tonight to decompress from all this, to get some laughter in me.
We salute you. But Danny White up there going, he started that. Just say my name, dude. You can do it. And by the way, and then you've admitted that they got the short end of the stick, but you hid by saying, well, it's industry standard. Is Tony Vitello industry standard, Danny? Is he? Does he look industry standard to you? And that's what this guy thinks. I can replace him. Really? Really? Whew. If he replaces Tony with a reasonable facsimile, Matt, he would have gotten, in the words of Barbara Dooley, luckier than hell. Yes or no?
Yeah.
Because he has about, of replacing Tony with somebody commensurate to him, he's got about a 1% chance of doing that. You talk about the total damn package. But Danny White up there with his damn Dracula haircut. Hey, Willie, I'm still on the air, man. Yeah, I'm still on the air. What you doing? Yeah, jump on. Superstar Will's going to jump on. In fact, here, hang on. Let me call Superstar Will and see if he'll come down here and host. Let's see. How am I going to do this? I'm going to call him back. Matt, you like me having personal conversations with people while we're on the air? It's kind of an endearing part of what we do, isn't it? Hello and welcome.
Absolutely. I'm surprised Titans Bill hadn't called you.
Hello and welcome.
Since you hung up on him.
You're on the air. Welcome in. Hi.
Hello.
Yeah, hi. You're on the air. Go right ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm bringing something a little different to this. I'm not a Tennessee fan, but I worked in college athletics for 40 years. And what I want to tell you guys, and I'm preaching to the choir a little bit. I worked for 5 different athletic directors during my 40 years. Athletic directors don't like, unless you're the football coach and you're filling 100,000 seats, then he'll put up with all your bullshit. But no matter, it's like you said earlier, he can't really see what he meant to the program because he just looks at the bottom line dollars and cents instead of the other dollars that he doesn't see. All athletic directors are that way. They won't put up with it. They don't want Nick Sabans in other sports that aren't football. And that's who Danny White is. He's the typical athletic director.
In other words, who cares about this pissant baseball coach? Even though 50,000 people showed up downtown for a parade and
right,
we built this
they
stadium, he's a pissant baseball coach.
Yes, that's the way they look at it. He's like, it's baseball. 2 or 3 years from now, they'll forget about it, and he don't care because as long as 100,000 keep showing up in Neyland Stadium, he's fine. So it'd be the same thing if the women's basketball came back to the way they used to be with Pat. It'd be the same thing if they had a basketball coach that colored outside the lines like Tony did, and you have to admit he did that. And look, the other thing they hate, and I know this for a fact because I've been in the meetings with athletic directors, they hate it when it gets to their desk on a computer that the SEC office is sending something about a coach that they don't like. They hate that. They don't want to deal with that. They don't care if he's winning. I'm not dealing with it. They'll do it with a football coach because of obviously, the reason why. It's like Nick Saban. Do you think the athletic director liked Nick Saban?
Hell no. Hell
yeah,
no.
That's what I'm.
Here's
a
question. Here's a question for you.
Sure.
Is it atypical of an athletic director to not know his head coach at all, the way Danny White didn't know Tony Vitello at all? Like to have zero relationship with a guy? Is that an atypical thing, or is that a typical thing today?
No, here's the deal. He didn't hire Tony. When you don't hire him, you tend to stay away from them and let them just run their race. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And that's what they do now. Because of his success, he was put into a situation to where, okay, look, this is great, but Tony was rocking that boat as well as winning and being so happy. The fan base loved him so much that he was like, man, he's more trouble than he's worth. Yeah, we won a national title with him, but I'm getting stuff from the league office because of the way he acts and that type of thing. He don't want to deal with that with a baseball coach. That's all it was, and that's the way all athletic directors are. They're all that way. They think that way because it's all just that bottom line. I'm filling the football stadium. I can put up with a football coach, but I'm not putting up with a baseball coach. They don't see, like you said earlier. Yeah, I don't know verbatim how you put it, but you talked about how he really meant more monetarily than was what was on the paper. But he didn't see that because they don't see that. They just look at the bottom. They're bean counters.
That's why their business is a bullshit business now because they don't value fans.
Yep.
They don't value what should be valued. And here's the thing, right? A wise man once said, not everything in life that counts can be counted. And guys like Danny White will never understand that. They'll never.
No.
Danny will never understand that.
And Tony, I don't know if you agree with this or not, but when the day came that former coaches are no longer athletic directors, that's when this started.
Because you know what? These guys have no respect for athletics. They have no respect for fans. They have no respect for any of it. They just don't.
Absolutely.
They don't respect athletes. He was asked today, what about meeting with the – I haven't met with the team. I mean, what the hell? They just had practice. You knew this morning the guy was leaving or whatever he told you. You mean to tell me you couldn't have gone down to that locker room and seen – not this guy. He's the king of damn England now.
Listen, he's
they all
not.
Are. Well, you're saying they all are.
I mean, not. I say you can't never say all of them, but most of them are that way. They really are. I've seen it. I've lived it, so I understand it. Wow. It's hard and it's heartbreaking for people that, you know, like you said, they don't care about the fans, the especially the sidewalk fans, which Tennessee has a million of them. They don't care about that. They could give it two shits whether they show up or not.
Thank you, my man. Good talking to you. Matt,
one thing before I let you go.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm friends with your buddy George Plaster, so I'd like to talk to you sometime off the air.
Please, I would love that.
Okay, buddy. Have a good one.
Thank you. I would absolutely love that. Please. Sounds like you would be somebody that could really take me under wing. I'd love to learn some stuff from you. People, and somebody like you that has a history you have, my gosh, man, you must have a plethora of stories. Will Heflin's in the house. Buster Olney is reporting, Matt, with Tony Vitello moving on to San Francisco, the Tennessee head coaching job is open, and among those expressing interest is longtime pitcher Curt Schilling, who now lives in Tennessee. Matt, are you interested in Curt Schilling coaching the Vols?
No.
Well, that's
I don't think Buster Olney's got a hot board for Tennessee coaching.
Yeah, that's a report.
Huh. That's certainly a wild card Danny White type of name to throw out there. But no, I think he's got some political issues that are kind of rub a lot of people the wrong way.
Or maybe the right way. Let's bring
the right way.
Let's bring.
Has he ever coached before?
Let's bring, without further ado, Will Heflin in here. Will, we were talking about how
that talk didn't bleed orange.
Will, we were the TLD Logistics guest line, the host of Garza Law, Tennessee Baseball, Extra Innings. Will Heflin, Danny White today elevates Frank, who was your coach, and basically said that Josh Elander's name's got to go into the got to go into the hopper. What's wrong with me? You might think I've been on the air for 7 hours or something. His name's going to go into the hopper and just be regarded like everybody else. You hope he brushes up, though. And he's never interviewed him because he's never talked to him. But other than that, I mean, I don't know. Wouldn't know the guy if he fell out of a tree and hit him tomorrow when he was walking around campus. But as our previous caller just said, that's par for the course. Lay it on me here, Will Heflin. How does today grab you? Because you and I talked about this over the weekend. This sucks, man. Your thoughts?
Well, first of all, I apologize if there's any background noise. Tony, I've been in Nashville the last 3 days doing some team meetings with VIP play.
My VIP
as your
players.
listeners may well know.
My valuable VIP players. Yes, sir.
Not a great week for all this to go down because I haven't really been locked in. But I'm sitting in some meetings today, and I see the break where it's official. And, it was a weird time to try to swallow it. But I want to first say that I'm so grateful for Tony Vitello, and I wish him the absolute best in the Giants. in his new tenure with the Giants, and I truly don't blame him for taking that chance, taking that opportunity, and I hope he crushes. Secondly, I think that there is one option for your next head baseball coach at the University of Tennessee. It's a zero risk, only reward for Danny White. He can take all the credit he wants for hiring, quotes, hiring Josh Elander as the next head coach. And if it doesn't work out, then he has the reins for a full coaching search, next summer or whenever. But to do a full coaching search in November, late October into November into December doesn't really make sense to me when you think about the top 5 roster sitting there on campus who loves this guy. There's top 3 recruiting classes for the next 3 years already in place that you can keep together for the most part. I'm sure you'll lose a guy or two, but for the most part, Elander recruited all those guys or had a role in recruiting all those guys. And I think you can, for the most part, keep the thing together, keep the ship going in the direction that it was already going. It is only risk, and you're going to lose a lot of people, both player-wise, coaching staff-wise, and fan-wise, if you bring in somebody outside of Josh Elander. Now, if you want to let Frank be the interim for now because he's got head coaching experience, and you kind of let Josh phase into it over the course of this season, I'm totally cool with that. But that's all I'll say for now, and I'll toss it back to you. But good to be on with you. I'm gonna hang out while I'm on the way home from Nashville, and it hurts. It truly hurts because we love the guy, and he made Tennessee baseball what it is today, and it is so different from what it was when he got here. And for that, we thank him, and we're allowed to be sad that he's gone. Not mad at him. We completely understand. We wish him the best. But just so grateful for the amount of time and his entire soul that he poured into the Tennessee baseball program. No one will ever say anything other than Tony gave it every ounce of his being to make it what it was today. And it was truly the greatest turnaround you could ever imagine, taking over an SEC baseball program that had no business being at the top. And he took it to the top in a very short amount of time, gave us a national championship, and left it 10 times better than he found it. And for that, 22, you the man.
How about that? And, Matt, do you have anything you want to say to Will Heflin, your partner, on the Garza Law Extra Innings program that we'll be doing next year in the spring?
No, he said a lot there in just a little bit of time. No, Will said a lot as a former player who played for him and is a part of the program and knows the inner workings of it. His opinions and his thoughts should weigh a whole lot more than anybody else's that's talked today.
Will you have you seen Danny White's press conference?
I haven't. I'll certainly watch it when I can get home.
Yeah, I want you to look at it. I want to hear from you later, or maybe in the morning when you after you have a chance to view it. And then also, if you get a chance tomorrow, we're going to celebrate Tony on our daily show. And also, what I'm doing with the blog tomorrow. I've never done this for any of these people. I've done this blog for like 15 years now. The thought occurred to me that I'm just going to let fans put their thoughts down for Tony, and I'm gonna link it and send it to him. I want you to speak to, because Tony was seen crying driving away from the complex today. I want you to speak to how in the heart this place is for Tony and how perfect East Tennessee was for him and how perfect he was for East Tennessee. I mean, you were around him. You saw this guy. You were recruited here by Dave Serrano, and you got to see Tony in the early years. And you were part of his first College World Series team as well, which is the real milestone. That season when you guys just it just came alive, and you made so many people fans. And I'm one of them. I gave college baseball a cursory look before Tony got here, and he made it real to me, damn it. So share that with us, can you please, just in terms of just how in the heart and how hard it had to be for Tony to walk away from here.
Yeah, I can't imagine the last week and a half for him, or however long since this thing started, because it was truly a perfect fit. And I'm speaking to it as from my seat. When he got here, he almost didn't even feel like a Tennessee athlete, because it was so, like you said, it was an afterthought. It may get touched on here or there, and now you can see it everywhere, not just from attendance and the amount of games that are shown on TV, but the social media interactions and the apparel that gets sold now. Like, he completely made Tennessee baseball an important thing around here, and people around the country follow it. They may follow it out of hatred. They may follow it because they respect it. But Tennessee baseball grew an unfathomable, I don't know how you say that. It grew an exceptional amount while he was here. And, you know, for me, when you're there on campus, the guys who lead you, your coaching staff, the support staff, they're truly your parents, because you leave home and you've got no idea what to do in the world. You're a young kid with no maturity, no experience doing anything, and you're with these guys all the time. So they're your parents. And so he's like a second father. And the way that he created men in that locker room and on that field, through hard work, through doing things when nobody's looking, through being the first one there, the last one out. I mean, he didn't create a good baseball team. He created a program and a culture. And that's my whole reasoning for whatever you can do to keep that going, you have to do, because it's so hard to create. It's really hard to put the words together for how he did it. But it was a perfect fit for him, because he was embraced by Tennessee fans, and the way it played out in that year where it really took off, I was so blessed to be a part of it. You think back to COVID and how much people were itching for something, and he was such a unifier. People on the outside looking in may think he's, you know, a little divisive, but that's just the nature of sport. But for Tennessee, he unified everything. He unified everybody, and he brought in the right people. And he just led by example all the time. And so that for me is why it'd be really, really hard to bet against him at the next level. I'm sure he's going to have things he's got to learn. I'm sure there will be some growing pains. But you know one thing's for sure. He's going to put the right people around him, and nobody's going to outwork him. So it's like, how do you bet against that? And, you know, that's what makes it sting so bad that he's gone. And I wanted to believe in my heart that he would be at Tennessee for another 8, maybe 10, 15, 20 years. Who knows? But I kind of felt a couple of years ago when the first rumors started circling that he was being, I mean, this guy's turning down offers, the best offers you could possibly turn down every single year. So it's like eventually there's going to be something he can't turn down. And when you're the first to go do something, whether or not it's the right decision is kind of irrelevant, because you got to admire the fact that he's so ambitious, and he's just willing to take that risk. And for him, it's kind of, you know, if it doesn't work out, then whatever. He'll be the hottest commodity coming back to the college game ever. But but I'd kind of be surprised if it didn't work out.
I'm with you.
It's just hard. It's hard to blame him, but it's hard to form words.
Thanks, bro. Hey, listen, I love you, man. Have a good, safe trip back, Willie. Hang out with us.
All right, brother.
Hang out with us. Yeah, hang out. Yeah, I'll see you. Hey, Matt, I got to go because my brain is telling me it's time to go. I get this thing where my brain tells me after like 7 hours that I've done enough of this. So, Matt's going to pen a piece for the blog. I'm not going to say it. I'm going to let the fans speak tomorrow. Generally, the blog over at tclub.team is where I have my say. Like today, I've wrote a couple thousand words on college football, and then the contributors, like Matt himself, and will have their days and this, that, and the other. And tomorrow is just going to be a day where we're just going to open it up for you and let you love this guy, because I'm really going to send it to him. We had so many incredible from the heart calls today, heart and soul calls. I want to say a couple things on the way out. Tony was going to leave anyway, I believe. Danny White made it easier for him to leave than he could have and would have. I really wish Danny was a little more personal in his approach and not so kingly. But a guy like him and a guy like me are never going to see eye to eye, and I'm sure Danny hates my guts, and that's cool. I wish him well leading UT Athletics. We don't care about the same things, me and him, and we never will, and that's okay. When it comes to Kim Caldwell, some of you want to make this this is her fault. It's not. But the fact that they were getting all that love in that NIL space, which Danny White laid out today, by the way, and then saying I was lying. But that was one of Tony's that was something Tony just couldn't get over. And then the whole time he wasn't getting any love from the AD. Well, he's a guy that won a national championship here. And Matt, help me out because my brain's fuzzy. How many times did he go to the World Series? What was the number?
3.
3 in 5
with,
years?
5 straight super regional appearances, the only team in the country to do that. Obviously the Natty. And I think his final winning percentage is the second best all time in the SEC behind Skip Berkman, who's obviously the greatest coach in college baseball history. But Vitello did that when it was harder to win than ever in the most competitive league it's ever been. And he did it from the bottom. He took over a program that wasn't even making Hoover. So,
yeah,
just an incredible run.
Yeah.
Sad that it's over, but, congrats to Vitello for the opportunity that he earned, and hopefully he succeeds at the highest level. But yeah, it does suck that it's over for Tennessee fans, but yeah, I guess that's kind of it. I mean, we've said a lot today, and there's not a whole lot else to say.
He opens with Bino's Yankees next year. Opens the season, and Bino, you damn stooge! I got news for you, brah. I'm full Vitello against your Wankies there, Sonny boy. But yeah, it gives me something else to follow, man. I'll listen to Left Coast Baseball now. I just hope we can get somebody in here that's representative, that can somehow come close to keeping this thing lit. Because Danny's taking a real risk here by having zero relationship with this guy and really kind of cheering that he's on the way out the door. But I don't want to turn Kim Caldwell into some target. I'm rooting for the Lady Vols. I want that to be known. And Danny couching that, like me reporting that and talking about that's disrespectful to his women's basketball coach, saying that she has the third highest paid payroll in women's college basketball this year is not disrespectful, Danny. It's a fact. It's a fact. It's called faxes, brah. Faxes. So, and I love her. I'm rooting for her. I think she's a great hire. But we could have done both. We could have had her, and we could have had a baseball coach that you just took some time to spend some time with and just show him some love, man. But you didn't do it because that's just not how you roll. But we'll get through it. Tomorrow, Matt, we're going to celebrate this guy. So think of some great stories. Do you still have the video of him cutting a promo on me on the field somewhere, Matt? I'd like
of course I do.
I'd like you to maybe send that to me. I'd like to maybe play that or stick it in the blog. You think people would like that?
I was going to mention that in my piece for the blog as part of the national title win. And I was going to leave it open to you if you wanted to put it in there or not. I think you can. There's nothing.
Yeah.
You know,
love it.
Unfortunately, he didn't just F-bomb you to death, which he asked me if we were live right before I filmed it. I should have said yes.
Yeah.
And he could have really told you what he thought. But no, that was a funny moment. Really funny. We talked about it on air enough. We probably should put it out there for people to see.
It's funny. He wouldn't care. Tony, that year, just a little backstory. I busted his balls that year about them not using somebody in the bullpen. And this just illustrates who Tony is. He sees Matt on the field. He says, open your camera, basically. And he's playing around. They're in Omaha. They just won the World Championship of college baseball.
We're standing on home plate, honestly. Honest to God, we are standing on home plate out there in Omaha.
And he proceeds to cut a damn promo on me for the ages that made me and my family laugh our ass off. Can I coach now, Tony? Can I manage a game now, Tony? You think I can manage? How you think I can manage now, you stupid son of a bitch? You think I can manage? You think I'm any good? You think I'm, and I'm just like, you know what? I love this guy. Because that's exactly the way we would bust our friends' balls. And that's who Tony was. And, man, I just love him and appreciate him so much. And I'm going to text him now and say, man, we just did 7 hours for you. And he's either going to think one of two things. He's going to think you're a stupid sheep to dedicate that amount of time to me and to miss your physical therapy appointment with what you've gone through with your back, which I pushed that the next week. Shout out to Mary and my friends over at Andrews Physical Therapy, Mary Michael Jordan and the gang there. But who is the queen of the spine, by the way? He's either going to say, you're a stupid sheep, or Basilio, man, you guys loved me. You guys loved me. And I want him to see it's the latter. I don't think he's going to think we're stupid sheep. I think this place is always going to be in his heart, man. I really do.
He's always Tony Vitello to us.
Damn straight. Thank you, Matt. Love you, brother. Matt Dixon jumped in here when the news broke and hung with us for 4 or 5 hours, however long it was. I woke up today. And Laura's great. I said, Laura, it's going to happen today. She said, Tony, you said it's going to happen yesterday. I said, yeah. I know I did. So the detractors out there are right. Today proved one thing. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. I do know this. I love you. I appreciate you. Spread the word for us. Help us continue to grow. And we'll continue to get on here every day and do community. It's what we do. And we celebrate the good times. We cry over the bad times. We get on here and reminisce at times because it's what family does. I don't want to see that guy go right now. I don't want to see that guy go right now. That is a heartbreaking thing, man. That is a heartbreaking thing. I love you. I appreciate you. All the wonderful sponsors that make this thing possible. Thank you, Jennifer Morris, folks like you and Marcos and all the great, and my friends at Calhoun's where we'll be on Friday, and my man Allen's have been out there lurking on YouTube all day. He popped back in and said, is that nut job still going? my man Chris Kittrell, who all those years ago used to say to me, hey, Tony, if you ever give this thing a shot, man, if you ever give this thing, him and Burke used to bust my stones. College baseball's the best thing going, man. I just hope, because they're not going to give it to Elander because it's not Danny White's idea. He's just not going to do it. He's going to hose the pen out. I just hope whoever they find will be a good representation of this school and able to win some ball games and give us some good times to feel good about in the summer and not bottom the thing out again. Because I can promise you this, whoever they find will not and will never, and I mean ever, be another Tony Vols. So on the way out, I got one thing to say, and that's my constant admonition, and that's go Vols go. And it's opening day next year. It's the Giants over the Yankees, Bino. Get you some of that. We love you. We appreciate you. Peace. Thank you to the great Marcos Garza, the Garza Law Firm, TLD Logistics, all our wonderful sponsors. It's been incredible being with you today. And those of you who are going to try and call me tonight, I'm going to dodge your call. But it's not because I don't love you. Because I do love you. And I am for you. I am for you, not against you. But let me turn this down right now. Okay, here we go. And those of you that missed today's show, I'm going to run it from our special portion on. Let's see here. All right, let's see here. Okay, that's Watson. Hang on, I got to find this, y'all. Let's see if this is it. Yeah, okay, there I am. All right, here's today's program, y'all. Right back at you. Right through Danny White's press conference, right through our reaction to it. And here I am. Special programming coming up over at tclub.team. The playbook with William Pattison will be on the way next, and we'll talk about it. Again, I don't blame Danny White for this. This is Tony Vitello is a big boy, makes his own decisions. Did he make the right one? I don't know. I know one thing, man. I'm going to miss that guy. I am going to miss that guy. I'm going to miss that guy. Oh, man. Congratulations to him. What a tough day for us. Congratulations to you, Tony Vitello. And I want to reach out when he gets his feet on the ground out there and get him on the air and thank him for everything he's done here, man. No malice or no hatred. No malice or no hatred from me, brother. Nothing but love, man. All the people like D. Light talked about, his granddaughter yesterday, all the people in the community, that man has touched and gone out of his way to serve. Tony Vitello, as far as I'm concerned, is my kind of guy. That is my kind of guy right there. I'll let Sean and Brian both respond. I'm going to let you respond. We're going to do all that. In the meantime, I've got to hand it off to a great young broadcaster himself over on Fan Run Radio, the great William Pattison. Dubsy, I'm sure, will have more as we go along today on Fan Run Radio. We'll stay here and continue to react.